Daniels. Preface. In the urban America of today, murder has become so commonplace that it often goes almost unnoticed. Occasionally, however, even in a society numbed by violence, analysis, and explanation, certain murders gain publicity by virtue of their peculiar horrors. Ordinary citizens recognize for the moment that they and the civilized life their democracy is supposed to protect are under threat. The routines of daily life are interrupted by a mass anxiety. We grow afraid. Such was the atmosphere of Los Angeles in recent years, when the term Hillside Strangler entered the cities, and given the efficiency of modern communications, even the nation's vocabulary. Actually, there were two Hillside Stranglers, but the singular cropped up first and tended to stick. They were cousins, aged 44 and 26 at the time they began killing women in Los Angeles in 1977. Between October of that year and February 1978, they raped, tortured, and strangled to death 10 young women and girls, dumping the bruised and stripped bodies mostly on hillsides northeast of downtown. During Thanksgiving week alone, 5 bodies turned up, the victims ranging in age from 12 to 28. That was when the panic set in. These 5 were linked to at least 3 other killings. In December, another body was found, nude and spread-eagled on a hillside facing City Hall, as though the killers were making an obscene and defiant gesture toward the city itself. After the new year, it appeared that the killers had had their fill. They were at large, but by the end of January, the city began to breathe a little easier, and stories about the hillside murders dwindled in the newspapers and on television. But then, in February, another body. This an 18-year-old girl stuffed into the trunk of her new car, which had been pushed over a cliff high on Angeles Crest. The panic renewed itself. Public anger turned on the police, who, despite a task force numbering nearly 100 officers, seemed baffled. Women, if they had to go out at all at night, hurried from their cars to what they hoped was the safety of their houses. Yet one victim, a student at the Pasadena Art Center of Design, appeared to have been abducted from her own apartment. Another had apparently been dragged from her car parked just across the street from her parents' house. The victims seemed to have been picked at random and from various parts of the sprawling city: Hollywood, Glendale, the San Fernando Valley. No neighborhood felt safe. The killer or killers might strike anywhere. One victim had been waiting for a bus in Hollywood. Another had last been seen leaving her Glendale apartment in her car to go to work. Nor were the victims alike in appearance or occupation. One was black, one Hispanic, the others Caucasians ranging from dark to fair. The first 2 and the 8th victims had been prostitutes, the others students and working women. The killers appeared indifferent only to the old, otherwise their tastes were Catholic. Then, abruptly, the killings stopped. Had the strangler or stranglers simply had enough, or were they afraid of getting caught? Would they resume their spree once they thought the heat was off? The police had made a couple of arrests, but these suspects proved innocent of the Hillside murders. The first anniversary of the first killing passed with no important, nerve-flaying questions answered. Not even the actual site of the murders, if there was one site, was known. Psychiatrists offered psychological profiles of the killer or killers, but their opinions were contradictory, linked only by the theme of hatred of women. In January 1979, the case broke. The younger of the Stranglers, Kenny Bianchi, had moved to far northern Washington state, where on his own he had strangled to death 2 more young women, college students. He had left several clues and was arrested immediately by local police. His driver's license showed a Los Angeles address, and when the local police telephoned the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office for a background check, a primary investigator on the Hillside case happened to take the call. He knew immediately from Bianchi's L.A. address, which was identical to that of one of the Hillside victims, that at least one of the Stranglers had been caught. From there, it was easy to find the other, Angelo Buono, a Glendale auto upholsterer who was Bianchi's cousin and only close male friend. But the ordeal for the police and for the city, apparently over, had only just begun. Bianchi, an articulate young man, at first denied everything, and then supposedly under hypnosis, displayed the classic manifestations of a multiple personality. He apparently revealed that an alter ego, whom he called Steve, had committed the murders, of which Kenneth knew nothing. A third personality called Billy later emerged, and possibly a fourth and a fifth. Bianchi implicated his cousin Buono, who he said had collaborated with Steve in the Hillside murders. Steve alone had killed the two girls in Washington. Bianchi's lawyer entered a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity, supported by a psychologist and a psychiatrist. Buono, meanwhile, was under surveillance by Los Angeles police, but he remained free, denying any connection to the Hillside killings. If Bianchi's insanity defense proved successful, he would hardly make a believable witness against his cousin. Bianchi's insanity plea was challenged, however, by two other psychiatrists, and discoveries made by two Los Angeles homicide detectives further weakened his credibility. After several months of conflicting diagnoses in Washington, Bianchi made a deal with the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office and the Washington authorities. He would plead guilty to the Washington murders and to 5 of the Hillside murders, and he would come to L.A. to testify against Buono. In return, he would get life with the possibility of parole, and he would be permitted to serve his sentence in California, where the prisons were more comfortable than in Washington. Had he not made the deal, he would have faced the death penalty in Washington and possibly in California. In October 1979, police arrested Angelo Buono in Los Angeles, and he was charged with 10 counts of premeditated murder. A 10-month-long preliminary hearing, lasting until March 1981, resulted in an order for Buono to stand trial on all 10 counts. Because he was accused of multiple murders, he faced the death penalty. As soon as Kenneth Bianchi was brought to Los Angeles, he began violating his agreement to testify against his cousin. His testimony became a morass of contradictions. At times he asserted that he knew nothing of the Hillside killings, and that he had no idea whether his cousin Buono had been involved or not. Meanwhile, a mysterious Los Angeles woman, an actress and playwright named Veronica Compton, who had visited Bianchi in jail, traveled up to Washington and there attempted to strangle to death a woman she had picked up in a bar. She was arrested, tried, and convicted of premeditated attempted murder, and she was sentenced to life. She became known as the Copycat Strangler. Apparently, she had acted out of some strange affection for Bianchi, trying to exonerate him from the Washington murders. With Bianchi continuing to contradict himself, Buono's trial was scheduled to begin before Superior Court Judge Ronald M. George in September 1981. In July, the district attorney's office suddenly moved to dismiss all 10 murder counts against Buono. Bianchi's contradictions, the deputy DA argued in his motion, made prosecution of Buono impossible. Without Bianchi's cooperation, there would not be enough evidence to convict Buono. Judge George adjourned the court for a week, but no one doubted that he would grant the prosecution's motion to dismiss charges, as judges routinely do. When the judge did just the opposite, denying the motion, ordering prosecution, and saying that if the DA's office could not pursue the case, He would bring in the attorney general or a special prosecutor. The legal community was stunned, and the city rejoiced. Legal opinions differed on the propriety of the judge's action and the stern language in which he couched it, but the typical citizen, frustrated by years of terror and a seemingly paralyzed system of criminal justice, was delighted and relieved. The DA's office withdrew from the case, and 2 deputy attorneys general were assigned to prosecute. They knew that this would be a long and difficult court battle, lasting perhaps a year, but they did not know how long and how difficult the case of People v. Buono would actually prove to be. Before the jury would finally reach its verdict on Buono, more than 2 years would pass, making this the longest criminal trial in the history of the United States. The foregoing has been as brief a summary as I have been able to make of an acutely horrible series of crimes, their effect on a city that prides itself on being a place of easy and good living, and the extraordinarily complex and lengthy process of bringing the Hillside Stranglers to justice. But these are merely the facts, and only the principal facts at that. No summary can convey the personalities, backgrounds, and motives of the Stranglers, nor the sense of being there as they commit their crimes, nor the pervasive effects and implications of their savagery, nor the frustrations, mistakes, and triumphs of the police, nor the controversial role of psychiatric analysis, nor the emotional and intellectual drama of the trial of Angelo Buono. And no summary can evoke and explore and dramatize the disturbing issues raised by the case. For all this, I decided some years ago a book was required, and for various reasons I knew that I should write that book. In the autumn of 1977, I knew no more about the Hillside Stranglers than any other daily reader of the Los Angeles Times and faithful watcher of the evening news. I was a professor at Pomona College then, teaching English and nervously awaiting publication of my 4th book and first novel, a semi-autobiographical account of growing up in L.A. as the son of a once prominent cowboy star and a Broadway actress who retired before my time. I had lived most of my life in Los Angeles, and I loved my hometown, as I still do. But mine had been a rather sheltered experience. My friends were middle class or rich. From my parents, I knew something of the downside of show business. From my sister, who by then was a member of the New York Philharmonic, I knew something of the anxious life of the professional musician. But my only contact with a true cross-section of the citizens of Los Angeles came when I visited Dodger Stadium or the Coliseum, or earlier in my life, the boxing matches at the Olympic Auditorium. I knew little of the underside of L.A., nothing of the many who make their way through life by brute force. Everything I knew about violent crime and criminals I had read in books. As I read that autumn about the Hillside Stranglings in the newspaper, I sensed the city's growing panic. When I noticed that one of the murdered girls had apparently been abducted from a street only a mile or 2 from where my 11-year-old daughter was living with her mother, I worried, but only briefly, because I knew that Molly did not wander around alone in the city. Had I known then what I know now about the methods of the Stranglers in luring their victims, I would have worried more. No girl or woman was safe. In January 1978, a month before the final Hillside murder, I took a job at the University of Tulsa that offered me most of the year free to write, and equally important as it turned out, to travel as I wished when I was not teaching. In Oklahoma, I became aware by chance of the details of an unsolved murder case, and I immersed myself in police files, court documents, and the opinions of those who had been involved, including a colorful private detective who was new to my gallery of human types. I also spent a great deal of time in honky-tonks, picking up dialogue and approaches to life different from my own. Out of this spontaneous fascination evolved a novel, although in writing the story I removed the murder in favor of a suicide and invented characters and motives. At the time, I could not know it, but as I look back, I see that somehow I was sharpening my skills for a book about the Hillside Stranglers. Late in 1981, when I learned that my old friend and Princeton roommate, Judge Ronald M. George, had been assigned the Hillside Stranglers case and had refused to permit the DA to drop murder charges against Angelo Buono, my writer's pulse quickened. On a visit to Los Angeles, I called on the judge and began to ask him about the Stranglers. He cut me off, refusing on ethical grounds to discuss the case while it was in progress. Though surrounded by his family, he looked more solitary than I had ever seen him during the 25 years of our friendship. When I said that what little I knew about the Stranglers suggested that they would be a natural subject for a book, he agreed, but warned me that I had no idea what I might be getting myself into. He said that there was already enough on the public record to form the basis of a book, one that might have significant social and moral resonances. If I probed beyond and behind the public record, there was no telling what I might discover, but that would be up to me. I did not press him further, but I knew then what I would be doing for the next 2 or 3 years. At first, I thought that I would turn the Hillside Stranglers material into fiction, but once I had plunged into the research, I saw that the true story had to be told and presented as true. Otherwise, no one would believe it. The novelist would be dismissed as having a sick and fantastical imagination. Nor would the social and moral issues stirred by the case have sufficient impact if presented in the guise of an imagined story. Buono's trial itself, I began to see, was drama ready-made for narrative distillation, although at the time I, of course, had no idea how dramatic and dicey its final act would turn out to be. I would have to write in a hybrid form, telling the story with the techniques of the novelist but denying myself the privilege of inventing characters and events. The trial of Angelo Buono was not yet a year old when I began my full-time research. I took an apartment in Los Angeles and quickly became obsessed with the Stranglers. I discovered an LA I had never known firsthand, yet my familiarity with the city helped immeasurably as places and people came to life for me, and a morbid life it was. 18 places in the city, the locations of the abductions and the body dumpings, will in my mind be associated with death as long as I live. Only the other day, on a visit to Warner Brothers' studio, I stopped my car at the place on Forest Lawn Drive where the first body was found and got out to look again. I grew apprehensive staring at the spot, photographs of the corpse mingling in my mind with the actual scene. Compulsively, I drove to 5 of the other body sites, as though on a ghostly pilgrimage. Countless details and encounters have contributed to this book. My work on it before the actual writing consisted equally of reading court documents and talking to people involved with the case. Bianchi's interviews with psychiatrists alone ran to over 5,000 pages. The videotapes of those sessions, some 50 hours. His confessions to police, over 24 hours and 2,000 pages. The transcript of Buono's trial, over 50,000 pages. I played the tapes of Bianchi's confessions, of which I managed to obtain copies, over and over in my car as I drove around, and at night when I was writing, before I went to sleep, so that I could get to know his sound intimately and dream about him. A ghastly experience, but one that always got me writing the instant I woke up in a cold sweat. But in the end, none of the reading and watching and listening and poking around I did helped me as much as meeting one particular policeman. He was Sergeant Bob Grogan of LAPD Homicide, and he has become a friend for life. I first met Sergeant Grogan in March 1983. It had taken me several weeks to make contact with him. I gathered that he did not much care for writers, who he thought were inclined to admire criminals and to give cops a bum rap. So I had stressed my academic credentials, in the hope that he might consider a professor from the University of Tulsa relatively harmless. My message to the sergeant said merely that I wanted to try to understand a homicide detective's point of view on the law as it applied to murderers. What observations did he have on the Hillside Stranglers case? How strong did he consider the evidence, much of which he had gathered, in this trial that had already run on for over a year and threatened to become the longest criminal trial in the history of the United States? Finally, Sergeant Grogan returned my call and agreed to have lunch. For months I had been examining the transcript, by then nearing 30,000 pages, and the evidence, thousands of things, photographs of the murdered young women, the love poems of Kenny Bianchi, an empty wallet, in the trial of Angelo Buono. I worked in a little office on the 13th floor of the Criminal Courts building in downtown L.A., checking in every morning at 9 and leaving at 5 as if I were on salary. Just down the hall in Judge George's courtroom, Angelo Buono sat slumped and contemplative. When something of note was happening in court, I would go in to observe, scrutinizing Buono from various angles and distances, lowering my gaze when I caught his eye. He scared me to death. Even his hands, disproportionately long and sinewy, frightened me. My subject came to possess me. Each night I found myself jittery and depressed, and my dreams were numerous, but I awoke eager to begin again, like a boozer curing his anxiety with a fresh drink. Mine was a modern sensibility, trained to strive for nuance and irony, conditioned to question absolutes, shaped to be suspicious of words like good and evil. But the more I studied the Stranglers, their acts, their backgrounds, the theater of their lives, the more my early Roman Catholic beliefs intruded on my skepticism and detachment. I was face to face with evil, and try as I would, I could find neither theory nor language to ameliorate the unredeemable nature of these men. Conrad's well-worn phrase, the horror, came into my mind every day. The material, its vastness and its bloodiness, was beginning to overwhelm me. My notebooks filled up. I gave myself daily quizzes on the hundreds of names and places, but I felt that I was losing my bearings. I was getting to know the lives, minds, and acts of two men I once would have thought not human, or at least crazy. But now I had to accept both their humanity and their sanity. And though cousins, the two of them were in their outward personalities wholly unalike. The one silent and watchful, the other all synthetic blabber. Inwardly also they were opposite, the one sober and practical, the other a dreamer, even a romantic. Yet in their brutal acts together, they had become two of a kind. How could I continue to try to comprehend them without losing whatever beliefs in life and in the human race I had managed to preserve from my youth? And so it was that I was increasingly anxious to talk to Sergeant Grogan. He was apparently something of a legend in the LAPD. Whenever his name came up, I noticed that people either smiled or shuddered. He had been a principal investigator on the case from the beginning, or almost. And the story was that catching and convicting the Hillside Stranglers had become the ruling passion of his life. I hoped that talking to him might give me a perspective and perhaps a principle of organization. He was said to be a man of powerful opinions who was not reluctant to express them. In my experience, the best way to get a man to talk is to give him a good meal and many drinks. But Sergeant Grogan was having none of that. He arranged to pick me up on the corner of Temple and Spring in his unmarked Plymouth, and he drove me at catastrophic speed over to the Los Angeles Police Academy in Elysian Park, near Dodger Stadium. Short of being locked into a room at headquarters, I could not have been more on his turf. At the entrance to the Academy's restaurant, I noticed a kind of shrine to Jack Webb, the creator and star of the old Dragnet television series, which, as a kid in L.A., I had watched loyally. Badge 714 shone there in a glass case. "This is the city, Los Angeles, California. I work here. I'm a cop." I quoted aloud the famous opening lines of the show, and Sergeant Grogan laughed mildly. He told me that the Academy's restaurant, swimming pool, and other amenities had been built with money Jack Webb had donated to the LAPD out of profits from Dragnet. This familiar sort of link between show business and the city pleased me. We found a booth and ordered pastrami sandwiches and iced tea. The next several minutes were difficult. I did not know where to begin. The sergeant was obviously unenthusiastic about talking to me, and I immediately noticed that I had forgotten to bring a pen, so that if he did tell me something important, I might forget it anyway. Of course, I was too embarrassed to ask to borrow his pen, imagining what he would think of a penless author. I later found out that the sergeant considered my not taking notes a good sign. He never took notes himself when working on a case, having discovered that they could be turned against him in court by some clever defense attorney. But at the time, my penlessness added to my unease, as did the sergeant's size. I am 6 feet tall, but sitting opposite him, I felt diminished. He was not only 3 or 4 inches taller than I, but far broader, and he boiled with energy. His face was red, his eyes bright blue points, and his big bald head, fringed with red hair, seemed to watch me like a third eye. In a harsh Boston accent that, especially here in slumberous California, made his every utterance sound accusatory, he did a background check on me. I told all. I confessed that I wanted to write a book encompassing everything that I could about the Hillside Stranglers, their effect on Los Angeles, the city's effect on them, and their minds and motivations, telling the truth. I wanted to find out what was not known by the newspapers, or could not, or would not, be printed in them. Grogan stared at me. Eagerly, I let drop that my grandfather, Dan O'Brien, had been chief of police in San Francisco during the 1920s. "Oh, yeah? Dan O'Brien, huh?" I sensed that Grogan was noting the name so that he could check it out later. "Well, your grandfather would probably be turning in his grave if he could see San Francisco today." I agreed, thinking of photographs of my grandfather on parade with his rearing horse, strong, fearless, jovial, tough, his jaw a bulwark, a darker Irish type than Grogan, but just as intimidating. I had the feeling that a bond had been established between Grogan and me through Dan O'Brien's ghost. As if making one last check, Grogan asked me what I thought of a couple of famous books about murder. Spontaneously, I expressed negative opinions, citing what I considered sentimental approaches to evil. "Okay, O'Brien," Grogan said. "I'll talk to you." He settled back and drew a deep breath into his big chest. "I'll tell you one thing right off. I've been a cop all my life, and I never saw 2 sons of bitches as cold as Buono and Bianchi. If I could get away with it, I'd kill them myself. And if Buono gets off—" He left the sentence unfinished. I expressed surprise that Grogan thought Angelo Buono might get off. "Are you kidding?" Grogan said. "In this crazy state? In this town? With the law like it is and a jury? Don't you know he already almost got off? Don't you know they wanted to let the bastard go? Jesus, you got a lot to learn, Professor. Okay, I'll teach you. I'll teach you about life in the big city. But you'd better write it straight, pal. Somebody's got to." I had no need of notes to remember what Sergeant Grogan told me during the next hour. It formed the basis for many of the key insights and incidents in this book. He told me about the killers and their victims and the families of the victims, about how close he had become to two of those families, about how his own family life had been consumed and wrecked. I lost my wife from this case. Not her fault, and maybe my sanity. He told me about his fellow detectives and the frustrations and breakthroughs of the investigations. The episodes he recounted and the savage indignation with which he punctuated his stories were unforgettable. We would have many more conversations in more relaxed surroundings over the next 2 years. He would even come to visit me in Tulsa to play golf, talk through the night, and read what I was writing, urging me on, correcting details, adding Grogan-esque touches. Sometimes we would disagree about this or that person or motivation, and once I recall we got into a shouting match about an aspect of Kenneth Bianchi's background, with Grogan reminding me that he ought to know more about murderers than I did. He sometimes changed my mind. Whether I ever changed his I cannot say, but the debates sharpened my perceptions, I am sure. Often as I wrote, his image would float before me, his blue eyes ice-hot and his big red-haired fist banging the table. His rage against Buono and Bianchi never lapsed, and he brought the dead to life. A writer feels a sense of purpose only when his subject matter so consumes him that he can take on the role of a shaping spirit, disappearing other than in the service of the story. So it is that I have banished myself from the narrative after this point, confident that the characters and events that made up the Hillside Stranglers case will enthrall the listener as they have me. To some listeners, the portions of the first third of the book may appear unduly shocking, for here I have reconstructed several of the stranglings and their accompanying brutalities in precise detail. These scenes function, however, as necessary groundwork for the psychiatric and legal drama that follows. Without them, one can have no good grasp of what Buono and Bianchi actually did, how they did it, and most importantly of all, why they acted as they did, progressing from victim to victim with their own diabolical logic. The listener may act as a member of a jury as numerous as humankind, taking on the responsibility of the trier of fact and of motivations more elusive than fact. I have come to view the story of the Hillside Stranglers as a parable, although it is of no matter whether others see it differently. There are villains here and victims. There are those who chose passivity as safe passage, and those who, whether out of ignorance or self-interest, or both, aided the villains in their schemes and scams. But there are heroes too, people who gave of themselves for no price, never doubting the necessity of doing so, weighing lightly what they gave, knowing what they did was right. Without them, the story would not have been worth the telling. D.O.B. Part 1. Minumi. Hail, Holy Queen, Mother of Mercy, our life, our sweetness, and our hope. To thee do we cry, poor banished children of Eve. To thee do we send up our sighs, mourning and weeping in this valley of tears. Turn then, most gracious Advocate, thine eyes of mercy toward us, and after this, our exile, show unto us the blessed fruit of thy womb, Jesus. O clement, O loving, O sweet Virgin Mary. Salve Regina. Prayer to the patroness of the city of Our Lady, Queen of the Angels, Los Angeles. 1. Nude and violated, she lay on her back in the flower bed like a discarded doll. Her head was turned toward the northern hills, eyes shut, legs akimbo, fingers trapped beneath her buttocks. She proclaimed sacrifice. Ants crawled across her belly, leaving red bites. She was murdered and nameless. Sergeant Frank Salerno, genuflecting to look, could feel the squeeze of the rope at her neck, which was encircled by a line of dark purplish bruise. Rope or twine or cord. She had been strangled. Strangulation by ligature was the phrase that occurred to him. He would use it in his report. It was now just after 8 on the morning of Halloween, 1977. A gray day, the air about 55 degrees. Salerno, a detective with the Homicide Bureau of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, had been called from his bed to examine the body. It had been discovered at 6 o'clock, where it now lay, about 2.5 feet from the curb at 2844 Alta Terrace Drive in La Crescenta, a middle-class town in the foothills just north of Glendale. Charles Cohen, who had the curious habit of leaving his house at 4 each morning to go to work at his electrical shop and returning home at 6 to eat breakfast and check on his family, had noticed the body as he parked in front of his house in the early light. Forgetting what he had learned from hundreds of television cop shows about not disturbing evidence, Cohen had covered the body with a tarp. He had not wanted his or other neighborhood children to go off to school having seen a corpse. Other detectives who had arrived before Salerno had not touched the tarp. Salerno removed it carefully, hoping that nothing important had been lost. She was pale, small and thin, maybe 90 pounds. Neither pretty nor not, her straight reddish-brown hair neither long nor short. She could not have lived more than 15 or 16 years. Scrutinizing her, Salerno reflected that in a decade as a sheriff's deputy, and in more than 2 years with homicide, he had never seen a body like this. He noted ligature marks at 5 points: neck, wrists, and ankles. The wrist and ankle bruises were fainter and more irregular than the line on her neck. She must have been tied or handcuffed or both. Her open mouth revealed blood along the upper gum line. Her body bore no other signs. But as he stared at her face, leaning in closer, Salerno noticed something on the right eyelid. A speck, a white tuft of something, a wispy bit of fluff. He picked it off and held it up to the overcast sky. It looked like angel's hair, the stuff you put on Christmas trees. It would have to be analyzed. It might be all they had, and it might be nothing. He hoped it had not come from the tarp. He rolled her over. Nothing. He assumed that she had been raped, but the coroner would determine that. He stepped back to take in the scene. The body, lying so close and parallel to the street, could not have been missed as the people of the neighborhood began their Monday. It must have been placed there deliberately, Salerno reasoned, not tossed or dropped. On the north side of the street, a chain-link fence, covered with oleander bushes, bordered a big storm basin. Had the killer or killers wished to conceal the body, he or they could have forced it up over the fence, where it would not have been noticed until the smell got bad. The way it lay there, knees out, meant that they had wanted it to be noticed, and had wanted it to shock the neighborhood. The more Salerno looked at the position of the body, the more it seemed to him to have been placed there by 2 men, or more than 2. They had probably removed it from a car, carried it over the curb, and put it down. There were no drag marks, neither on the body nor on the ice plant, that, still wet with dew, covered the curb. One man could have carried her, but it was unlikely. Salerno knew that he had no proof that there had been 2, nor even that they were men, but he assumed it. He was confident of his instincts. They would not be enough in court, but they were enough for him now. It was a quiet neighborhood, heavily planted, high up in the hills above Foothill Boulevard, old Route 66, remote enough to make Salerno wonder from the start why, having traveled up this far, would someone pick this street to dump a body? Alta Terrace Drive was accessible only from La Crescenta Boulevard, At its other end, it dead-ended. But someone this far up could have gone on only a little farther and hidden the body where it would not have been found so quickly. Relatively prosperous working people lived here. They were not rich, but they were well off and respectable. They would notify the police immediately of anything unusual, as Charles Cohen had. The houses, one-story ranch style, had wonderful views of the city to the south at night, or when there was enough wind to dissipate the smog. You could see Forest Lawn from Alta Terrace, and to the west the San Fernando Valley. Then Salerno noticed something that confirmed, or at least supported his hypothesis that there had been two men. A portion of the ice plant next to the curb, almost directly opposite the girl's feet, had been pushed out of place, tufted up 18 inches or more, and folded back from the curb. He bent down. Under the disarranged ice plant, the dirt had been freshly disturbed. Kicked? Or had a car jumped the curb and done this? The scene materialized in Salerno's imagination. Two men had removed the body from a car. One had carried her by the head, or had gripped her under the arms. The other had held her feet, or had gripped her under the knees. The man carrying the upper part of her body had stepped across the curb first, and his momentum had caused the other man to trip on the curb, or to stumble, catching the toe of his shoe under the ice plant. Then they had put the body down. Had she been placed face down at first, then handcuffed or untied, then rolled over onto her back, hands still behind her? Salerno speculated. He guessed at last that she had already been unhandcuffed or untied. Her hands, dangling, had caught beneath her. Salerno went into Charles Cohen's house to talk to him and his wife. They had heard nothing during the night. "I sleep like a log," Cohen said. Had he noticed anything when he had left for work at 4 a.m? It was pitch black. What about the ice plant? Had it been tufted up like that yesterday? It had not, Cohen said. He would have noticed something like that. He took care of his property. He had just put in that fountain in the patio. Salerno asked about the tarp. Cohen had taken it from the backyard where it had been used to cover some toys. What kind of toys? Stuffed animals and things. See for yourself. In the backyard, Salerno was sorry to see the stuffed animals, some of which had fuzz that might be the wispy stuff he had plucked from the girl's eyelid. For the same reason, Salerno regretted the Cohen's white poodle. He called in the man from the sheriff's crime laboratory and had him cut samples from the dog and the toys. Then he set about interviewing everyone on Alta Terrace. It was a peaceful street, he found. People worked hard to live there for the view. 2. Angelo Buono, inaptly named, looked like a gargoyle, but the resemblance was only skin-deep. Great roots of hands, with thumbs on them the size of zucchinis, hung down from his long, sinewed arms. The hands swung backward as he walked. He was wiry, about 5'10". He had Sicilian coloring. He was kind to animals and had a way with the ladies. That Sunday evening in the autumn of his 44th year, Angelo was lying on his king-sized waterbed, dressed in his customary blue work pants and short-sleeved shirt, bored. There was nothing on the TV. He got up to straighten one of the framed family photographs on the wall. His son, Peter, in full Marine dress uniform, posed before an American flag. Below Peter, Angelo Buono Sr., deceased, looked content in his dark security guard's uniform, grinning. Farther along the wall hung a small Italian flag, and next to it a print of an anonymous early Italian Renaissance Madonna, eternally serene, gazed at the room with ancient eyes. Angelo wandered through his house, straightening, checking for dust. In the den he tidied shelves of knickknacks, his Zippo lighter collection, antique model cars, a plastic sphinx, a miniature barber's pole, poker chips and playing cards, against which was propped a little wooden sign reading, "Candy is dandy, but sex won't rot your teeth." He made sure his files of Penthouse and Playboy magazines, 2 neat piles on a bottom shelf, were in order. He opened the glass door of his gun case and dusted his 5 rifles, 2 .45 pistols, and Thompson submachine gun. Everything was shipshape. Angelo was house-proud. He had tired of sharing apartments, putting up with other people's habits and tastes, having others' eyes on him. Angelo trusted no one. He had found this place at 703 East Colorado Street in Glendale in 1975, one of a very few inhabited 1-story frame residences left on a street that was now 4 lanes and franchise restaurants, small businesses, and the general offices of Bob's Big Boy Hamburgers. It was ideal for him because he could live in the house and have his auto upholstery shop in a converted garage at the back. His girlfriends or children could come to stay, but he could kick them out when he chose. He had worked hard on the house, painting the outside a homey yellow with brown trim. Inside, he selected an eggshell white for the walls and put down Mexican tile in the kitchen and dining area. He covered the spare bedroom's floor with wear-resistant auto carpeting. He hung his pictures, mingling family sentiment with aesthetic preference, a romantic seascape with Italian fishermen, for instance, next to a photograph of his daughter and another of a girl called Peaches. He did no cooking, but other than that, Angelo was a domestic sort of fellow. In the living room, he lowered himself into the brown vinyl easy chair, rested his feet on the beanbag hassock, and stared at the lighted fish tank, listening to the hum of its electric pump, its air bubbles. Angelo liked angelfish. The little castle the fish swam through had fallen over. He got up, put the castle right, and sprinkled fish food on the water. The fish rose to the food, and he remembered the rabbits. He walked back through the kitchen and out the side door, around to where the hutches were, between the house and the shop. Across the garage door, Angelo's trim shop was spray-painted in black graffiti script. Out back, his yellow mutt, Sparky, greeted him and rolled over. Angelo scratched Sparky's belly and made guttural sounds. Then he opened the hutches and gave food pellets to the rabbits, stroking them with his big hands, mumbling at them. He heard a car pull into the driveway. He could tell from the sound of the motor that it was Kenneth Bianchi's Cadillac. "My crazy cousin," Angelo thought. "Maybe we'll get some action." They went into the house together. Kenneth Bianchi was 26 and more fashion-conscious than his cousin. This evening he wore a 3/4-length brown leather coat, jeans, and earth shoes. His dark hair was freshly permed, not naturally curly like Angelo's. Bianchi was just under 6 feet, a fairly well-knit 180 pounds. With his mustache, he looked like one of the many thousands of young men in Southern California who aspired to stardom but had not landed a role. Something in his manner suggested that he thought he was being photographed. He was Burt Reynolds without a contract, but not so tan. The acne scars on his neck lent some character to a bland, though not unhandsome face. Lately, he had been working for a land title company, where he always wore a dark 3-piece suit and carried an attaché case, the eager young executive look. He was called a title officer, though he was but a clerk. Bianchi was a man of many parts. From time to time, he lost conviction in his mustache and shaved it off. The perm, too, was a matter of whim from month to month. He was a man easy not to recognize. "Great party last night," Bianchi said, pacing about. "Really terrific. Kelly and I and her brother and 2 other guys, we all hit the Circus Maximus. You wouldn't have believed it, you know." They had celebrated Halloween 2 days early. Angelo made a low noise. Guess what? We went dressed as, you're not going to believe this, slugs. Angelo did not react. Can you believe it? You know, like a snail or something, really creepy. Kelly made the costumes. It was so cool. We painted our faces green and put on these green garbage bags and green leotards, and get this, we had saran wrap kind of trailing off us like slime, you know? It was so great. Fuck it, Halloween in Hollywood. Unfucking believable. It ain't even Halloween yet. Halloween's tomorrow, dumbbell. What's the difference? Nothing on TV, Angelo said. Sunday was a bad night for cop shows, Angelo's favorite. He rarely missed an episode of Kojak or Beretta. He identified with their tough guy heroes. What do you want to do? Angelo's speech was rough. A grunt, a grumble, a rasp. The snarl of the underdog. If you had not known that he had been born in Rochester and raised in Los Angeles, you would have guessed Brooklyn or maybe Hoboken. A slight speech impediment, trouble with R's and L's, made him slide from syllable to syllable, as though his tongue had been greased. Articulation was not Angelo's strong suit, but he always got his point across. In the kitchen, he opened a can of clams, ate a spoonful of them, and followed that with a spoonful of olive oil. When he took this mixture, his ulcer never bothered him. With the back of his hand, he wiped a smear of oil from his mustache, moving aside his long, arched nose. What do we do? Angelo said. Gotta get out of the house. Need some action. It's super chilly out, Bianchi said. Though he had lived on the coast for less than 2 years, Bianchi already spoke like a New Age Californian, inflectionless, smooth, a mellowed-out beach boy, not a trace remaining of the aggressive East in his sounds. Hey, I wore my coat. He gave his ingratiating grin and half-twirled like a fashion model. Yeah, that ain't what I asked. You want to do something? You got something in mind? Angelo stared up at his cousin. Angelo's eyes were dark under bony brow ridges, his forehead prehistoric. He said nothing. Talking was not something he did much of. He had found that a few words usually got him what he wanted. One of the things he hated about his cousin was that Kenny never seemed to shut up. But Kenny could be useful. He was not stupid, and if you just stared at him long enough, he would get the picture. He would sense what Angelo wanted and then perform as if by remote control. Kenny was a willing slave, Angelo had figured out. A pain in the ass much of the time, but very cooperative when you wanted to make use of him. He was better than most bitches that way. And Angelo knew that he could do and say certain things with Kenny that he could not with anyone else. They had the understanding of an old married couple, or two cellmates. Kenny was almost, but not quite, Angelo's punk. We could go scamming, Bianchi said. We could go scamming in Hollywood. He sounded boyishly eager, a beaver cleaver. His voice lacked the resonance of manhood. Angelo grunted. We could do that, Bianchi said. Another grunt. Like last time. It worked. Better, Minumi. Gotta be better. We go cruising. We pick up a girl, same scam. Super. This time we need more time. Gotta have more time. Last time was rushed, man. Sure. Listen, I can tell you it isn't super great in a back seat either. I mean, what's that, you know? Strictly for kids. Backseat screwing is strictly overrated. You forget, asshole, I didn't get nothing. Sure, Tony. Angelo was sometimes called Tony by family and friends. They also called him the Buzzard. It happened too fast. We just winged it. If you'd said something, you know, anything, We got to plan this shit. We need more time, like I said." Angelo grunted out his words. His voice was a faulty pump spewing silt. "Scam's okay. We need a place. Need some place. Fucking pad someplace. Need a place to nail 'em, man, you see?" "Hey, how about right here?" Angelo sat down in the brown vinyl easy chair and pulled on his right earlobe with his right hand. He let half a minute pass. When Bianchi started to speak again, Angelo said, "Shut up." Finally, Angelo said, "Yeah, here would be real good. Real good thinking. Nobody can't see nothing here, can't hear nothing. Perfect. You ain't so dumb." "Well, I've got a master's from Columbia University, don't I?" "Yeah, I seen it, asshole. You are some bullshitter. You ought to be rich. How come you ain't got a dime?" "I'm getting there." "How much money you owe me?" "Give me some time, Angelo. Kelly's pregnant, you know." "Dumb bitches," Angelo said. "Goddamn bitches. That goddamn Becky and that fucking Sabra. Tits. Okay, bullshitter. So we bring the cunt back here. So there's no question afterwards. We got to..." He drew a line across his throat. "No problem?" "Nah, no problem at all, Tony. We can do it right." "They don't fuck me over and live. They're gonna know that." "They'll know it, Angelo. They'll know it." A vein in Bianchi's neck began to pulse. He paced around, rubbing his hands on his jeans. They went over the details. The governing concept was rolling a prostitute. It had been on their minds for weeks. Having sex with a prostitute and not paying, and then doing what they agreed they had to do. They had had some success, but perfection had eluded them. Tonight had to be better. "Let me get my jacket," Angelo said. "Want to change my shirt." Bianchi shadowed Buono. He trailed him to the bathroom, which was decorated with penthouse centerfolds. Through the open door, he watched him pee, apply arid extra-dry deodorant from a spray can, and splash on Brute aftershave. In the bedroom, Angelo put on a clean shirt and a beige windbreaker and picked his wallet off the top of the dresser. He opened the wallet and flashed the police badge that was pinned inside, grinning, showing crooked teeth. He reached into his closet and brought out a Roytan cigar box, extracting from it a pair of shiny handcuffs. "Let's get going," he said, like a lieutenant in a war movie or a kid playing war, shoving the handcuffs down into a back pocket. On the way out, prudent householder that he was, Angelo switched off the lights, leaving one burning in the bathroom and another in the fish tank. No sense encouraging burglars. And there was one other light, which he never turned off at night. The spotlight on the Italian flag, which flew from a pole atop his house. Angelo's place was easy to find at night. He secured the deadbolts on the front door and from the outside on the laundry room door. Bianchi opened the black iron gate and followed Angelo to the Cadillac. Angelo got behind the wheel. From Glendale, Angelo drove west on Los Feliz Boulevard, past Griffith Park toward Hollywood. He knew the way blind, had driven to Hollywood to look for girls ever since high school, just like everyone else. Cruising Hollywood Boulevard in the Sunset Strip was something to do. Was one of the main reasons you get your driver's license at 16. And since the 60s, it had become the sex-for-sale center of Southern California. The streets were hooker crowded. The bars and discos and coffee shops, the easiest places in LA to score whores or boys or drugs. In the 50s, when Angelo had been in junior high, Hollywood Boulevard and the Strip had been lined with jazz clubs, beatnik cafes, nightclubs like Ciro's and the Crescendo, where Peggy Lee sang. Mort Saul shocked an audience by actually insulting Eisenhower, and later Lenny Bruce told jokes about Hitler and described what it was like to screw a chicken. In those days, you might stop girls on the street, find out they were tourists from Salt Lake City, and buy them cherry cokes and call it a successful night. Now, Hollywood was home only to the lost ones. The movie palaces, the Chinese with its stars' footprints in concrete, the Egyptian, the Pantages, were old bitches gone in the teeth. Off the boulevards, people crowded the apartment buildings, shooting up, getting down, freaking out. The only living remnant of the past was the annual Santa Claus parade, which looked okay on television and offered local channel exposure to minor celebrities. Runaways headed for Hollywood now. You could live on nothing there, sell your butt for a bed, and die young. That night, October 30th, 1977, Buono and Bianchi cruised slowly west on Hollywood Boulevard in the '72 four-door Cadillac. White vinyl top over metallic dark blue body. A sticker bearing the official seal of the County of Los Angeles was displayed on the lower left-hand corner of the windshield. They were enjoying that presumptive arrogance peculiar to Los Angeles, that if you were driving around in a good car in L.A., you were somehow luckier and freer and more privileged and more with it than the poor slobs in the rest of the country. You pity the people in Michigan or Iowa who can't cruise Hollywood. Buono drove as he had since high school, slumped down, his right wrist controlling the wheel. Bianchi fiddled with the radio dial, searching out the soft rock he liked. He stopped at James Taylor. "Turn that shit off," Angelo said. There did not seem to be much action. "Sunday," Bianchi said. "Dead." "They ain't in church," Buono said. "We'll find something. Probably won't get her on a main street, better on a side street." He turned left on Highland. Nothing. Angelo discoursed on strategy. He reminded Bianchi that most of the girls had pimps who watched out for unmarked police cars. He suggested that they not use the police ruse right away. They would spot a girl, one of them would get out and wait somewhere while the other picked up the girl, acting like a regular John. Buono was driving. He would get the girl. Then he would pick up Bianchi, and Bianchi would show the badge and tell her she was under arrest, get her into the back seat and handcuff her so she wouldn't make trouble. Angelo handed Bianchi the wallet and handcuffs. "I'll hang her right," Angelo said, turning west on Sunset. "The Strip is always full of ass, any day of the week." The Strip began just past Fairfax Avenue at Schwab's Pharmacy, where Lana Turner was supposed to have been discovered in her sweater, and the old Garden of Allah Hotel, once home to Eastern literary refugees like Scott Fitzgerald, its Moorish bungalows now replaced by a travertine monolith called Great Western Savings. Beyond this point, Sunset Boulevard curved in and out among giant billboards, announcing a new album or a Las Vegas act, motels with adult movies, the Body Shop, offering burlesque, amateur contests Mondays and Wednesdays, and various bars and restaurants, until the boulevard straightened out and entered the heavily policed hush of Beverly Hills. About halfway along the Strip, Buono and Bianchi noticed a small girl standing alone on the sidewalk. She stood in a driveway next to Kearny's Express Limited, a diner converted from an old Union Pacific Railroad car. Buono drove well past her, pulled over, and stopped. "I'll go around the block and get her," Buono said. "You wait over across the street." Bianchi got out, crossed Sunset, and sat down on a bus bench to wait. He was at the corner of Sunset and Sweetser, just down from the Golden Crest Hotel, its marquee proclaiming retirement living at its finest, most luxurious residence in L.A. He could see the girl across the street still standing in the driveway of the railroad diner, obviously hooking. A minute later, he caught sight of the Cadillac coming up Sunset again. Angelo drove slowly past the girl and turned left, heading around the block once more. He was making it look, Bianchi figured, as though he had just spotted her. He would have made eye contact with her, continuing on as if he had not yet decided. Then he would return. This time Buono pulled into Carney's driveway. The girl came up to his window and they talked. Then the girl went around to the passenger side and got in next to Angelo. They sat chatting for a bit until the traffic thinned. Angelo backed out onto Sunset, made a U-turn, passed the bench where Bianchi waited, and turned right on Sweetser, rolling slowly down the side street. Bianchi, sensing that Angelo did not want to work the scam where there was so much traffic, followed on foot. Sweetser ran down a steep hill, the lights of the city glimmering to the south. At the next corner, Angelo turned right and pulled over. In seconds, Bianchi was there. He opened the front door on the girl's side, leaned in and said, "You're under arrest," showing the badge. "Oh no, not again," the girl said. "Could you please step out of the car?" She did. "Just get in the back, please," Bianchi said, taking her arm. He opened the rear door. "Okay, now you're going to have to go for a ride." He guided her into the seat and climbed in after her. Angelo reached over and closed the right front door. Bianchi closed the rear door, and Angelo pushed a button that locked all the doors, a safety device for children. "All right," Bianchi said. "I've got to put handcuffs on you. Would you lean forward, please?" He handcuffed her, palms outward. She had to sit on her fingers. As Angelo drove off, he said, "There was a guy standing in that parking lot. You got a pimp?" "No," the girl said. "There was a guy," Angelo said. "Might be a problem." He headed back up to Sunset and glanced into the parking lot of the railroad diner. Nobody there. He headed east, not rushing, obeying the traffic laws. "Are we going to the Hollywood division?" the girl asked. "No," Angelo said, looking at her through the rearview mirror. "We're going to a special unit." The girl was silent as they drove back through Hollywood, turning east on Franklin to Western, north on Western to Los Feliz, east on their way to Glendale. Finally, she asked why she was being arrested. "I haven't done nothing wrong." "You're being arrested for soliciting," Bianchi said. "Have you ever been arrested before?" "No. Picked up for questioning is all. I never done nothing." Bianchi studied her. She was tiny. She was wearing a light blouse and slacks and a dirty suede jacket. Her small leather purse sat in her lap. The handcuffs made her lean forward, her straight brown hair obscuring her face. She looked 14, 16 at the outside. She wouldn't give much trouble. She said nothing more until Angelo pulled all the way into his driveway, under the metal awning that joined the house and the shop. The Orange Grove apartments overlooked the shop and the house from the rear, but peering down from a second or third floor apartment, Angelo knew no one could see anything except the roofs and the metal awning. There was no way for anyone to get curious, and on the east side of the house and shop was a car wash. On the west side, a glass repair shop, both closed at night. Angelo liked privacy. "Wait here," Angelo said. He got out and walked over to the laundry room door at the side of the house, unlocking it. Sparky was waiting on the steps, but knew not to enter the house. "What is this place?" the girl said to Bianchi. "This is a satellite police station." Bianchi looked around at Angelo, who was holding the screen door and motioning for him to come ahead. "Slide over," he said to the girl. He grabbed her purse, took her elbow, helped her out of the car, and walked her into the house. Angelo secured the deadbolt again as Bianchi guided the girl into the living room and sat her down in the brown vinyl easy chair. He put her purse on the dining room table. Angelo switched on some lights and approached the girl. "Now you just sit there and don't move. We'll be right back." In the kitchen with Bianchi, Angelo said, "How do you want to do this?" Everything's perfect so far. We want to do this right, no screw-ups. He reached under the sink and brought out a roll of masking tape about 3 inches wide. We should blindfold her. That way if she tries to run, she won't know where to go. Wait a minute. I got an idea. Go back in there and watch her. I got stuff in my shop. Bianchi stood over the girl. She stared at the fish tank, avoiding his eyes. How old are you? 15? That's pretty young to be whoring, isn't it? I'm not. I didn't do nothing wrong. What is this? This isn't a police station. Aquarium in a police station? Shut up, Bianchi said. Do what you're told. He wondered what Angelo would bring in from the shop. Angelo would know what to do next. Sit there and shut up. You move, you'll be sorry. When Angelo returned, he called Bianchi into the kitchen again. From his shop, Angelo had retrieved an orange work rag and a brick-sized piece of white, foamy polyester material he used in stuffing car seats. He cut the foamy stuff in half with a pair of scissors and explained that they would put the material over each eye, secure it with tape, stuff the rag into her mouth, and secure that with tape. It would be a good idea to make sure the masking tape went all the way around her head. Do you want to do it or do you want me to do it? You better do it, Bianchi said. Okay. The best thing to do is I'll walk in front of her and you get behind her and put your hands on her shoulders just in case she starts to kick up a fuss. You'll be ready. They returned to the living room, Angelo holding the materials behind his back. They walked slowly up to her, and Bianchi moved behind her, resting his hands on her shoulders. What's going on? The girl said. She tried to rise. Bianchi pressed down. She started to scream. Shut up, Buono said. Don't you say nothing. Keep quiet, Bianchi said. She was easy to hold down. Angelo produced the orange rag, rolled it into a ball, stuffed it into her mouth, unreeled a length of tape, sealed it over her mouth, and wrapped the tape around her head 3 times, snipping it off with scissors and rubbing it flat on the side of her face. Then he brought out the 2 pieces of foamy stuff and approached her eyes. She lowered her head, trying to avoid him. Bianchi shoved her down as she squirmed and tried to rise again. Grab a hold of her forehead, Angelo said. Pull her head up. Bianchi pulled back on her forehead with one hand and yanked back on her hair with the other. Buono pressed the foam onto her eyes and wrapped it with tape around her head 3 times. The girl slumped. Angelo took the tape back into the kitchen, replaced it under the sink, and put the scissors away in a drawer. He called to Bianchi. You just stay right there, Bianchi said to the girl. How do you want to do this? Angelo said. How do you want to get her clothes off? I don't know. I really have no idea. The handcuffs. The best thing is if I take the handcuffs off her. You stand behind her just in case she decides to fight or take off or whatever. They returned to the girl. Okay, now stand up, Bianchi said. She tried to obey but lost her balance and fell back into the chair. They each took an elbow and helped her up and away from the chair. On a wall opposite her, a plaque, the kind sold in souvenir stores, spelled out in gay 90s red lettering, "Please remove your clothes." All right, Angelo said. Now we're going to take the handcuffs off you, and we don't want you to start nothing. You do, you're going to get hurt. He found the handcuffs key on his key ring and removed them. He pulled off her jacket, walked with it over to the dining area, and dropped it to the floor. A gold-smoked mirrored wall behind the dining room table reflected the scene. Angelo stared into the mirrored wall and liked what he saw. Everything was working. It was going to be great. In the smoky mirror, he watched Bianchi remove her blouse. Bring that over here, Angelo said. Keep everything together. Angelo unhooked her bra as Bianchi placed her blouse on her jacket. "Not much tits," Angelo said. He rolled up the bra and tossed it to Bianchi. Then he put the handcuffs back on her. "Hey, tits look better now." Bianchi stood behind her again, holding her upper arms to steady her while Angelo unzipped her pants. "Okay now," Angelo said. "We've got you. We're balancing you. Just back up and sit down and have a seat." They eased her back into the chair. Angelo removed her shoes and socks, told her to stand up again, and slid off her pants, telling her to lift one leg at a time. The girl complied. He let her stand there for a moment, nude except for her underpants. Then he pulled off her underpants, smiled up at Bianchi, and gave the okay sign. He put her pants and underpants with the rest of her clothes, returned, and grabbed an arm. "Just come with me," he said. "Don't worry, honey. I won't let you run into nothing. I got you so you won't fall. Don't worry about nothing." He led her into the spare bedroom. The spare bedroom, on the east side of the house between Angelo's bedroom and the bathroom, had nothing in it except a single bed. No other furniture, nothing on the walls. The spare bedroom had a simple function. He sat the girl on the bed and told her to lie down on her back, helping her get her legs up. She lay there, nude, gagged, blindfolded, handcuffed. "You wait there. Don't move." Angelo passed through the beading that hung down in place of a door between the spare bedroom and his bedroom. He turned on a light in his room and checked to see if it shone enough into the spare bedroom. Satisfied, he returned to Bianchi. "How do we decide who goes first?" Angelo said. "I don't care," Bianchi said. "Okay, we'll flip a coin." Angelo dug into his pocket and pulled out a quarter. "Call it." "Tails." Angelo flipped. "It's heads," he said. "You got sloppy seconds. You get all the shit together while I'm in there. Put it all on the table. I'll take care of it when I get done. Take her purse and empty it and leave the stuff on the table. See if there's any money in there. Go through her pockets." "She's 15. She told me." "Good age." Angelo grinned. "Real good age." He disappeared into the spare bedroom. Bianchi followed Angelo's instructions. In her purse, he found $2 and some change in a wallet with nothing else in it except a snapshot of two little boys, one about 8, the other maybe 4. He went through her jacket pockets but found nothing. He heard noises. Angelo's voice, indistinct but harsh, commanding, and female squeals. He must have taken the gag off. What was Angelo doing to her? Bianchi felt he knew. The squeals turned him on. He wanted to see what Angelo was doing, imagined Angelo's heavy dick up there now. Bianchi waited until it was quiet. I don't want to miss this, he thought. Angelo wouldn't mind. Bianchi entered the spare bedroom through Angelo's room, parting the hanging beads. Angelo had left his socks on. He was lying on top of the girl who was on her back now, unmoving, knees up. The tape across her mouth had been partly ripped off, and the orange rag lay on the bed next to the wall. Bianchi figured Angelo had gotten one or both of the things he liked best. "She good? I put everything on the table, just like you said." "Go and get my camera. I gotta have a picture of this." Bianchi fetched Buono's Polaroid camera from his bedroom closet. It had film in it and a flash attached. "Where do you want me to take it from?" "Just stand there by the bed. Hurry up, I can't stay in here all night." Bianchi took the picture and tore off the film. Buono got off the girl and told her to put her legs down. "Just relax, honey," he said. He took the camera and film from Bianchi. "Your turn." I want to see how it came out, Bianchi said. They waited a minute in the dim light. Buono peeled back the photograph. Not bad. Not bad at all. Okay, your turn. I'll get her things together. Bianchi took off his clothes and climbed onto the girl. After a few strokes, he breathed at her. Did he fuck you in the ass? Did he? Did he? Well, turn over, bitch. Turn over. Get ready for it. When Bianchi emerged from the spare bedroom, Angelo had arranged her clothes in a neat pile on the dining room table. The $2 and change was gone, and the purse sat atop the pile. We better gag her again, Angelo said, handing Bianchi the roll of tape. You know what a rag is. Bianchi found the rag on the bed, told the girl to open her mouth, stuffed the rag back in, and sealed her mouth with a few strips of tape. He returned to Angelo and watched him put the clothes and purse into a large green garbage bag. Angelo ripped up the photograph and the negative and dropped them into the bag. Well, Angelo said, how are we going to do this? What do you mean? You know. How are we going to strangle her? We got to strangle her. It's the only way to do this unless you've got some other ideas. Me? No. Sounds fine to me. They had already agreed on strangulation. Angelo had been eloquent on the subject. He always liked talking about the best way to do someone in. Shooting was too dangerous, he said. Gunshot wounds told too much of a story. They were messy, and bullets could be traced. Other methods, bludgeoning her to death, chopping her up, poisoning, introduced too many complications. They had never worked out the details, but strangulation was definitely the way to go. Besides, the thought of watching a girl gasping for breath was appealing in itself, they agreed. I got some stuff out in my shop would be good to use. It's strong. We'll decide how we'll do it. Be right back. Watch her. Just stand by and watch her. Bianchi kept an eye on the girl through the doorway. She did not move. She was breathing heavily. Angelo appeared lugging a large wooden spool wound with white nylon cord. Ordinarily, he used it for edging seat covers. Probably the best way to do this, he said, is to take off links of it. He unreeled some of the cord and measured it efficiently around his elbow and fist. 2, 3, 4 arm lengths. He got the scissors from the kitchen drawer, cut the cord, and tied a large knot into each end. When I put this around her neck, I'll do it, Angelo volunteered. You watch how I do it. When I put this around her neck, she's going to kick and she's going to fuss and she's really going to squirm. So probably the best way is you kneel on her legs. Or you can sit on her legs. Just sit on her legs, facing her. Like you was going to kiss her. No, wait. He snipped off another length of cord. First, tie up her ankles with this. That will cut down on her moving around and she won't kick you in the nuts. Got it. Okay, let's go. I'll give you the sign when to sit on her. Jesus, Bianchi said. My hands are sweating. Wipe 'em on your ass, motherfucker. In the spare bedroom, the girl lay still, but she had begun to shake. Wait a minute, Angelo said. He handed Bianchi the cord. Hold this a minute. Be right back. He brought in her slacks and underpants. We'll put these on her, he whispered into Bianchi's ear. 'Cause when she kicks off, she's going to pee a crap and I don't want her to mess my rug. Angelo approached the bed. Here now, honey. Sit up now, honey. He pulled her up and pushed her legs over the side of the bed. We're going to put your clothes on now. That's right. He eased on her underpants and slacks. He zipped up the slacks. Now just stand up. Come on, stand up. That's it. Now, just sit down. He motioned to Bianchi that he was going to put her on the floor. Bianchi prepared to catch her. Just sit down. Don't worry. You're not going to fall. I got you. Angelo lowered her to the floor. Now just lay there a minute. I'll be right back. And he whispered to Bianchi, I thought of something else. This'll be perfect, and it'll save time. Bianchi bound her ankles as tightly as he could. Her shaking had become violent. Angelo came back holding a plastic vegetable bag, the kind dispensed free at supermarkets. We'll put this on her head, he whispered. He seemed delighted with his ingenuity. That way she can't get any air. It's cutting off her air. She can't get any new air. When I put the bag on her head, that's when you sit on her legs. He took the long cord from Bianchi and slung it around his neck. Angelo was ready. He flexed his fingers and stood there, looking as efficient as a professional hangman. The girl lay on her back on the floor. Angelo knelt behind her head. He looked up at Bianchi, nodded vigorously at him, and Bianchi lowered himself quickly onto the girl's legs, facing her, sitting on her knees. She groaned behind her gag, tried to roll to the side, tried to rise up at the waist. Angelo pressed his knees down onto her shoulders. He opened the plastic bag with both hands, jammed it over her head, pulled the cord from around his neck and wrapped it quickly once around her neck, sealing the bag. She wriggled. Bianchi raised his legs, letting his full weight press down through his butt on her knees. Buono started to pull on the two ends of the cord, then shifted around and put one of the ends under his right foot, catching the knot against the side of the sole of his shoe, putting all his weight on that foot. Then he pulled on the other end of the cord with both hands and rose up, pulling, yanking. She was trying to buck and flex now. Her bagged, roped head hit Buono's foot and he lost his balance, falling over backward, shouting, "Fuck it! Hold her!" He regained his position, one foot on one end of the cord, both hands on the other. He yanked with all his strength, pulling upward and backward, letting out grunts of effort which mingled with the gargling of the girl, who arched her back, jerking for her life. The vegetable bag puffed frantically in and out with her breathing, then less frantically, then barely. And then it stopped puffing. She stopped flexing. She stopped breathing. It was over. "Hard work," Buono said, letting the cord fall loose, rubbing his face on his shirt sleeve. He stood and caught his breath and lit up a cool. "Can I bum one?" Bianchi asked. "I'm out of smokes." Angelo knelt down and put his ear to her left breast. "She's croaked," he said. "Can't be too sure, though. Sometimes when things like this happen, people stop breathing again. Really hard to tell. Let's put everything away, and then if she's still not breathing, she's definitely croaked. When you take off her pants, make sure you don't get nothing on the carpet." In the stillness after death, Buono busied himself. He brought in the green garbage bag with her purse, shoes, socks, bra, and blouse in it. He handcuffed her and replaced the cuffs in the cigar box. Bianchi removed the vegetable bag from her head and the tape and foam from her eyes, the tape and rag from her mouth. A little blood trickled from her lips. "Only women bleed," Angelo said. It was a favorite phrase of his. He had picked it up from a current Alice Cooper song. With greater originality, he added, "Girls like that deserve to die." He said that one often, too. The cord, the tape, everything went into the green garbage bag, which Angelo took outside to the dumpster in his driveway. He tossed the bag into the dumpster and moved other trash on top of it. It would be picked up tomorrow and taken to a vast dump of a landfill with millions of tons of what no one wanted. Gradually, it would become methane gas. "What do we do with the body?" Bianchi asked. "We'll find a place. I got something in mind. First off, we gotta get it into the car. Here's what we do. We take it as far as the washing machine there, put it down by the back door. I go out, see if the coast is clear. I get your trunk open. We put it in the trunk and we get the hell out of here. Bianchi took her under the knees, Buono under the arms. They carried her through the kitchen. Her dangling arms flopped about, hit the floor hard. One hand clonked against the washing machine. "Put it down here," Buono said. "Give me your keys." He went out the side door, opened the trunk of the Cadillac, came back in. "Coast is clear. Now, fast as we can." Hefting her again, they shuffled hurriedly through the door, over to the car, her skin glowing dully in the night. The trunk was plenty big enough for her. "Come on back inside," Buono said. "Make sure we didn't leave nothing." They checked all the rooms. "Let's go," Buono said. "I'll drive." He headed the Cadillac northward through the night, Glendale Avenue to Verdugo Road, La Cañada Boulevard, and up La Crescenta Avenue, straight up into the hills. "Where are we?" Bianchi asked. "You'll see. I know where I'm headed." Far up into the hills, Buono turned left onto Alta Terrace Drive. He cut the headlights and rolled slowly along the street. "How do you know this place?" In the darkness, Buono pointed to a 2-story white house halfway down the street. "That's where that cunt Melinda Hooper lives. I picked her up there a couple times. Had dinner there. Wait till she wakes up tomorrow. She'll get some surprise." He slowed to a stop on the left side of the street in front of 2844. "Real quiet now. And quick. Get that trunk open." Bianchi reached into the glove compartment and pushed a button that released the trunk lid. "Open your door real quiet, and don't close it, get me? All right. We'll get her and dump her over there." "People could see her." "You got it. Maybe Hooper will find her. Like to see that." Quietly and quickly, they picked up the girl, Buono carrying her under the arms, Bianchi under the knees. Buono stepped first over the curb, and as Bianchi followed, his foot caught under the ice plant. He stumbled, almost fell, got his foot loose, and they dropped the body parallel to the curb, heaving her slightly as you would throwing someone into a swimming pool. "Don't close your door yet," Buono whispered, getting behind the wheel. He had left the motor running. He turned around in the street, headed back the same way, made a right down La Crescenta, switching his headlights back on and telling Bianchi it was all right to close his door. They were safely away, speeding toward the city lights. "Shall we do something?" Bianchi asked as they crossed Foothill. "I'm heading home." The Italian flag hung spotlit over Buono's house. When Angelo stopped in the driveway, Bianchi started to get out. "Let's call it a night," Angelo said. "I'm beat." "Okay." Bianchi held out his hand across the Cadillac. "We did it, Buzzard. We really did it this time. Wait till they find her. It'll make the papers. It'll be on every channel. Listen, I'll talk to you. I'll be in touch." Angelo took his hand and looked him in the eyes. "Me numi," Angelo said. The words, emitted more than articulated, were a benediction. Bianchi did not understand them, although it was not the first time that Angelo had addressed him so. Bianchi took the phrase as some Italian form of affection and endearment. A bastard, he did not have the syllables in his blood. He thought that Angelo was saying, "my friend," or "my companion," or "my beloved cousin," or maybe something silly like Dumbo, or maybe nothing more than, "here's looking at you, kid." It was all of that, but it was more. Had Bianchi understood it, it would have made no impact on his contemporary sensibility. It was a term that had migrated all the way from Sicily, and it came to Angelo's lips with no more deliberate consciousness than the howling of a dog at the moon, a phrase typical of Southern Italians whose speech and customs still reflect the survival of ancient ways, even in the New World, even in Glendale. Literally, it meant, "my gods." More deeply, it invoked a pre-Christian pagan world ruled by the religion of the Pneuma, a time when the gods determined every man's and woman's fate or destiny, when the presence of divine will and inspiration was palpable in every human act, a time when a spark from the hearth was a living sign of the divine presence. Romulus had been born from such a spark. Deity was in this place, numen inest. And it was a time when the gods demanded that most perfect of all sacrifices, a young, newly ripe human life. Minumi was how one tragic lover would address another, a spontaneous pagan religious ejaculation evoking the fateful bonds of blood and death. The lover addressed would symbolize the destiny of the other. The use of me, rather than the grammatically orthodox miei, indicated the southern Italian dialect. When Angelo spoke these words to Bianchi, they conveyed, "You are my fate, my destiny. You and I are bound together, forever, in blood and in death." "Minumi," Angelo said, calling it a night. 3. Neither the press nor television paid much attention to Buono and Bianchi's Halloween prank, and on radio there was not a word of it. Murder was so common in Los Angeles, there was one committed every 3 or 4 hours in the county, not counting the whores routinely overdosed by their pimps. It took something special to titillate the media, an eviscerated actress or a child stuffed down a sewer. But the girl remained unidentified for 2 days, and so, at the request of Sergeant Salerno, the Times ran this bulletin on the 4th page of the Metro section. Public's aid sought. Los Angeles County Sheriff's homicide detectives were seeking public assistance Tuesday in trying to identify a young woman whose nude body was found in the bushes in front of a La Crescenta residence. Investigators said the victim, described as between 16 and 22, 5 feet 2 inches tall, weighing 90 pounds, with reddish-brown hair, appeared to have been sexually molested before she was strangled. Her body was found Monday in front of a home at 2844 Alta Terrace Drive, La Crescenta. The article was illustrated with 2 vivid drawings of the girl's face as it might have looked in life, one in profile. The Herald-Examiner also ran the story, and local television news programs gave it a few seconds. When her parents or relatives or friends still failed to appear to identify her, Frank Salerno started haunting Hollywood Boulevard every night until 3 or 4 in the morning. Salerno was acting on an educated hunch. Since no one had come forth to identify the girl, the chances were that she had been living for some time as a runaway. Either her parents did not know that she was missing, or they did not care, or she had no parents, all equal possibilities. Although her body had been found miles from Hollywood, runaways in Southern California gravitated toward the boulevard. Some of the street people might recognize her from the drawings, might have noticed her missing, might even have seen her on the night of the murder. It was not much, but Salerno had nothing else. The coroner had concluded only that she had been vaginally and anally raped, and that she had been strangled to death by ligature within 2 hours of midnight, before or after. The time frame had been established by the temperature of her liver, which had cooled off quickly in the brisk air. It had been 45 degrees or lower that night in the hills. Not knowing the murder scene, Salerno was at a great disadvantage. Ordinarily, he would take an investigation outward from there, but Alta Terrace had not been the murder scene. None of the residents aroused the least suspicion, nor had any of them heard anything unusual during the night. Charles Cohen's peculiar work schedule checked out. One man, a truck driver, had gone to a party with his wife but had returned home before midnight, noticing nothing. The others had been home all night and asleep early. Tests on the fiber Salerno had taken from the girl's eyelid had been inconclusive, except that it had not come from the Coens' toys or from their poodle. And Salerno began walking Hollywood Boulevard through the nights, questioning its floating citizens, showing them the drawings and asking whether they knew this girl. These were the dropouts, addicts and pushers, bikers, whores, socially and sexually displaced persons, entrepreneurs of the transitory, a new American class. They had the morals of the 49ers, but were not prospecting for gold. Most of them had given over their lives to the next fix. They often knew one another, or were aware of one another by sight and by name, and they knew vaguely when somebody overdosed or simply disappeared, wasted. Their hearts entwined by sadomasochism, they outwardly resembled refugees from the Haight-Ashbury culture of the 60s, favoring leather and denim and lots of hair, an acid rock Paleolithic look, except for the whores, many of whom looked like whores, and the male prostitutes who were typecast for an Andy Warhol movie. They had street names like Stinkyfoot, Sunshine Sally, Eggnog, Young Blood, Cowboy Dave, Pig Valve, Flaky, Skateboard, Lobo, Green Irene, Funny Bunny. And since they were all either selling or taking drugs or both, Salerno could not trust their answers to his questions. But night after night he kept asking. Through them all, Miss Miller, an old lady carrying a tote bag and wearing a lampshade hat decorated with paper leaves, who had consecrated her life to sitting in the front row of Merv Griffin's television studio audience every night, threaded her way. The street people depressed Frank Salerno. They sometimes made him indignant. You could not be a homicide detective and have a weak stomach, but these nights tested him. He was a conservative man. He liked evenings at home with his wife and 2 teenage sons in their San Fernando Valley house. His pleasures were fishing trips, or reading in silence, or, after Mass, Sunday dinner with the relatives, cooked by his grandmothers, both of whom had been born in Italy. Moving among the street people made him feel contaminated. It was like bathing in raw sewage. Salerno could not have been mistaken for one of the street people. He might have been a college professor who had gotten off at the wrong stop. He wore a soft tweed jacket, a muted tie, and light wool slacks. His shoes were thin-soled and expensive. He kept his straight, graying hair neatly trimmed and combed. His wire-rimmed aviator-style glasses accentuated an air of mannerly inquisitiveness. Meeting him, you would not have guessed that he carried a little .38 pistol in the small of his back. Salerno kept his weight down and had the fluid moves of a center fielder. If he resembled an Italian physical type, it was DiMaggio. He moved among the street people like an anthropologist, questioning, hypothesizing, inwardly calculating, outwardly impassive. "Excuse me," he would say to a knot of bikers, appearing to grant them, for the moment, membership in civilization, showing his badge. "Do you recognize this girl?" "Sure," one would say. "I know the chick. She was here last week." Or, "She's from Denver. Name of Debbie. Maybe Donna." When he got what he could out of them, he would thank them and go on. He was almost courtly. They were his antithesis, but he disguised his moral indignation. That he saved for quiet talks with his wife and sons, or more animated talks over many drinks with friends. Then he would use words like scumbag and evil. Salerno made notes of everything the street people told him, but he filtered everything through his experience with liars. It was only when several of the boulevardiers gave the girl in the drawing the same name, Judy Miller, that he knew he was getting closer. The name came out among coffee drinkers at the Howard Johnsons on Vine, and again at the fish and chip shop, a favorite hangout of the damned that stood between the old Hollywood Theater, then showing Deep Throat, and a tattoo parlor. At the fish and chips, 2 people volunteered the name Judy Miller. One was a whore approaching retirement age. The other described himself as an unemployed disc jockey and bounty hunter. They both claimed to know her, and both described her as a teenage runaway, a green kid who sometimes turned a trick for a bed or a hot dog. The bounty hunter, a meaty, nervous guy wearing a leather vest, said that he had seen this Judy Miller leave the fish and chips on Sunday evening, no later than 9 or 10. Salerno noted that the timing was about right. But the mature whore claimed that she had seen Judy Miller getting in a car with a light-skinned Negro as late as 2 or 3 on Monday morning, near the International hot dog stand. Remembering the coroner's calculations, Salerno figured the whore was lying or hallucinating or simply mistaken. But her description of the girl did jibe with the bounty hunters. Salerno took their names and addresses. He would interview Marcus Camden and Pam Pelletier again. If a witness knew something, you never got it all on the first interview. Sometimes you didn't get it until the 10th. He gave them his card and asked them to phone him if they remembered anything else or heard anything. And then everything changed. On Sunday morning, November 6th, a woman jogging near the Chevy Chase Country Club in Glendale came upon the nude body of another strangled girl, crumpled up beside a road that ran past the golf course. The case was being handled by the Glendale police, but when Salerno talked to them, he immediately saw connections with the girl he was beginning to believe was called Judy Miller. Like the first girl, this one had been found nude, and the Glendale police said had been strangled by ligature. Checking a map, Salerno calculated the distance between the sites of the two bodies as 6 or 7 miles. In Los Angeles, that was close. More links established themselves the next day when the girl's mother identified her as Lisa Caston, a 21-year-old waitress at the Health Fair restaurant near Hollywood and Vine, who had been living in an apartment on Argyle, just off Hollywood Boulevard. Her parents were divorced, and the night previous to her disappearance, she had spent with her mother, complaining of how little money she was making and saying that she was considering becoming a prostitute. But she was a hard-working, ambitious girl, her mother said, and very health-conscious. She did not like red meat and had her heart set on show business. She had performed with the L.A. Knockers, an all-girl rock dance group. It was the association with Hollywood, not the girl's dreams or dietary preferences, that struck Salerno. Lisa Caston had last been seen leaving the health fair at about 9:15 the night she had been murdered. If she had told her mother about considering becoming a prostitute, she might already have been one. It was possible that both girls had been picked up in Hollywood by the same trick or tricks, and had then been killed and dumped in the same general area, a 20 or 30-minute drive from the pickup spots. Her car, a Volkswagen convertible, was found unlocked half a block from her apartment. In her apartment, Glendale officers found a key to the car's locking hood, but not the ignition key, and the apartment had been locked. Salerno reasoned that she had been either walking the street or walking from her car to her apartment when she had been picked up. But it was odd for a girl living in Hollywood not to have locked her car. Salerno decided to have a look at Lisa Caston's body. He wanted to compare it with that of the first girl. He called the coroner's office and asked to have the two bodies displayed side by side at the morgue. The first had been kept on ice for 9 days. One glance at the two bodies lying next to each other on gurneys, face up, made Salerno think Xerox copy. Their necks, wrists, and ankles were encircled with nearly identical lines of bruises. 5-point ligature, Salerno wrote in his notebook. Physically, they were very different. About the same height, but the new girl was heavier, stocky, with large breasts and thick, unshaven legs. It was the bruised lines that made Salerno think of a Xerox copy. And Lisa Caston, like the first girl, had been raped. Although with Lisa there was no evidence of sodomy. Her vagina was severely bruised. There was now no question in Salerno's mind that the girls had been killed by the same men. and he was more certain than ever that there had been 2 men. Neither body showed any signs of having been dragged. They seemed certain to have been lifted cleanly from a car and placed or dropped where they were found. Of course, more than 2 men could have been involved, but that seemed less likely to Salerno. He conferred with the Glendale police, and they agreed with him. He also examined the place near the golf course where Lisa Caston had been found and noticed a 3-foot guardrail between the road and the body site. Surely it had taken 2 men to get the body over that rail cleanly. Salerno then drove at a steady 35 miles an hour directly to 2844 Alta Terrace. The distance between the 2 body sites was 6.8 miles, and the drive had taken him a mere 15 minutes. The 2 murders were now inextricably linked to him. But if there were 2, there would likely be another. How much should he or the Glendale officers tell the media? Salerno felt that he had made some progress, but all he had really established to his own satisfaction was that 2 murders had been committed by the same 2 men, with the crime beginning in Hollywood and ending in the foothills of La Crescenta and Glendale, neighboring communities. The more the killers knew about how those deductions had been made, the more likely they would be to change their modus operandi and throw the investigation off track. Their MO was the only solid lead Salerno had, and so it was decided among the agencies now involved to reveal a little, but not very much. 2 Glendale slayings may be linked, read the Times headline on a small story buried in Part 1, page 27 on November 10th. There were no details except that the 2 girls were strangled in the same fashion. Nothing about the 5-point ligature marks, nor about any of the evidence suggesting 2 killers. Salerno would have preferred that not even that much had been disclosed, but you always had to tell the reporters something. Otherwise, they would try harder to find out more on their own. Lisa Caston was identified, but Judy Miller remained anonymous and unburied. It was not until the evening of November 10th that Salerno finally ran down her family, such as it was. More tips from the street people had led him late that Thursday afternoon to the Hollywood Vine Motel, an establishment of no pretensions that offered bargain weekly rates. There, in a room sour with old food and old diapers, he came upon what was left of the Miller family. Judy's mother and father and her 2 little brothers, the younger of whom resided in a cardboard box shoved into a corner. Mr. Miller was an unemployed security guard. He nodded and identified his daughter from the drawings Salerno showed him. "Do you know where your daughter is?" Salerno asked. Neither the father nor the mother knew. Salerno did not bother asking the older boy, who was absorbed in a cartoon on the television. Was she a runaway? Did she run away from home? Salerno could not think of another word than home, though there was none. Obviously, Judy had run away from nothing. "She run away from home sometimes," Mrs. Miller said. "Then she come back. I seen her last month." "When last month?" "Don't know. Middle of the month, maybe. We had the apartment in Pasadena." "Mr. and Mrs. Miller," Salerno said, "I'm very sorry to tell you this, but we believe your daughter may be dead. Would you mind looking at some photographs and telling me if this is Judy?" He showed them the coroner's pictures. They both agreed that the body was Judy's. The boy watched the cartoon. "I'm very sorry," Salerno said. He started to say more, to try to comfort them. That was a part of his job, maybe the hardest part. One of the many roles he had to play along with the sleuth, the tough guy, the buddy to a witness, the giver of precise court testimony, and at home, the husband and father. Sometimes he saw himself as an actor, and it was then that he liked to say that after all, this was Hollywood, wasn't it? And wasn't Hollywood all bullshit anyway? Sometimes he thought the real Frank Salerno emerged only in a boat on a lake in the Sierras, holding a fishing pole, silent. But comforting victims, that was the most difficult of all. If you weren't careful, you could get so emotionally involved with these martyrs to the indifference and improvisational violence of a screwed-up society that you could go to pieces yourself, identify with the victims so much that you forgot who you were and what your primary responsibilities were to your wife and children. But Salerno looked at the Miller family and knew that there was little chance he would be able to identify with them. They were already done for. They were holed up in this motel room like people waiting for the end of the world, hoping it would come quickly. They had not needed the murder of their daughter to finish them off. They just sat there, bloodless, unmoving, expecting the worst. Maybe even Salerno thought, relieved, that at least one burden had been taken from them. If so, it would not be the first time that he had encountered parents who, either beaten by life or from what was to him an incomprehensible indifference, apparently did not react to what happened to their children. It seemed a kind of emotional paralysis. Himself, he probably worried more about his sons getting a driver's license than about his homicide cases, but maternal and paternal love were more natural to animals than to human beings, Salerno had come to believe. The Millers received in silence his questions about funeral arrangements. He tried to inquire about Judy's friends. Was she dating anyone? The question mocked itself. They did not know where or how she had been living. He gave them his card and left. Salerno felt like getting drunk, but it was just 8 o'clock. He decided to try the fish and chips, which was nearby. The bounty hunter and the whore might be there. Marcus Camden was shoveling in his evening meal. He did not look pleased to see the sergeant, but Salerno went right up to him. "How you doing, Marcus? Everything going all right?" "Oh, yeah. I just wish people would stop messing with my mind. I told you everything." Salerno did not think so. Gently, he probed Camden again about the events of the night before Halloween. What time had he seen Judy Miller? In what direction had she been heading when she left? Camden stuck to his previous answers. Salerno tried softening him up by asking him about his activities during the day, previous to his seeing Judy Miller. "Let's see. It was just a day, man. I don't know." "Well, did you work?" "I ain't been working. Somebody needs me, I work. They don't, I don't work." "What do you work at?" "You told me you were a disc jockey and a bounty hunter. Did you work at that lately?" Salerno's voice was middle register, calculated to reassure rather than to threaten. "I do a lot of things, man." He held up his big hands. From 2 fingers on the left hand, tips were missing. "These are lethal weapons. I go after you, it's assault with a deadly weapon. I've been a martial arts instructor. I take care of myself and anybody else. I've been a personal bodyguard." "You must be pretty tough." "Listen, you want something done, I'll take care of it. I'll do anything necessary for you for $250 a day." "That's pretty reasonable. Do you own a car?" "A car? No. I ain't got wheels at the present time. Wheels come extra." Salerno had not considered Marcus Camden much of a suspect anyway. There was something too frantic about him for a crime like this. He might have killed people in fights, but Salerno could not imagine him doing something as deliberate as these 2 murders seemed to have been. And if he was telling the truth about not having a car, that would make him still less suspect. The killers must have had a car. But Camden undoubtedly believed himself a suspect, and if he had seen more of Judy Miller that night, he might be afraid to reveal it. "They tell me you're called Youngblood on the street," Salerno said. "Yeah, that's me. I'm Youngblood." "Well, Youngblood, try to remember what you were doing on that day. It could help us. It was Sunday, remember? The day before Halloween?" "Yeah, okay. It's coming back. It was like this, okay? I got up late, right? I went out and crushed somebody's elbow that owed me some money. And then I went and kicked the door in and took care of some other people. Then I went back to the hotel. The hotel where you live, right? The Gilbert Hotel? Right. I took and went back to the hotel, took a shower, went out and talked to a police officer. A police officer? Sheriff's deputy? LAPD? What's his name? Can't recall. Jim. Charlie could be. What did you talk to him about? Nothing in particular. I seen the guy. I talked to him. I seen him around. He's all right. And after I left him, I went down and made a big scene at the hot dog stand. And I came back to the Gilbert Hotel and like to put a man in the hospital because he was getting a little bit too upset. And after that, that was it. That was my daytime story. This guy was getting too upset? He was blocking the stairs, man. I helped him along. I helped him downstairs. That was it. And later that night, you saw Judy Miller here. That's right. That's the last I seen of her. You sure that's the last you saw of her? That's it. She just split. You have no idea where she went? She could have went anywheres, right? Looks like she went out and bought it, what you tell me. 4. It finally made the papers, Bianchi said. He was on the phone to Buono. Little dipshit story way back where nobody will read it. You at work? Hell no, I took off. They think I have cancer. Bianchi enjoyed telling people he had to go for a chemotherapy treatment when he didn't feel like working. He was lounging in his Hollywood apartment, which he shared with his girlfriend. I'm at Tamarind. Kelly's out. I don't want you calling me about this shit from work. Angelo, Bianchi said in his unmodulated, boyish way. I know that much. Anyway, it's in the paper. It might be on the news tonight. They still don't know who she is. Was. The cunt don't have no name? The sheriff's asking for public assistance. Can you beat that? Maybe we should help them out. They might offer a reward. Boy, that would be something. We gotta figure out how to make money from this deal. How many times do you think we could work this thing? The scam's a winner. The scam's foolproof. We can do what we goddamn like, just so we're careful. The buzzard strikes again. Gotta be another, Angelo said. We do another, we put every bitch on notice. One other, anyways. You know, you're right. I mean, nobody's going to notice this, looks like. Got to be done. Some girls deserve to die. Dead people tell no tales. Yeah. Tonight? I got too much work piled up here. I'm gonna be beat tonight. I got this Bentley. The guy's pissed it ain't ready. Maybe Saturday. And Saturday's not good for me. You know, Kelly likes to go out Saturday nights. I always said you was pussy-whipped. Okay, don't get me wrong. Saturday's okay. I got a customer. Angelo hung up. Bianchi reread the newspaper article a few times and spent the afternoon watching soap operas and browsing through the latest addition to his library of texts on psychology, psychoanalysis, and behavior therapy. The walls of his apartment were decorated with framed degrees and certificates, including a Master of Science from Columbia University and a diploma conferring on him the title of Certified Sex Therapist, in recognition of his attaining and requiring standards of competency awarded by the American Association of Sex Educators, Counselors, and Therapists, Washington, D.C. He kept other bogus degrees at the office he rented in North Hollywood at a nominal rate from a bona fide psychologist, Dr. Charles Weingarten, who had been most impressed by the spiel Bianchi had spun for him about Gestalt therapy and transactional analysis. Dr. Weingarten had thought the young Bianchi so pleasant and so sincere that he had been moved to give a struggling colleague a break. At this office in a tower on Lancashire Boulevard in the San Fernando Valley, Dr. Bianchi offered weight reduction counseling to young women. Some had responded to a flyer Bianchi had distributed which bore the salutation, "Hi, neighbor," and asked why anyone would want to pay exorbitant fees for counseling when Dr. Bianchi from Columbia University would answer any 5 questions for $10. Bianchi's office walls displayed an honorary doctorate in psychiatry from the National Psychiatric Association of America and a Certificate of Achievement Award of Merit as intern in residence, Strong Memorial Hospital, New York City. His practice, however, cannot be said to have flourished. He was leading such a varied, busy life, he had not been able to devote his full intellectual resources to counseling, but there was the future. In the meantime, he had another scam cooking. One day, looking respectable in his 3-piece suit and carrying his attaché case, he wandered into some offices at Universal Studios, having conned his way past the guarded gates, and hung around as though he had an appointment, waiting for a receptionist to leave her desk. When she did, he grabbed some stationery and left. He knew it would be of use in carrying out his new idea. He would pose as a movie scout. Every other girl he met in Los Angeles aspired to stardom. Why not encourage their hopes and pick up some cash? He was especially short of money now that a prostitution scheme he and Angelo had shared was defunct. The wind from the east, 30 and 40 miles an hour, was whipping the Italian flag Saturday night, November 5th, when Bianchi arrived at Angelo's house. He had been telephoning all week, anxious to make thorough preparations, but Angelo had been closed-mouthed as usual, saying he would take care of everything. All Kenny had to do was follow orders. Angelo had suggested, however, that it would be a good idea for Kenny to obtain a police badge too, and it tipped him off to a swap meet where you could get anything you wanted: badges, guns, uniforms. Bianchi found Angelo watching television in the den and proudly showed him the new badge. It was the star of the California Highway Patrol. "Great," Angelo said. "You dumb shit. You think we're giving traffic tickets?" Angelo's badge was an LAPD shield. "Well, it don't probably matter. Cunts don't know the difference. You get away all right? You get permission to go out like a good boy?" "Come on," Bianchi said. "She understands. I come and go as I please." "Sure." But Kelly and Kenny had fought over his going out on a Saturday night. He had said he needed to be alone. She had accused him of neglecting her because she was pregnant. By the time he had left, he had told her that no man wanted to spend time with a pregnant bitch who was sick all the time, and he reminded her that he had said all along that she should get an abortion. Driving over to Glendale, he was already planning how to mollify her the next day. He would write her a poem and bring her flowers. The poem would be about sadness and loneliness and their child growing within her. She would go for it. "I'm ready when you are," Bianchi said. Angelo looked up at him and stared. Angelo was wearing a t-shirt. Through the hair on his strong, long arms, his tattoos showed. On the left forearm, a capital B in Old English lettering, a black panther on the left upper arm. On the right upper arm, the head of a panther. On the right forearm, a rose with a banner proclaiming Mother. He continued, staring at Bianchi. "What are you staring at me, Angelo? Makes me nervous. Hey, Tony, why are you staring at me like that?" Angelo let a smile form. "You know, me Numi. You know." Bianchi followed Angelo into the kitchen. On the counter, he had laid out everything: tape, foam, rag, cord. So prudent, he had already cut everything into the right lengths. He had even stuck the foam onto a long piece of tape, so that all they would have to do was apply it to her eyes and wrap her head, whoever she would be. "No sense running back and forth from the shop," Angelo said. "I'll get a shirt and my jacket." Outside at the car, the wind blowing, the night smogless and starry, Angelo had another idea and stepped into his shop. He produced a flashlight, bright metal with a red plastic rim around the glass. "This'll be a good touch," he said. Bianchi drove this time. At the corner of San Fernando and Los Feliz, just a couple of blocks from Forest Lawn, Angelo pointed to a Mexican fast food restaurant and said, "Pull over there. I gotta get something to eat." Bianchi waited in the car until Buono came out, bearing a big beef burrito. As they pulled out of the restaurant, Buono mumbled through a mouthful of tortilla, "Hey, look over there. Beep your horn." Across the street at a gas station, Angelo had spotted one of his ex-wives, Candy, and their daughter, Grace. Bianchi beeped, everyone waved, and Bianchi headed the Cadillac for Hollywood. They turned down Western and out Sunset to the Strip, passing Carney's, the railroad diner, glancing at each other to acknowledge a now hallowed spot. The Strip was alive, the traffic thick, the sidewalks crowded, too crowded for a pickup. At La Cienega Boulevard, Buono told Bianchi to head back toward Hollywood. They would try the side streets, the dimly lit ones. "We could check out the parking lots," Buono said. "I was thinking she doesn't even have to be a hooker, you know." "What do you mean?" "Why she have to be a hooker? With this scam, we could stop anybody. We could stop a fucking nun, see what I mean? We got our pick of the city, me know me. We got it all. You gotta think big. We could find us a virgin." "You're really on tonight, Angelo." Angelo outlined the possibilities. Why, he wondered, couldn't they carry their police ruse one step further? They could stop a girl, any girl, say they're taking her in. Once she's in the car, it's all over. The girl wouldn't even have to be walking. She could be driving. They could spot some girl driving alone and just follow her. She would stop somewhere. She would be driving home. She would lead them to some side street with nobody on it, and they could make their move. Bianchi agreed that it could work. It was worth a try. With this scam, there was no telling what they could do. "I can taste it," Bianchi said. "I can taste it now." "Just keep your pecker in your pants till we get home." At Highland, they turned left, northward toward the Hollywood Hills. "I'll try around my place," Bianchi said. "Not too close." And then they spotted her. A dark-headed girl driving a lime green Beetle convertible. "Follow that," Buono said. "Get close enough we can look her over. Follow her." The Beetle turned right onto Franklin with the Cadillac in pursuit, crossed Cahuenga and Vine, passed under the Hollywood Freeway, and turned left onto Argyle Avenue, a street of apartment houses. "Slow down," Buono said. "She's going to park." Near the corner of Argyle and Dick Street, the girl stopped against the curb and switched off her lights. "Just double park behind her," Buono said. "Get your badge ready. Be cool. Be real cool. Looks good. No one else around." As the girl got out of her car and started to lock the door, Buono and Bianchi were on her. Buono had his flashlight. "Police officers," Bianchi said, quickly showing her his CHP star, which he had pinned to his wallet, and just as quickly slipping it back into the pocket of his leather coat. "May we see some identification?" The girl fumbled in her purse and brought out her driver's license. Bianchi glanced at the license and handed it to Buono, who shined his flashlight on it. "Why am I being stopped?" Lisa Caston asked. "Did I run a red light or something?" "There's been some trouble, Miss, Buono tried to puzzle out the syllables of her name on the license. Bianchi looked at it under the flashlight. "There's been a robbery, Miss Caston," Bianchi said. "Your car was pointed out by a witness as leaving the scene." "That's ridiculous," Lisa Caston said. "I just got off work." "Where do you work?" Bianchi asked. "Health Fair Restaurant. I'm a waitress." "A waitress? And what is the location of the Health Fair Restaurant?" "Vine Street." "That's very near where the alleged robbery took place." "You have to go along with us," Buono said. "We'll have to take you in for questioning." "This is a complete mistake," she said. "I haven't done anything. There must be hundreds of cars like mine around. There's been a mistake." "It's a very distinctive color," Bianchi said. "You'll have to come with us. Just step over to our car there." "You have no reason at all to question me," Lisa Caston said. Her voice was beginning to sound angry, and she made a step backward toward her car. "You don't want to make a scene here," Angelo said, approaching her. "You have no right," she said, her voice rising. "You don't want to start something here on the street, do you?" Bianchi said. "So you'd better just come along with us, and if everything checks out, we'll bring you back again. If you haven't done anything, everything will check out. That's what we have our systems for. You'd better step over to our car now." Lisa Caston hesitated, then walked slowly over to the Cadillac. Buono opened the right rear door and ushered her in, sitting down beside her. As they started up, Bianchi clicked the automatic door locks. He made a U-turn, headed east on Franklin and past Tamarind Avenue, his own street. At Western, he turned left, and Angelo said, "I'm going to have to put handcuffs on you." "You must be kidding. What is this? Why do you guys have to play cops and robbers? You don't have to handcuff me. I'm telling you, I haven't done anything." "It's procedure," Angelo said. "It's police procedure." "Wait a minute. There's no need for you to put handcuffs on me." She lowered her voice. "Look, I'm not going anyplace. You've got me. I can't go anywhere. I'm not going anywhere." "We really wish we didn't have to, Miss Caston," Bianchi said soothingly from the driver's seat. "Believe me, if it were up to us, we wouldn't do it. But you have to understand, some suspects aren't nearly as cooperative as we know you'll be. We've had some pretty ugly incidents, if you understand me. Officers have been hurt, just doing their duty. So we've evolved these procedures, because if you make one exception, then the whole system breaks down. We hope you understand." "Fine," she said, sighing. She leaned forward, and Buono handcuffed her behind her back. "I'm double locking," he said. "That way they don't hurt." "This is a bunch of baloney," she said. "You guys are wasting your time. When you check me out, you're going to find out you wasted your time. This is a false arrest." "We have probable cause," Bianchi said. "I'm sure everything will check out. Then we can take you back." "I am completely innocent," she said. "I've never done anything in my life. I'm nothing but a lousy waitress. Why don't you pick on a real crook?" "We have to follow up leads," Bianchi said. "If you're innocent, you have nothing to worry about." From time to time, as they drove toward Glendale, Lisa Caston continued to protest, and when at last Bianchi pulled into Angelo's driveway and cut the motor, she refused to get out of the car. But Bianchi coaxed her into the house, suggesting that she had no choice, which she did not. From that point on, the procedure was the same as with Judy Miller, except that Angelo worried that this girl might fight, so he kept her handcuffed and cut off her clothes with a big pair of upholstery scissors. Naked, she appealed to neither cousin. Angelo especially was put off by her unshaven legs and derided her as some kind of health nut. He decided to pass up the sex this time, not even bothering to flip a coin, growing sullen and resentful at this affront to his intentions. Watching Kenny trying to work up some enthusiasm for rape in the spare bedroom, Angelo handed him a root beer bottle. Kenny applied the bottle with such eagerness and animation that he made her bleed, much to Angelo's irritation. To make sure she did not bleed on the carpet when she was strangled, Angelo spread a piece of her coat on the floor. The murder itself went as before, except that Angelo added one new twist, tightening and then slackening the cord, bringing her to the brink of death and back again several times over, delighting in the absolute power of it. At Kenny's request, the cousins traded places, with Bianchi doing the final killing while Buono, sitting on her knees and showing real passion for the first time that night, shouted, Die, cunt! Die! Her belongings safely in the dumpster, her body in the trunk, Angelo headed the Cadillac north toward the hills. About 2 miles from his house, he pointed out an apartment building on Chevy Chase where he had once lived. He knew the area well, he said. Nobody knows the city like the buzzard, Kenny said. After a very few minutes, they were in the hills, but not high up this time. It was the beginning of a canyon, dotted with expensive, rather new houses, and then on the left, the golf course of the Chevy Chase Country Club. At a bend in the road, there were no houses on the right, and the golf course, fenced and bordered by big eucalyptus trees, was on the left. Angelo drove ahead until he could make a U-turn, came back down to the relatively secluded spot beside the golf course, stopped the car, and cut the headlights, but left the motor running. Bianchi reached into the glove compartment and pushed the trunk button. "Make it quick," Angelo said. "Nobody's coming." The wind blew hard. With all the trees, it was very dark. Between the golf course fence and the road lay a deep drainage ditch, then a steep embankment, then a metal guardrail about 3 feet high. They swung the body over the guardrail, trying to heave it into the ditch, but she landed heavily and rolled with a rustling of leaves down the embankment about 15 feet and came to rest against an invisible guy wire. Up the road, Angelo spotted headlights. "Let's go," he said. "You drive." As Angelo nipped around the back of the Cadillac, he grabbed from the trunk a remnant of Lisa Kasten's coat, which he had used to keep the body from bleeding onto the car, and slammed the lid. The other car passed them as they drove off. "You think that guy noticed anything?" Angelo asked. "Nah. What are you going to do with the coat?" "Pull over at the next corner." Angelo stuffed the bloody remnant down a curbside storm drain. "It was a bust, you know that?" Angelo said as they approached Colorado Street. "It wasn't worth it. She was a dog. If I'd have known it would turn out like this, I'd have watched TV." Kenny had to agree. Although he said that the slow strangulation had been good, it offered all kinds of possibilities. Disappointment burdened them during the next couple of days. On the phone, they agreed that the foul-up could be traced to the process of selection. They had been overeager, picking out Lisa Kasten because she was easy prey. They had ignored aesthetics. There ought to be some way of signaling approval to each other before a girl was finally chosen. Following her onto a poorly lit street had been an error, since neither of them had gotten a good look at her. With all the girls in L.A., why should they settle for anything but the tops? It had been like casting an unknown actress without a screen test. "We couldn't really tell how bad she was until we got her clothes off," Bianchi said. "Bullshit," Angelo said. You can tell. We moved too fast, that's all. What's the rush? We could take all night finding the right one. We could take all week." "Yeah, we could really look one over. We could find something totally choice." "You got it. There are thousands, me, thousands." It was a mere 4 nights later that they decided to go for it again. There had been no public notice as yet of Lisa Kasten's death. The city knew nothing of the act, and to Buono and Bianchi, it had become an irritating non-event, a draw in a bout that cried out for a rematch. On Wednesday evening, November 9th, Bianchi dropped in to see Angelo. They were going to discuss strategy merely. Bianchi found Angelo out back stroking his rabbits in the darkness, with Sparky barking jealously at his feet. Inside, they rehearsed again the inadequacies of Lisa Kasten. Sheltered by the house that had now concealed 2 successful murders, they grew agitated. Angelo floated about, straightening, dusting, checking the fish, as Bianchi talked. They had the perfect setup. It would be a crime not to take better advantage of it. How many other guys had a chance like this? There had never been such a scam. As long as they were careful, it could work again and again. "Yeah, there's got to be a limit," Angelo said. "We go too far, we're going to slip up. We can't do every girl in town. Keep your lid on, Kenny. Right, Bianchi said. But I tell you, we got it made. I can taste it, Tony. I can taste it. Let me get my jacket, Angelo said. We going now? Tonight? You got it. But calm down, will you, asshole? This time, it's perfect. Understand me? And one other thing. We don't find the right one. We don't go for just anything. See what I mean? We forget it this time. We come back here and we figure this just wasn't the night, right? I got a feeling this is going to be it. That's real nice. But if I say no go, it's no go. Understand? I say it's no good, we scrub the mission. I ain't even gonna lay out the stuff this time. Maybe that was bad luck. Sometimes you plan everything. It puts a jinx. Sometimes you just gotta see how it goes. Follow me? I follow you. You're the boss, Angelo. You're the captain. Don't forget it. Bianchi drove his Cadillac. In Hollywood, they cruised slowly down the boulevard along the Strip. There were plenty of whores. None appealed. I feel like getting some fresh pussy, Angelo said. Maybe we should try another area. Maybe we should try Westwood. We could get some UCLA cheerleader, a blonde. Too far. Let's try around my place again. It's after 10. There's girls around there, always are. We could get somebody coming out of a movie. Go ahead. Back in his own neighborhood, Bianchi checked the parking area of his apartment building on Tamarin to make sure Kelly's Mazda was there. It was. He didn't want her going out at night without his knowing it, even if she was pregnant. She was into her 6th month. On Franklin, they passed 2 girls walking together, considered them, passed them up. And then, in front of the Mayfair Market at the corner of Franklin and Bronson, they observed a girl standing alone next to a bus bench. She was slim and blonde, wearing tight jeans rolled at the bottoms. Bianchi slowed. They took a good look, cruising past. Do you see what I see? Buono asked. You bet I do. What do you want to do? Bianchi headed around the block. They agreed that this one looked prime, at first glance anyway. But Angelo wanted another look. He told Bianchi to approach the bus bench on Franklin again. A block or so east of the bus stop, they pulled up to the curb, stopped, and looked. She was sitting on the bench now, apparently waiting for the bus. She had her long legs out in front of her, crossed at the ankles. Super shoes, Bianchi said. High heels. She ain't no slob, I can see that much. What do you want to do? She won't go with 2 guys. Right out there in the open, we gotta get her easy. She's gotta wanna go. Tell you what, I'll go talk to her. Then you come back, I'll think of something. Sit here a minute. See if she's getting a ride. Let me rap with her, Bianchi said. Yeah? Okay. What are you gonna use? You know me, Bianchi said. I can bullshit anyone. Look at her. She's choice. Look at that. I'll go talk to her. You drive around for a few minutes. Give me some time. Then you come back and, I know, you offer me a ride. We know each other, okay? You offer me a ride, and I offer her a ride, and if I do this right, she'll come along. It might work. No badges? I might work that in. No, I'll get that in somehow. Leave it to me. I'll get the chick to go along. Let me off in the supermarket parking lot over there. It's like I just came out of the market. They switched places, and Angelo let Bianchi out in the parking lot and took off. Bianchi approached the bus bench. He sat down next to the girl and looked her over unobtrusively. She was beautiful, blonde and angular, a model type. Her high-heeled shoes were silver below her rolled tight jeans. Hi, he said. Excuse me, do you know when the bus is coming? We just missed one. There might be another soon. It might be half an hour. You know how they are. I know. My car, I can't believe it. My car's in the shop and, gosh, it's terrible. Public transportation in Los Angeles is really terrible. I can't wait until I get my car back. You're not from L.A.? Back east originally, Bianchi said. Rochester, New York. You know, Kodak, where all the film gets made. I've been out here a while, though. I'm getting my feet on the ground anyway. You meet some nice people. People are friendly out here, I'll say that. Everybody's got a smile on their face. It's not like back east. Back east, you know, you talk to somebody at a bus stop, they think you're crazy. It's not like that out here. I like that. I really, really do. You just get off work or something? His voice, his manner, so unaggressive, rather epicene, reassured her. No, I just came from acting class over there. She pointed to an ornate, castle-like building across the street. Bianchi noticed that her hand was long and tapered and graceful. He looked down at her silver shoes again. What's that building? Is that a studio or something? It's one of the Scientology buildings. Scientology Manor. That's where they have the acting workshop. Oh, that's interesting. An acting workshop. Is it just acting, or does it have something to do with Scientology? Like, is it part of the religion, or what? She gave a little laugh. Well, in a way, everything is connected to Scientology. It's a little of both. What I mean is, the acting is based on principles of Scientology. If you understand the principles, you can do anything, really. You must be into Scientology. I don't know much about it. I've heard about it. It's not weird or anything, is it? I'm more into psychology myself, Gestalt and behavioristic theory. You don't look like a weird person yourself. You look pretty normal and healthy to me. There's nothing weird about it, she said. Some people are just jealous, that's all. They try to give it a bad name. The other religions, they're afraid if everyone knew how wonderful it is, they'd lose people, that's all. It's human nature. I'm sure that's true. But I mean, do you go to church or what? Yes, there's so much to it. Tell me something about it. I'm really interested. I mean, if so many people are in it, it must have something. Bianchi feigned an eager interest as she discoursed on Scientology. She explained at length that she had her reality just as he had his. Hey, Bianchi said. There's my friend. Can you beat that? Hey! He waved as though signaling Angelo, who brought the Cadillac to a stop in front of the bus bench. Angelo gave the horn a friendly toot-toot and lowered the window. Hey, Tony, how about a lift? Can you take me home? Sure. Where you been? Where you been hiding? Bianchi approached the car window and, leaning in, whispered to Buono that he was going to ask the girl if she wanted a ride. Angelo nodded. Say, Bianchi said to the girl, my friend Tony says if you're not going too far, he'll give you a ride too. We really lucked out tonight. I don't think so, she said. I think I'll just wait for the bus. It's okay. You don't have to worry, Bianchi said. That's my cousin. Don't worry, we're both in the L.A. Police Reserve. He flashed his badge at her. I'll tell you, you're a lot safer with us than sitting here alone on this corner. I hope you don't live too far, though. That's the only thing. I don't want to put him out. I hope you understand. I don't live far. Straight down Franklin. Great, hop in. He opened the front door for her. Okay. Bianchi got in the front seat after her. They headed west on Franklin. This is my cousin, Tony Buono. And Tony, this is... I'm sorry, I forgot to ask your name. Jane King. Tony, this is Jane. I'm Kenny, Kenny Bianchi. Hi, Kenny. This is awfully nice of you guys. It's nothing, Bianchi said. Glad to help out. I don't like seeing a nice girl in Hollywood alone anyway. You don't have a car? My roommate sometimes picks me up. That's a better idea. Say, Tony, pull into that market over there, would you? I need some cigarettes. Yeah, I do too. He drove into the Hughes Market at the corner of Highland. Do you mind waiting in the car for a minute? Bianchi asked. We'll be right out. Do you need anything? Cigarettes or gum or anything, Jane? No, I'll be fine. Take your time. In the market, Bianchi asked Buono what he thought. Buono gave his hearty approval. He thought that Jane King was one of the best-looking chicks he had seen in a long time. How had Bianchi conned her? Never mind. She's one of those Scientology crazies. The thing is, we've got her so she trusts us. We could handcuff her now. Or better, if we could just get her to ride with us all the way home. She won't fall for a party or something, though. She's pretty cautious. Tell her I gotta go home first. Tell her you'll take her home after that. I'll try it. In the car. Listen, Jane, would you mind something? The thing is, my cousin here, he's such a nice guy. He didn't want to tell us, but he really has to go home right away. He's got some things to do, and he'll really be messed up if he doesn't get home right away. And the thing is, he could go home, and then I could drop you off, if that's all right. It's too much trouble for you guys. No, really. I mean, we can't offer you a ride and then say no, can we? It's no trouble. No trouble for me at all. Okay, I really appreciate it. Bianchi switched on some music, and Jane King did not even seem to notice how far they were going, up over the Hollywood Hills, down along Forest Lawn Drive, and on to Glendale. It was after 11 at night. Traffic was light. Jane King stared ahead, nestled between the Samaritans, content with her good luck, listening to the music and rhythmically chewing on the gum Bianchi had given her. She hummed the tunes she recognized. Bianchi commented on her ring. It was called a mood ring, she said. It changed colors with her mood. She said she was in a good mood now. Bianchi kept expecting her to ask how far they were going, and when she did not, he wondered whether she was spaced out on something. He wished he had a joint on him. He would have offered her a toke. This was so easy, and he was proud of his negotiating skills. In the big car, distances rolled by like clouds. In the driveway, Angelo switched off the motor. Sparky ran up. For a moment, the three of them sat there. Jane King waiting for Angelo to get out and Bianchi to drive her home. Bianchi looked at Buono behind Jane King's head and saw him give a slight nod. Angelo grabbed her left arm, Bianchi her right. She started squirming. "What are you doing? What's going on?" Angelo pulled out the handcuffs with his free hand. "Don't hurt me. Let me go." They pushed her forward and forced her hands together behind her back, and Angelo snapped the cuffs. Bianchi grabbed her purse. "Keep your mouth shut," Angelo said, "and nothing's going to happen to you." She began to shake. She let out a sound. "Just button that lip." Inside, they sat her down in the easy chair. "Don't be nervous, honey," Angelo said. "Nothing's going to happen to you. Keep calm and keep your mouth closed." Sotto voce, he told Bianchi to watch her while he went to the shop to get the materials. This time he brought some sponge rubber, a white rag, and coarse brown twine. With the tape and scissors from the kitchen, he was ready. He worked quickly. Jane King, trembling violently, was gagged and blindfolded in seconds. He stood her up and removed the handcuffs, saying that she wasn't going to be any trouble, but as soon as he had removed her light jacket, she began flailing her arms, so he clapped on the cuffs again and cut her blouse and bra free with the scissors. Her skin was pale. Her frail rib cage heaved. Angelo unzipped the fly of her jeans and with great effort began to drag them down. "She's sewn into these things," he said. "Tight to show her ass. Cunts love to show their ass if they've got one. Nice ass." He smoothed his hand across the round buttock. "Lift your leg." He removed a shoe. Silver fucking shoes. Class. "Lift the other leg, honey." Now she stood in green pantyhose. Angelo pulled them down. Then he stood back, pointing, grinning, doing a little hop from foot to foot like Geppetto gleeful at a new puppet. Wordlessly pointing, he motioned Bianchi to come around from behind her for a look. She stood there, a moon-tinted offering, slender, bound, a silvery Undine, her narrow thighs pressed together and quivering, tapering upward to an absence. She had no pubic hair. "Bald pussy," Angelo whispered reverently. He gripped his hands together and lowered his head. "Shaved pussy, can you believe it? We must be living right. Hurry up, man, I can't wait for this. Stash your stuff over there by the mirror." Angelo permitted himself a long, appreciative gaze at her. So helpless, her hands linked behind her back, her sex bare as a girl child's, blindfolded and gagged, her narrow feet self-consciously pressed together. She was everything Angelo Buono could desire, a tender, virgin vessel, soft-hued as ivory, immaculate, enslaved. He led Jane King into the spare bedroom, put her on her back on the bed, and told her in a low, paternal voice that nothing was going to happen to her. He returned to the living room and found Bianchi already putting her belongings into a garbage bag. "Don't put the purse in yet. We want to go through it. How are we going to do this? Shit." He rubbed his crotch. "I need to go first. I want a real bad man. But I'll show you what kind of guy I am. We'll flip a coin just like before." Angelo won the toss. He shook Kenny's hand and disappeared into the spare bedroom. Kenny decided that he wanted to see this one from the beginning. Quietly, he stepped into Angelo's bedroom and took up a position behind the hanging beads in the doorway. He watched as Jane King did everything she could to deny Angelo, protesting that only her boyfriend was allowed to see her naked and to have sex with her, then questioning whether her boyfriend had set this scene up as a sick joke. She gave in to Angelo's stabs when he threatened to beat her if she continued to resist. When he was done, Angelo pronounced her choice. But with Kenny, she was equally resisting, saying that she might not be able to do anything about what was happening to her, but she was not going to pretend to like it. Hearing this, Angelo got an idea. He brought in the twine and worked quickly. "She needs a lesson," he said. He wrapped the twine around her ankles, turned her over, forced her legs backward toward her arms, and wrapped the twine around her handcuffed wrists, hog-tying her. Bianchi, picking up his cue, mounted her from behind as Angelo watched, pulling out his penis, feeling himself, ejaculating as Bianchi reached his own climax. "Stay in her," Angelo said. From the kitchen he brought a vegetable bag, and Bianchi, still in her from behind, forced the bag over her head and wrapped the twine around her throat. "See if you can get off again," Angelo said. He pulled. Bianchi pumped. Jane King screamed within the bag, trying vainly to suck air. Building on his technique with Lisa Caston, Angelo let the twine slacken, reviving her, then pulled again. He repeated the pulling and slackening several times as Bianchi rutted, but finally, Jane King had no more breath. Bianchi finished after she was dead. "I could have gone on longer," Kenny said. "I could have gone on all night. She's still hot." Searching her purse, they were surprised to learn from her driver's license that she had been born in 1949. "Well preserved," Kenny called her. "She's the kind of chick that would have looked good at 40. "We let her die gorgeous," Angelo said. "We did her a favor." Angelo drove. As usual, he said nothing of his destination. This time he headed back toward Griffith Park. It was now after 1 in the morning and the cars were few. "We'll head up there," he said, pointing vaguely in the direction of Dodger Stadium, holding a steady 55 on the Golden State Freeway, but he slowed as he approached the Los Feliz off-ramp. On the off-ramp, curved and dark with trees and heavy shrubbery, he suddenly pulled off to the side, saying, "Quick, let's dump her here. Move fast." They threw Jane King well into some bushes. "No one will see her there," Angelo said as he drove off. She could be there till somebody gets out to take a piss. She could be there for days. Somebody'll get a shock. Bianchi laughed. What'll you think of next? You never know. During the next few days, they talked about what a great success the Jane King murder had been. Angelo recapitulated the pleasures of her shaved pubis. The weekend arrived without any press or television coverage of their latest act. Impunitas semper adderetura invitat, goes the Latin legal maxim. Impunity always invites to greater crimes. They were beginning to feel invincible. There was no telling what they might be able to get away with. Angelo, still praising Jane King, began suggesting the next logical step: to abduct a very young girl, a schoolgirl, unspoiled, inviolate, barely ripe and helpless. A girl, Angelo emphasized, who did not have anything to shave or only the first fuzzy hints of womanhood. Bianchi said that he had never been with so young a girl, but had often fantasized about it. The buttery baby's skin, the thin little voice, the hairless smallness. Angelo assured him that there was nothing comparable to very young girls, their helplessness, their fear, their crying out. To make a sacrifice of one, that would be something to make life worth living. If they could find one and break her in, and then kill her, she would have lived just for them. They would be her beginning and her end. That would be the ultimate snuff. On Sunday, November 13th, 4 days after Jane King, Buono and Bianchi drove over to the Eagle Rock Plaza in search of their Vestal Virgin. 5. Jane King lay moldering beside that Golden State off-ramp during that week and the next. Her roommate and boyfriend reported her missing. The roommate, a young man she had met through an apartment-sharing service, who lived with her only to share rent and to enjoy safety in numbers, had seen her near 6 o'clock that Wednesday evening. They had eaten TV dinners before she had gone off to her Scientology class. Her boyfriend had not been with her since the previous Friday, when she had spent the night with him. They had quarreled a couple of days later because he had not wished to spend another night with her, but he had telephoned Wednesday evening and had been told she was at a Scientology class. Her fellow students at Scientology Manor described her as a quiet girl, introverted, fond of exercise and salads. One of her friends there, a girl who had roomed with her that past summer, said that she had offered Jane a ride home after class at 11, but Jane had preferred to take the bus. On other nights, Jane had complained that she was wary of sitting alone at bus stops and often preferred to hitchhike. That way you could select the person to hitch a ride from, Jane had said. You could tell by looking at a person whether he was all right. Jane had not been known for logic. Her friends liked to call her Jupiter Jane. Frank Salerno was then aware of none of this. Other officers were handling Jane King as a missing person. Until and if she turned up dead, there was no call for the Homicide Bureau. Salerno was spending his days and nights pursuing the Judy Miller case and keeping an eye on the Lisa Kasten investigation. His partner, an older detective, was helping out, but was due to retire soon, so Salerno felt that this was really his own case for now, unless another body showed up. He spoke to the bounty hunter Marcus Camden again, getting nothing more out of him but still sensing that he had more to tell. Salerno decided to check out Pam Pelletier, the prostitute. Maybe she had more to tell about seeing Judy Miller leave the International hot dog stand early Halloween morning. Pam Pelletier turned out to be one of those many tantalizing but false leads which take up most of a detective's time. When she seemed to be unable to recall much of anything, Salerno asked her to undergo hypnosis, and she revealed that she had worked in her spare time as the subject for a professional hypnotist, who she said had hypnotized her thousands of times before audiences. She was so used to this man's techniques, she doubted that she could be put under by anyone else, Salerno acquiesced and permitted her hypnotist to work on her in an office in Hollywood, where for hours she recalled the sad story of her life. Constant moving around, changing men, attending the Woodstock Festival, 3 times giving birth, ending up in Hollywood drugging and hustling, drifting. It was a familiar story to Salerno, and not helpful. When the hypnotist at last got around to asking her about Halloween and Judy Miller, Pam Pelletier spun out a tale Salerno believed was imagined about seeing Judy Miller take off with a light-skinned Negro in a maroon pimp hat who had eyes like a Doberman. The hypnotist obligingly drew Salerno a sketch of this improbable suspect, complete with mirrors and buckles on his hat and a Teddy Roosevelt mustache. This was one instance, Salerno felt, in which hypnosis had stimulated the imagination rather than the memory of a suspect. He had to keep himself from snickering when the hypnotist awakened Pam Pelletier by shouting at her. "You will not feel anything but great. You will feel as though you just had a steam bath, a cold shower, or a complete body massage. 1, you're waking up. 2, completely relaxed. 3, light, elevated, exceptionally clear-headed. 4, look at you. 5, you're wide awake, and now you will be able to resume whatever miserable life to which you are accustomed." Listening to Pam Pelletier's ramblings made Salerno think that he had better check out Marcus Camden again, unless he wanted to waste days looking for the guy in the pimp hat. He would file his report on Pam Pelletier, but he did not think anything she had said would end up meaning much. This time Salerno cornered Marcus Camden at the Fish and Chips, and let him know that since it appeared that he was the last person to have seen Judy Miller alive, he would have to be considered a suspect. Blood tests would have to be run on him. They would have to take samples of his hair, stuff like that. Without threatening him, Salerno let Camden know that this was serious. If he knew anything else, he had better come across with it now. Camden understood. He suggested they take a walk. Out on the boulevard, Camden had a lot more to tell. He admitted that he had seen more of Judy Miller than he had let on, but he hoped Salerno understood his point of view, too. He had not done anything, yet he didn't want to say anything to incriminate himself. Salerno assured him that he had nothing to worry about. The more he helped the police, the better off he would be. "I'm a law enforcement kind of guy myself," Camden said. "Fine. Go ahead. What happened?" Camden talked. He had not let Judy Miller walk off from the Fish and Chips that night. After he had chatted with her for a while, he had invited her back to his room at the Gilbert Hotel. "You had sex with her?" "Yeah. You see now I didn't want to say nothing?" "You had sex with her. Anything unusual?" "Just a straight lay, man. I mean, it was nothing." "Then what happened?" "Let's see. We took a shower. She said she was hungry. She was broke, man, and thin, real thin. I didn't have nothing to give her. I give her a bra." "You keep a lot of bras around?" "No, don't get me wrong. It was just some bra one of my girlfriends left behind. I give it to Judy Miller. She didn't have nothing. Then I said, okay, so let's go get something to eat or a cup of coffee or something." The Gilbert Hotel was on Wilcox, just above Sunset. Camden said that he and Judy Miller had walked down to Sunset and turned west. They had walked for a long time. She was looking for a trick. She had said that she needed a trick, but because she was walking with Camden, nobody stopped. Eventually, they ended up at a place that looked like a railroad car. "Carney's?" Salerno asked. "Carney's Railroad Diner." "That's it. Anyways, we went into this place and got coffee. Then she left to find a trick." "Did you see her pick up a trick?" "I'm getting to that." Camden said that Judy Miller had gone outside. He had watched her through the window of the Railroad Diner for a while. "Where was she standing?" "Right in the driveway between the diner and some store. It was a kitchen place, sold pots and pans or something. I was a little worried about the chick. I don't know why." So I took and went outside and waited. You waited with her? Not with her. I sort of stood back, So after a while, this car pulls in. She starts talking to the guy, making arrangements. Wait a minute, Salerno said. What kind of car was it? Big car, a limo. A limousine? You're sure of that? It was a limo. Dark blue limousine, yeah. How close were you? Did you get a look at the guy driving? Was he alone? He was alone. Yeah, I saw him. I kind of moved closer. I got a good look. I'd say he looked like a Puerto Rican. Salerno wanted to know why the man looked like a Puerto Rican. Camden said that the man was dark with curly dark hair, Latin-looking. And he had a big nose. He remembered that now. The man had definitely had a big nose. Salerno questioned Camden several times about this description, but he stuck to it. Do you think you would recognize this guy if you saw him again? I would, Camden said. Salerno asked Camden whether he would mind driving over to the railroad diner so that he could demonstrate exactly what had happened. Camden said he would be happy to do that. As they approached the diner on Sunset, Salerno did not slow down until Camden pointed it out. Next door to the diner was a kitchen design and equipment store called, appropriately, Kitchens. Camden repeated his story exactly and added that after Judy Miller had gotten into the limousine, it had pulled out onto Sunset, had turned east, and had then turned south at the next corner, which was Sweetser. He had watched the limousine disappear down the hill. After checking Camden into Cedars-Sinai Hospital for tests, which Salerno doubted would show anything, he drove downtown to file his reports. The Sheriff's Homicide Bureau was in room 832 of the old Hall of Justice building at Temple and Spring, just across the street from the Criminal Courts building. Room 832 had been converted from a courtroom. The Manson case had been tried there, and now consisted of about 30 metal desks, each with a telephone lined up side by side in rows. The floor above its high ceiling was still a jail, holding cells for prisoners awaiting trial across the street, and when the prisoners got bored, they would amuse themselves by stopping up the toilets with paper and rags. You could tell when the prisoners were playing this game because the toilets would overflow and urine would drip down through the old ceiling and form little puddles on the detectives' desks. It was not an ideal place for a detective to work, puzzling out leads and making the endless phone calls that made up a good portion of his job, but morale in the Bureau was excellent. Sheriff's Homicide had the best record of obtaining convictions in the region, 71.6% versus 49.3% for the Los Angeles Police Department. Partisans of the LAPD would explain the discrepancy on the basis of a disparity in caseloads, but prosecutors and judges tended to rate the sheriffs higher, saying that it was more inclined to stick with a case as it progressed through the tangled court system, while the LAPD seemed to lose interest once an arrest was made. They also praised the sheriff's practice of preparing a detailed murder book for prosecutors, a meticulously arranged file of all material relevant to the case, with suggestions concerning the strongest and weakest points. The LAPD, it was said, presented only a miscellaneous file, which made the prosecutor's job more difficult and increased the chance that important elements of evidence might be overlooked or misconstrued. Again, people who were pro-LAPD had their own versions of the relative merits of the two departments, arguing that all that time spent shepherding cases through the courts could be better spent arresting more murderers. If the LAPD's conviction rate was lower, it was the fault of sloppy, lazy prosecutors and muddle-headed judges. That was where reform was needed. Why should the police do the court's job? The sheriffs, the LAPD would argue, was overly concerned with its public image. What no one would deny was that the rivalry between the two agencies was intense and of long historical standing. Officers of either department were always ready to cast aspersions on the other, usually in the form of dark allusions to the way they do things over there. The rivalry was much the same as that among the Army, Navy, and Air Force, and it had similar consequences: intensified esprit de corps within each department, and a tendency to secrecy and self-interest when cooperation between them was needed. They worked better alone than together, and when a case called for their combined efforts, as with a crime affecting both county and city jurisdictions, they too often worked at cross purposes. Salerno himself cared little about the rivalry. He had friends in the LAPD and would not hesitate to call on them, even though his loyalties were to the sheriffs. After he had written up his reports on Camden and Pelletier, he walked over to the Code 7 bar, a favorite police hangout a couple of blocks from his office, where he knew he would find members of both departments and deputy DAs and a newspaper reporter or two. As he ordered his scotch and water at the bar, a big LAPD homicide sergeant named Bob Grogan came over, threw his arm around Salerno, and told the bartender to put Salerno's drink on his tab. For himself, Grogan ordered a double straight shooter of John Jameson's Irish. "Hey, Frank," Grogan said with his big, booming Boston Irish voice. "What's happening?" "God damn it, you wouldn't believe what they laid on me today. A 1968 suicide. So now it's supposed to be a murder. Jesus Christ, I love those. Can you believe it? Why do they do this to me? Holy shit, 9 years too late, and they want me to make a case. I guess they want to make me prove what a genius I am." Bob Grogan was 6'3" and well over 200 pounds, but his brash Boston voice and his wild gestures made him seem even bigger. His buddies called him Cro-Magnon. He had been known to kick in a door, rumble past a cowering suspect, grab 2 beers from the refrigerator, slam the cans down on the table, and read the poor bastard his rights. Grogan had a fringe of red hair left on his bald head and a red mustache under his little nose on a broad red face that looked as though it had been airmailed over in a bottle from County Kerry. He had just turned 40. He asked Salerno what he was working on. "This strangling," Salerno said. "Runaway girl. And I've been living on Hollywood Boulevard." "Scum of the earth," Grogan said. "Worst collection of assholes in America. You find the parents?" "Took me 10 days. They didn't care, I guess. I don't know." "That's it, sure. Makes you feel terrific, doesn't it? You're trying to find who killed their kid and they don't give a shit. I'm telling you, Frank, this town is the ends of the earth. I had one like that last month. You know what I did? Listen to this. Will you listen to this? I find the parents' house, right? The family abode. A shithole. A fucking rat pit. So I knock on the door, and this cretin, this guy looks like he was strained through a sheet. Remember that one? This guy opens the door to the family abode, and he tells me to get the hell out of there. I wanted to kill him right there. It's a father, right? So I tell him, "Look, sir," I say, "I'm a homicide detective. Show him the badge. I'm here to find out who killed your daughter. I care who killed your daughter, for Christ's sake." He tells me to get the fuck out. "We don't want no cops here." The fucking illiterate turd doesn't want cops here. Listen, Frank, I got so pissed off. You know what I did? I lifted the son of a bitch up by the neck like this, right off the ground. His legs are dangling, and he's gurgling and trying to spit in my face, and I threw him into the street, and I handcuffed the asshole to a telephone pole. I said, "Don't go anywhere, motherfucker, and shut up or I'll kick the shit out of you." So I go inside, and you know, what a lovely group. What a beautiful collection of human beings. I wouldn't want my dog living there. And they all just glared at me like, "Get out of here, cop. We don't want you. We don't care who killed her. Fuck it." I left. Write it off. Listen, Frank, it's a great job we got, isn't it? Great to be appreciated. Have another. Have an Irish, Frank. It's okay, Salerno. Listen, Italians can drink Irish. You got special dispensation from me, Frank. Have one. It's the pure stuff. Salerno acquiesced. He did not know Grogan very well, but he enjoyed him. Grogan seemed to be in a perpetual state of moral outrage, an unusual condition for homicide detectives, most of whom kept their outrage buried if they had any left. Grogan had been a cop for his entire adult life, yet he continued to act and feel as though he had only recently discovered that people often cheat, lie, and murder one another. The lawyers who defended killers, Grogan liked to skewer with what was, for him, the most withering of all epithets: unethical. His blue eyes shot bolts of anger, judgment, humor, and disgust. "Frank," Grogan continued, his voice improper Bostonian, a shout, an order, a commandment. "You want to keep your sanity? Of course, I lost mine years ago. You want to keep your sanity? You gotta get a boat." "A boat?" "Yeah, I just bought a cabin cruiser, greatest thing in the world." Grogan explained that he had picked up a small bundle of cash working as a technical advisor to a new television series called T.J. Hooker. It was about an L.A. cop, and Grogan had dreamed up situations and characters. The production company had hired him at $1,200 a week for advice. They had fired him, however, when he told them flat out that they were ruining his ideas and turning the show into just another piece of Hollywood horse shit. But he had earned just enough to buy himself a new car and to put a down payment on the cabin cruiser. "I keep it down at Long Beach. Took my kids out last weekend. Greatest therapy in the world, Frank. I get out there and do a little fishing and a little drinking, go over to Catalina. I tell you, you could be anywhere. You could be in Tahiti, just sitting out there peaceful and quiet. I'm working on some fucking case. I don't care how bad it is. Now I know I've got that boat. I can get out there and there's nothing but ocean. You feel like a human being again. Come on out with me, Frank. Bring the wife and kids. You gotta get away from all this shit." 6. Even before he had begun murdering women, Angelo Buono had not been living the humdrum life of any ordinary upholsterer. If not glamorous, neither were his days dull. There were fast cars and frequent women. Fortunately for his wives, his marriages ended in divorce, but from his youth he was a ladies' man, and a lady killer in spirit long before flesh. Although he was more goat than horse, when in the mid-70s he chose Italian Stallion as his Citizens Band radio handle, inspired by the title of a pornographic movie, no one who knew him denied that he had earned it. Italian Stallion was by Angelo Buono Sr., out of Jenny Cellino. He claimed Sicilian breeding, and there is no reason to doubt the purity of line, but he was born in Rochester, New York, on October 5, 1934, the child of native-born parents and immigrant grandparents. His parents divorced, and he arrived in Los Angeles in the year of Gone with the Wind, 1939, accompanied by his mother and his 10-year-old sister, Cecilia. They settled in that section of the City of Angels, then known as Dogtown, so christened for its nearness to the municipal animal pound, northeast of downtown and Union Station. Only an old-timer would have called it Dogtown after World War II. It was Highland Park, the south edge of Glendale, and also, according to signs and maps, but never in the common tongue, the Elysian Valley, one of those places in Southern California like El Contento Drive and La Placentia and Happy Valley, named by way of some real estate developer's calculation of nirvana. Its most prominent feature was the Southern Pacific Freight Yard. With its freeways and broad streets and railroad tracks, the Elysian Valley had, by the 1960s, become nearly all steel and concrete, and except for rare days of wet or breezy weather, its air was so polluted that it would turn the windmill in a Dutch painting. In the 70s, it was still favored by newcomers to the city. The Chinese, descendants of railroad workers, had stayed on, but the Irish, originally railroad workers also, had scattered westward, supplanted mostly by Mexicans. The dog pound had yielded its place as touchstone to Dodger Stadium, that blue monument to an Easterner's vision and gall that overlooked Angelo's theater of operations to the north and downtown Los Angeles to the south. For 40 years, the Elysian Valley remained not the abode assigned by the Greeks to the blessed after death, but Angelo's stomping grounds. He rarely strayed farther from it than Hollywood, and although he often moved and married, his mother's house at 3113 Lacleda Avenue, just off Glendale Boulevard, was the omphalos of his life until her death in 1978. It must have been difficult for Jenny Angelo Buono to maintain that house in the early years, though it was small, a frame bungalow. Her salary as a pieceworker in a shoe factory, where she did top stitching, was minimal. Angelo Sr. later remarried and moved to Los Angeles to work as a security guard, but he was a remote, silent figure, and he had acquired another family to support. After her children were grown, Jenny would marry George White, an American Indian, but she raised the children on her own. Although Jenny's family were practicing Roman Catholics, Angelo had no formal religious instruction, and what spiritual inspiration he obtained from attending Mass did not impart with it a sense of sin, nor did his education in the Los Angeles public school system have much effect on him, since he went into the world without learning reading, writing, or arithmetic. Junior Buono, as his mother, much to his annoyance, called him, had his mind on other things, and only the indifference or liberality of teachers enabled him to pass through elementary school and Washington Irving Junior High on to John Marshall High School. It cannot be said of him that he grew up too hopeful and trusting. He believed he could figure out life for himself without the aid of education or authority. By the time he enrolled at Marshall High, he thought he had figured out something about his mother, and he began referring to her as that cunt. It was an appellation that rang so true to him that he continued to use it in reference to his mother, and later to all other women, for the rest of his life. Though he had no evidence for it other than that Jenny did have boyfriends, he considered his mother loose, a whore. Throughout his manhood, he told intimates, and there were not many, of being taken along by Jenny as a child on visits to men. He would be kept waiting outside, he said, while she would go with a man. He said he knew what she had been up to, and in this she was no different from all women. He found that he could break Jenny down by calling her a whore and accusing her of sleeping with repairmen, shop owners, and delivery boys in return for favors, a reduced bill or a free radio or refrigerator. Jenny would deny his accusations, but he could get at her that way, and in other ways. One of his favorites was to bring home a black girl and announce his engagement, knowing that his so much as dating a black would infuriate Jenny. As to women, Angelo was no racist. They were all the same to him, and it gave him satisfaction to observe his mother's anxiety at his black date. Indeed, Angelo had formed in his mind his concept of the proper function of women by the time he was 14. Though he was still too young to have a driver's license, he enjoyed stealing a Buick or a Cadillac, driving around with his pals and bragging about what he planned to do with girls. He wanted to pick up one who was hitchhiking, he said, and take her to some secluded place and rape her, and fuck her in the ass, as he phrased it, showing a precocious awareness of sodomy. It was just talk then, but one of his friends, Stillman Sorrentino, was confused by Angelo's boasts. Sorrentino was fairly sure he knew what rape was, but he had no idea why Angelo, or anyone, would want to have sex with a girl in the ass. Maybe Angelo meant something else. Sorrentino was so puzzled that he asked his parents what Angelo meant. They forbade him ever to see or speak to Angelo again. Angelo quit high school at 16, and by that time he was getting himself in a lot of trouble, picking fights and running with gangs, stealing and earning a reputation as a tough, bad character. When he was first arrested for grand theft auto and committed to the California Youth Authority, he managed to escape. But when he was rearrested in December 1951, the juvenile authorities decided that he needed to cool off for a spell at the Paso Robles School for Boys in Central California, where he celebrated his 17th Christmas. The reformatory did not reform him. Out on parole, he would drive around with his buddies looking for girls, or in the parlance of the day, for some guy to choose off. Marshall High was always a good place to spot a victim. It was common for those who had left school to hang around and taunt the students. One afternoon, Angelo and his pals cruised by as school was letting out and noticed a boy standing alone with his books waiting for a ride. The boy was wearing a maroon satin jacket with the name Aristocrats spelled out across its back. "Hold it," Angelo said. "I want that jacket." Angelo got out of the car while his three buddies waited. He walked up to the solitary boy. "Hey, I like your jacket," Angelo said with the gruff brusqueness that was already his characteristic speech. "How about letting me try it on?" The boy, younger and smaller than Angelo, hesitated. But when Angelo, long thumbs in pockets, feet apart, pelvis forward, stepped closer, the boy slipped off the jacket and handed it over. Angelo's friends lounged against the car watching. "Looks good," Angelo said, and he shouted to his pals, "Not bad, huh?" They gave their approval. "Hey," Angelo said to the boy, "I think I'll keep it." He started to walk off. The boy came after him and jumped on his back. Angelo threw him off, turned and slapped his face, and his three buddies came running up to help. The boy panicked and ran away. In the next days, Angelo worked at removing the word aristocrats from the back of the jacket. He had gotten only as far as the first two letters, but was wearing the jacket when one afternoon the boy and four older kids spotted Angelo at a gas station and surrounded him. Angelo gave the jacket back. But the next day the boy appeared at Angelo's house, again accompanied by his four older friends. He pointed to the missing letters. He did not want a jacket that said "Istocrats." He wanted money from Angelo to repair the jacket. Angelo ran out onto his front porch, pulled out his pocket knife, and offered to cut the face of anybody who tried to get money from him. He scared them off. The boy reported the entire incident to the police. Angelo was called in and warned that he was facing jail time if he continued getting into trouble. Angelo said it had all been a misunderstanding. The boy had given him the jacket willingly, and when he had asked for it back, Angelo had returned it. But he would be glad to give the boy money for repairs, he said. By this time, Angelo had a hero. His hero was not the usual sports figure, although he enjoyed seeing Golden Boy Art Aragon, then the most prominent of Los Angeles boxers, perform at the Olympic Auditorium. And occasionally, Angelo went to see the Los Angeles Angels, a Chicago Cubs farm team, play at Wrigley Field. But neither boxing nor baseball produced Angelo's real hero. His hero played in a different league. He was Carol Chessman, known as the Red Light Bandit, who had been arrested and convicted in 1948 on charges of kidnapping with infliction of bodily harm, a crime then punishable by death in California, and sexual assault. Chessman's crimes and mode of operation, his scam, made an indelible mark on Angelo's mind, for Chessman had demonstrated the possibilities of a police ruse. The red light he had attached to his car enabled him to con lovers parked in the hills of Los Angeles into opening their car windows and doors to him. They took him for a policeman, telling them to move on. Showing a .45, Chessman would force the girl into his car, drive her to another secluded spot, and usually make her perform oral sex. Unfortunately, from Angelo's point of view, Chessman failed to kill his victims, so their testimony assured conviction. But Angelo admired Chessman for more than the scam. By 1951, Chessman was acting as his own attorney on appeal, and his manipulation of the law enabled him to fend off his own execution for 12 years. He became the most notable, if that is the word, jailhouse lawyer in California history. To Angelo, he was a heroic combination of guts and brains. No everyday rapist. A man who could stand up to the system and, if not beat it, foul it up beautifully. Angelo always worked on some job or other. He started as a plasterer and builder of brick fireplaces, and he quickly displayed his manual skills. Then, working in garages, he caught on to the auto upholstering trade. He had some money in his pocket, and he dated a lot of girls. At 20, he cut a dashing figure, in a raffish sort of way, favoring suits, dark shirts, and bright ties in imitation of movie gangsters, and somehow he drove Cadillacs. He hung around the old Van de Kamp's drive-in at the corner of Fletcher and San Fernando Road. It was a good place to meet girls. But his favorite place to take girls parking was Landa Street, an obscure little road up in the hills on the western side of the Elysian Valley, just beyond Elysian Park. It was, and it remained, very hard to find. Paved, but more of a track than a road, heavily wooded, with owls and bats and coyotes that wandered over from Griffith Park. At night you could see the lights of the city from Landa, but the street itself was dark. A Halloween sort of place. Ghostly enough to make a girl want to cling. A place that might have been imported with its running ivy and morning glory vines from some less arid clime than Southern California's. Hardly anyone traveled it except lovers, people who got lost, and people looking for an obscure spot to dump trash. And there was enough trash dumped on Landa's slopes to make it stink. Angelo liked to call it the cow patch, by which he meant that it stank like a cow pie. But still, the cow patch was the best place to take a girl. You could get away with anything there. It may have been at the cow patch that Angelo got Geraldine Yvonne Vinyl pregnant in April 1955. She was 17, from Marshall High. He did what any gentleman would do. He made Geraldine a June bride. A Protestant minister performed the ceremony, and this upset Jenny. But within a week, Angelo had left, never to return to his first wife. Their son, Michael Lee Buono, who in the 1970s moved to North Carolina and toured with a band called the Sidewinders, was born on January 10, 1956, and shortly afterward, Geraldine filed for divorce on grounds of desertion and child support. The court awarded her $20 a month, but she never saw a penny from Angelo. Michael knew his father, but Angelo would not permit his son to call him Dad. And in the Buono family, whose holiday celebrations she sometimes attended, Geraldine became known as Aunt Jerry. Angelo had not been around to celebrate Michael's birth. 2 months before the event, he had been sentenced to 60 days in the county jail for petty theft. He had been arrested on suspected auto theft. But once released, Angelo wasted no time with the ladies. By the end of 1956, he had fathered another son, Angelo Anthony Buono III. And on April 15, 1957, he married Angelo III's mother, Mary Catherine Castillo, in time for her to give birth later that year to his third son, Peter Buono. His fourth, Danny, was born in 1958, and his fifth, Louis, in 1960, and a daughter, Grace, in 1962. It was a Roman Catholic ceremony this time, performed by the Reverend K.R. O'Brien, who was able to sanctify the nuptials because Angelo could claim the Pauline privilege, which then denied the validity of a non-Catholic marriage for a Catholic. In the eyes of the Church, this was Angelo's first marriage, and it can be said of it that it lasted longer, though it was no happier than the Protestant one. Mary Catherine, called Candy, was 17 when she married Angelo. They had courted at the cow patch. At first, when they married, they lived in a cottage behind Jenny's house. Then they moved to Huntington Drive, then to Coolidge, to Highland Park Boulevard, to York, to Casitas, finally to Glover, where in 1964 they divorced. All of the houses were within a 2 or 3 mile radius of Jenny's, but there were 7 moves in 7 years, and Candy bore Angelo a child in every year but 2. She found him a difficult husband. Yet it was not so much the serial childbearing. Candy's Latin background had conditioned her for that. Nor did Angelo fail to support his multiplying family while it lasted. He was becoming skilled at auto upholstery now, and could always find a job. And when the family needed something they could not afford, he could always steal it. He had become more adept at avoiding the law and was not arrested frequently during the marriage. In 1962, he served 5 days, and in 1964, 60, and another 5 days for petty theft associated with automobiles. No, it was Angelo's violence and sexual behavior which finally drove Candy to divorce. She did not like Angelo's calling her a cunt, and she was disgusted when he referred to Jenny by the same word. And he made her feel like one. One night during their first year together, he appeared in their bedroom with rope in his hands, tied her spread eagle to the bedposts, and raped her so violently that she feared for her life. More and more as the years passed, her pain seemed to give him his greatest pleasure. And when she failed to respond to his pinches and slaps and pile-driver poundings, he would tell her she was a dead piece of ass. Nor did she share his passion for anal intercourse. But Angelo was not a man to be denied. Although he never drank, he beat and kicked her when she failed to please him, and far from caring whether the children witnessed the beatings, he seemed to want them to watch. One afternoon in 1963, when the children ranged in age from 1 to 7, she refused him what he considered his prerogative, and he decided to teach her a lesson. He dragged her into the living room, threw her down on the floor in front of the children, and forced himself up her backside. It was about this time that Angelo accused Candy of having an affair with his cousin Joe. She at last decided that no matter what she would be facing trying to raise the children alone, she had to get rid of him. In her divorce complaint of May 1964, she cited extreme cruelty as cause, mentioning the beatings, and the court responded by awarding her $150 a month in support, not per child, but in total. She did not ask for alimony. But to avoid paying anything at all, Angelo started spelling his name Bono instead of Buono, and Candy was forced to draw on the county for assistance as an abandoned mother whose husband had disappeared. She stayed in the house on Glover, and he moved to an apartment in Glendale. But not long after they had separated, Candy's fears for her children's survival got the better of her, and she went to visit Angelo to see about a reconciliation. He responded by handcuffing her, forcing her into his car and driving into the hills, where he ordered her out and up against a tree. There he shoved a pistol into her stomach and announced that he was about to kill her. He did not, but Candy gave up the idea of reconciliation. Angelo was not long without a mate. In 1965, he began living with Nanette Campina, a 25-year-old from New York who he had met on a blind date. Although this union was never made official by church or state, it lasted as long as his marriage to Candy and resembled it in many ways. Nanette already had 2 children, Annette and Danny, but Angelo's paternal urge was still unspent, and he sired Tony in 1967 and Sam in 1969. By his 35th year, he had multiplied himself 8 times, with enough sons to ensure that the Bono line would not vanish with him. He beat Nanette as he had Candy, but this time he told his woman that if she ever so much as considered leaving him, he would kill her or have her killed. He had friends, he said, powerful people he called the boys, and they would hunt her down no matter where she went. She stayed. In March 1968, Angelo had his most serious brush with the law up to that time. Trying to stop a rash of auto thefts, the police had staked out a parking lot at the corner of Vermont and Marathon in Hollywood, from which several cars had disappeared. They observed Angelo as he and a friend, Ralph Harper, worked a wire coat hanger into the window of a Thunderbird, sprang the lock, and started to remove the hardtop. The police closed in, and, searching him, they found handcuffs in Angelo's pocket. The judge, noting that Mr. Buono was a family man with children to support, sentenced him to 3 years probation with 15 weekends to be served in the county jail. In September 1968, however, the courts recognized Buono as Buono, and Angelo was ordered to serve a year in the county jail for failure to provide support for his 5 children by Candy. This sentence was suspended on condition that he pay Candy no less than $190 a month and obey all laws. He did neither. By 1971, in consideration of his faithful weekend attendance at jail, and because he had managed to elude the scrutiny of probation officers, his auto theft conviction was reduced from a felony to a misdemeanor. In that year, Nanette finally got up the courage to leave him. She decided that she would rather risk death than remain with Angelo, and she suspected, or hoped, that his threats were empty. Her daughter Annette, by then 14, had begun complaining that Angelo was fondling her too intensely and making obscene suggestions to her, and Nanette feared that Angelo had achieved more than that with the girl. "She needs breaking in," Angelo had been saying. "I'll break her in." Without telling him, one day Annette put herself and the 4 children on a plane to Florida and never came back. A year later, Angelo married a girl named Deborah Taylor at the Silver Bell Wedding Chapel in Las Vegas, but this was a mere lark. They never lived together, and they never bothered to get divorced. Angelo was learning not to take women too seriously. He changed apartments often, moving from Glendale over to the Oakwood apartments above Forest Lawn Drive, then back to Glendale on Chevy Chase, and for a time he shared a place in the Silver Lake District, known locally as the Swish Alps, with Ralph Harper. Harper was an aspiring actor who joined Angelo in auto theft only when between roles. He appeared in productions of Hello, Dolly and Gaily Gaily, but lost out to Archie Moore, the light heavyweight champ, for the part of Nigger Jim in the movie of Huckleberry Finn. Harper's stage name was Artie Ford, and he was proud to be buddies with Jay Silverheels, who had played Tonto in the Lone Ranger television series. Through Artie Ford, Angelo met a lot of Hollywood people and began building his reputation as one of the few auto upholsterers who could work with classic and antique cars. He did not yet have his own shop, but it was during this period that he fixed up a sports car belonging to Frank Sinatra and a limousine that was said to have been Joe Bonanno's. Angelo had a fine Italian hand with cars. Life in the Swish Alps suited Angelo for a time, but Artie Ford found him a difficult apartment mate. He was obsessively neat, Ford thought. He would complain when anything, even a telephone receiver, was not put back properly, and he was constantly dusting and cleaning. And he had some peculiar habits. Their apartment overlooked a high school, and sometimes Artie Ford would catch Angelo looking through binoculars at the students and playing with himself. Normal enough, Artie thought, but he did not know what to think of Angelo's boast that he had banged his stepdaughter, Annette Campino, who he said was just the right age, because young girls' pussies smell real good, like cheese. Angelo also claimed with pride that he had turned Annette over to his sons so that they could have a go at her, and that they had. Everyone had banged Annette, Angelo said, and when Angelo's son Peter told Artie Ford that Angelo had had sex with him too, Artie thought that Angelo was probably a little strange. But when Angelo told Artie that he was so angry with Candy that he had snuck into her house and turned on the gas when she was out, hoping that she would light a cigarette when she got home and blow herself up, Artie was alarmed. "My God," Artie said. "What about the kids?" "Fuck the kids," Angelo said. Still, Angelo and Artie were good friends, and remained so after Angelo moved out. In 1975, Angelo finally got what he had been thinking about for some time, his own shop, when he found the place at 703 East Colorado Street. Now that he had resolved his financial responsibilities to his wives and children, he had been able to save enough money for a down payment on the property, and he was handy enough to do most of the painting and plumbing and carpentry himself. By the middle of that year, he was moved in and open for business, and he began living the kind of life that he knew was right for him, a bachelor's life, filled with women who could be dismissed when they had filled their function, and an independent businessman's life, with no one to call boss. Now he could set his own hours, and when an opportunity presented itself, he could seize it. He worked alone. When he needed someone to clean up or run an errand, he hired Frankie Anderson, a local kid whose nickname was Goofy. Angelo had no use for an employee with an inquiring mind. For Angelo, the setup on Colorado was perfect. With his shop behind his house, he hardly needed a car, and when he did need one, he would drive one of his customers. The location between the car wash and the glass shop gave his business exposure during the day and gave him privacy at night, and the metal awning he put up between the shop and his house shielded his activities from the view from the Orange Grove apartments behind. He already knew the neighborhood well. It took him no time at all to establish himself and settle into his diurnal nocturnal routine and its variations. His work habits were generously punctuated by women. He would arise early and go to breakfast with a friend, Dave Stewart, who ran a gas station, at one of the local restaurants, Henry's or the Copper Penny, both within walking distance. Soon, Bob Brinkman, who owned Henry's, brought his gull-wing Mercedes coupe to Angelo for repair, and the waitresses brought themselves. Angelo liked to kid the waitresses. His favorite line was a mild insult, something like, "You ought to get your teeth fixed, honey. Then I might take a second look." Said in the right way, with his rough voice and the hint of a grin, a remark like that would usually get them going. "How would you know? My boyfriend don't complain. I bet you'd like to see more." "Nah, you're too ugly for me," Angelo would say, eyes fixed on her chest. "You'd be surprised." "Yeah? Well, surprise me. I like surprises." It was easy. Women were drawn to Angelo. They liked his swagger and his big hands, and the way he looked straight into them. He let them know right away what was on his mind, and he followed through. They would take him up on his invitation to visit the shop. He might offer to make them floor mats or sew up a torn car seat for nothing. One of Henry's waitresses, Tanya Dockery, a little brunette teenager, got to like Angelo so much that she gave him a dog, Sparky, and later a couple of rabbits. She was living with a man, but Angelo said she could drop by any time, and she did. When she would complain about her lover, Angelo would tell her not to act like a cunt. And she liked that. It made her feel that her lover couldn't get her down, and it gave her the illusion that Angelo believed that she was capable of acting like something other than a cunt. Sometimes she would come by Angelo's late at night with a bottle of wine. "I don't drink," Angelo would say. "It eats your brain cells." So Tanya would drink the wine and spend the night with Angelo on his big waterbed. Tanya introduced Angelo to her friend Twyla Hill, and soon Angelo was servicing Twyla too. But when Angelo would put his penis down Twyla's throat until she gagged and then refused to take it out, telling her that she should like it that way, and that if she passed out sucking on him, she would get a terrific head rush, Twyla would get angry and pound on him with her fists. "Go ahead," Angelo would say. "Go ahead and fight. It makes my dick hard." And one night when Tanya and Twyla were at Angelo's together, and Tanya suggested that it might be fun if all three of them got into bed, Angelo was all for it, but Twyla backed out once she had her clothes off. Angelo said she was a bitch and told her to get into bed. When she refused, Angelo grabbed her and said he was going to put her ass outside. "I'll scream," Twyla said. "Go ahead," Angelo said. "Nobody will hear you." And to prove it, he did put her outside naked for a minute, but he let her back in when she promised to behave. She called Angelo a motherfucker, but she behaved. Soon Angelo was known throughout the neighborhood as an excellent upholsterer and a stud. The girls came around so often and in such numbers that Angelo did not get a great deal of work done. You can't fuck that much and become a millionaire, as someone said, but the situation suited Angelo just fine. He would chat up the girls everywhere he found them, in restaurants, on the street, in local businesses. He liked them young. The younger the better. Cristofo Guglielmo Salvaggio, who owned a gutter shop and was Angelo's partner in a Christmas tree lot at the corner of Glendale and Chevy Chase every year, was amazed at the number and the youth of Angelo's girls. "Hey, Angelo," Cristoforo said. "Some of these broads you got, they're so young they don't even know how to wash their pussies yet." "I'll show 'em how," Angelo said. Melinda Hooper was one. Angelo had broken her in when she had been only 13 in 1973. She was the girl who lived with her parents way up on Alta Terrace. Angelo was her mentor, as it were, and she kept returning to him even after she had other boyfriends, including one she had gotten herself put in jail for when she had gone all the way to Oklahoma to help him break out of the state prison there. She liked Angelo so much that she introduced him to her parents and invited him to dinner at her house. But when the parents saw that Angelo was 40 years old, they objected. So Angelo would usually drop Melinda off at the corner of Alta Terrace and La Crescenta after seeing her. Angelo's son's girlfriends provided another source. Not only could they introduce him to other young girls, sometimes they offered themselves. Peter Bono for a while was dating Dawn Vaiarelli, who was 16, and Angelo managed to sleep with her on several occasions, and with her friend Julie Villaseñor, who was dating another of his sons, Danny. It was a close family situation. There were so many young girls that Angelo stuffed his wallet with their school pictures, arranging them in the plastic windows next to his police badge, little colored squares of bright-eyed California teenagers who inscribed them, "To the stud of the year. It's been really fun knowing you. See you around. Love ya, Dawn." For her picture, blonde Dawn wore a pink Angora sweater and a tiny gold cross. Another blonde girl, large-featured and wholesome-looking, wrote in careful, rounded script, "Tony, someday when I get mad and walk out on you, you'll have a picture of me. But that day will probably never come. We've come this far. Let's go all the way. Love, Missy." Another snap showed Angelo kissing a brunette in a long Laura Ashley dress, a Glendale romance. One lovely young girl posed wearing very short red cutoffs and a white lacy blouse tied up in front to display her caramel midriff. She was bent slightly to one side, brushing out her tawny hair. She had inscribed the picture, "Dear Tony, Dad, here's a small picture for your wallet, to keep just in case you can't picture me, and you can remember it and what I looked like. Love you." So that the picture could fit into the plastic window, Angelo had snipped off the signature, but it had read Annette, Nanette Campino's daughter, who was far away in Florida with her mother and brothers. She had come to visit Angelo in his new house. Ever resourceful, Angelo had conned yet another of his girlfriends into paying Annette's airfare. He kept the payee's picture in his wallet, too. Of all the little wallet girls, This one was the plainest, a frizzy-headed, dark girl who looked out of her photograph with eyes so innocent that they might have come from a different time and place, Italy 100 years ago, or Ellis Island. She was Antoinette Lombardo, 16, the daughter of the couple who owned Tony's Hardware in Glendale. Antoinette worked in her parents' store after school and on Saturdays, and Angelo often saw her there. He was so friendly and warm and strong-looking that Antoinette got a crush on him. To her, Angelo was mature and self-confident, not like the high school boys. They were children compared to Angelo. When Angelo gave her his card and said that she should come by his shop, she started riding her bicycle over to see him on her way to and from work or after her tennis lessons. She was trying out for the high school tennis team, and when Angelo presented her with a tennis racket, he won her heart. He was her first love, old enough to be her father, yet, she thought, with a softness and tenderness beneath his tough exterior that she longed to cradle in her arms and make her very own. The sight of him, the thought of him, began to quicken her teenage pulse. She longed for him to embrace her gently, like a real man, crushing her little body to his big one, and love her, his very own Antoinette, for herself alone. Marriage was on her mind. Angelo broke Antoinette in slowly. There were so many other girls he was in no rush, and he was too clever and skillful to want to frighten a girl who was more naive than most. When he first kissed her, he left it at that and sent her away on her bicycle a-tingle with romantic passion. Then he took her into his bedroom and lay with her on the waterbed, lightly touching her, sliding his big hand beneath her bra. He spent weeks at the foreplay, touching her adolescent heart with his artful, thoughtful tenderness. Only after a couple of months did he begin initiating her into some of the deeper mysteries of love, but once seduced, she believed everything he told her and accepted everything he did to her, even when it hurt. Though she did tell him that she preferred not to have him put a cucumber into her. When he would put his penis down her throat and tell her that it would feel better if she passed out, she thought this was another of the mysteries, although she found this one painful and frightening and preferred not to lose consciousness. And when Angelo told her that he would marry her after she finished high school, she knew that this was no passing fancy, but life's most profound commitment. She believed that Angelo would marry her, even though he sometimes did things that upset her. When a lively, creamy coffee-colored girl called Peaches began living at Angelo's from time to time, Antoinette accepted his assurances that Peaches was just a girl out of a job who sometimes needed a place to stay. When one day Antoinette walked into the house to find Angelo with his penis in Twyla Hill's mouth, Antoinette went away and came back later. She wept, but she understood that Angelo was a man of enormous passion, that once they were married everything would be sacred and it would be just the two of them, faithful till death. But that until she could be with him every day and share his bed all night long, she could not expect him to be perfect. He was a real man. When Angelo asked her to loan him $300 so that he could fly Annette out for a visit, he would pay it back as soon as this year's profits from the Christmas tree lot began to roll in. At the moment he needed his capital to buy trees. She dug into her savings and gave him the money, happy to be of use. When Antoinette got pregnant, she was frightened and confused. Was it a disaster, or only the beginning of their real life together? But Angelo comforted her and told her not to tell her parents, and he arranged an abortion for her at a local clinic, assuring her that it would be better to start the family after she graduated. After the abortion, he said that they should probably not have any children together, but that she did not have to worry about getting pregnant again. He was getting a vasectomy. Her trust was absolute. They resumed their romance. 6 months later, she was pregnant again. This time, she suffered a miscarriage. But she was certain he would marry her before too long. They had gone through so much together. With all the young things in his life, Angelo had to think about his image. He began dyeing his gray hair black. He added a gold chain, a big turquoise ring, and red silk underwear to his wardrobe. With his swagger and his cocky, if monosyllabic, joshing, he made a plausible Glendale Don Giovanni. When, in January 1976, Kenneth Bianchi arrived from the East, he found his cousin Angelo living in what could have passed for a harem. Cousin Kenny did his best to fit into Angelo's menage and to adjust to a new life in the metropolis of make-believe. 7. Back in Rochester in 1972, Kenneth Bianchi, then 21 years old, wrote a letter to his girlfriend telling her that he had killed a man. He was not too worried about being caught because he had made the death look like a heart attack. But at the same time, he was sure he was a suspect in 3 other murders, killings of little girls, one aged 10 and 2 aged 11. These were being called the alphabet murders because each of the girls had first and last initials which were the same. He told his girlfriend that he knew that the police were looking for a young man driving a small blue car. The girlfriend, Janice DeShong, did not take the letter seriously. She knew that it was just another one of Kenny's crazy stories. She understood him as the kind of guy who would make things up just to impress a girl and to gain her sympathy, and she could see through the stories. They were so far out. Kenny was really a nice guy, and he could be so sweet. He was always writing her poems and sending her flowers, and not many guys did that these days. There was something old-fashioned about Kenny Bianchi. He was so courteous, thoughtful, almost courtly. But sometimes she wondered if he knew what century he was living in, or who and where he was. He had such an imagination. There was a touch of the artist about Kenny. That stuff about the police looking for a guy in a small blue car, for instance. Kenny didn't even own a car. She had a small blue car, it was true, which Kenny sometimes drove, but that was hardly something to make him a murder suspect. She wished Kenny could be more practical, have more common sense. He wasted a lot of time. He must have spent hours constructing a collage of pictures of little girls cut out of magazines and pasted up on a big piece of cardboard. He was artistic, he said, and he loved children, but still. Yes, he was smart and nice and fun to be with. He was always entertaining, but she wished he'd get his feet on the ground. A young man like that might fritter away his life on dreams. But young Kenny was no practical, work-a-day sort of guy. Kenny had the imagination of a visionary or a deadbeat. If Angelo Buono believed that in acquiring his own upholstery shop and house and the freedom to carry on with women as he liked, he had accomplished most of what he wanted out of life, Kenneth Bianchi would never be satisfied with such banalities. He sensed a future of ill-defined greatness. Following his father into the American brake shoe foundry was not for him. Bianchi was temperamentally an aristocrat, inherently convinced that ordinary work and certainly manual labor were beneath him. Yet not being an aristocrat in fact, he sensed that he would rise as effortlessly and inevitably as hot air. In the street sense of the word, he had class. His favorite comic book character had been Prince Valiant. He could imagine himself sipping mead with the other knights at the round table and attracting maidens by means of words and hair. He knew that anyone could be president. He considered becoming a statesman, an artist, a doctor. He had a confidence in his opinions comparable to that of an evangelist. He had the egocentricity of a method actor. Had he turned out harmless, he might have been just another Walter Mitty. Kenneth Alessio Bianchi was born May 22, 1951, the child of a Rochester prostitute. He never met his mother but knew vaguely who she was. a woman whom he associated with bars and working-class nightclubs. She gave him up at birth, and at the age of 3 months he was adopted from a foster home by Kenny Buono's sister, Frances Cellino Bianchi, and her husband, a foundry worker fond of following the horses. The unfortunate Bianchis. They were no luckier at picking a child than at picking the ponies. Kenny appeared to have risen from the cradle dissembling. By the time he could talk, Frances knew she was coping with a compulsive liar, and his childhood unfolded as one of idleness and gold-bricking. When he was 5.5, Frances became worried by his frequent lapses into trance-like states of daydreaming. She knew that this would not do when he went to school, and she consulted a physician. The doctor, hearing that little Kenny's eyeballs would roll back into his head during these trances, reached a diagnosis of petit mal seizures. But they were nothing to worry about. He would grow out of them. By the age of 11, Kenny's inattention to schoolwork and his angry outbursts at home had become major worries to his adoptive mother, who, as a first-generation Italian-American, wondered whether her boy had been struck by the evil eye. His IQ tested out at 116, considered bright normal. But of course neither his nor any intelligence could be measured by a number, and his laziness affected his attention to the test. His teachers said that he was working at well below his capacity. His grades ranged from average to below. He had verbal and artistic abilities, but even in his best subjects his performance was erratic, and whenever he could get away with it he would plead some illness to avoid going to school. Frances's anger at his sloth provoked temper tantrums. She took him to a clinic where a psychologist prescribed an extensive course of therapy, finding Kenny a hostile child overly dependent on his mother and suggesting counseling for the mother as well. Frances declined. She hoped that Kenny would find himself. Maybe religion would take hold. He spent 6 years at Holy Family Elementary School, where even the minimal tuition was a sacrifice for the Bianchis. Although he learned to read and write with superior facility, showing particular adeptness at what would now be termed creative writing, daily indoctrination in the precepts of Christianity and the Roman Catholic Church failed in their intended effect. He took communion and made his confession weekly. He was taught about sin, its occasions, and its consequences. He was told about the 4 sins crying to heaven for vengeance: willful murder, the sin of sodomy, oppression of the poor, and defrauding laborers of their wages. A person committing any of these would have to make a perfect act of contrition to avoid eternal damnation. None of these made any serious impression on Bianchi. He heard the words, but they were mere words to him, of no obvious and immediate use, and in language as in life, he did not separate the wheat from the chaff. In Christian terms, he remained unregenerate, a soul lost to God, rudderless on the voyage of life, a creature who caused weeping in heaven. In secular terms, he was the sort of child any experienced teacher could see was headed for trouble. But no one could have foreseen how much trouble he would be in, and how much misery he would cause. When he was 13, his adoptive father died, and Frances went to work to support herself and her son. At Gates Chili High School, Kenny dated frequently, approaching all the girls as he did Janice Duchamp, with Prince Valiant courtliness. Considering the period in American life, 1966 to 70, he was remarkably clean-cut in high school, avoiding long hair and sloppy clothing, giving every appearance of a boy respectful, even emulative, of his elders. He joined a motorcycle club, but they were no Hell's Angels. He had his right arm tattooed with the image of a motorcycle and the letters Satan's Own MC. But he was regretful and remained embarrassed and apologetic for the rest of his life, though he took some pleasure in the hint of waywardness in the emblem. At 18, he married Brenda Beck, whom he had known since childhood. The marriage lasted only a few months, soured in part by his belief that Brenda had been intimate before the union with another young man. Her being a nurse also made him nervous, for he thought nursing an occupation dangerous for a married woman because it provided too many opportunities for illicit relationships and even encouraged them. Bianchi set high standards for his women, which they repeatedly failed to meet. His Catholic education served him here in a twisted way. He was able to confuse ordinary women with the Virgin, and could be moved to bitter disappointment, even anger and fury, at their human frailties. The import of the idea of the Virgin, that she was unique, he chose to ignore. Denying female sexuality even as he was attracted to it, he objected to V-neck sweaters and tight jeans, and asked of women absolute fidelity in return for his outwardly absolute devotion. Yet he always dated several girls at once and did not require of himself comparable standards of purity. With Catholicism, as with other systems or bodies of belief, he was self-pleasingly selective. After his divorce, which he liked to term an annulment, he went on as before, wounded but persistent. He proposed to another girl, Susan Moore, but she told him that she could not consider him seriously until he learned to stay out of trouble and hold on to a job. Neither was Susan Moore happy about Bianchi's chronic lying and his skill at it. She suspected that he was simultaneously seeing another woman, Donna Duranzo, and herself, although he assured Susan that his only interest in Donna was concern for her two children, especially her little boy, for whom he professed acute fondness. "The poor little kid," Kenny would say. "He needs a father. I know how he feels. My daddy died when I was 13, and I never knew my real father." But twice Susan caught Kenny and Donna alone together, once in her apartment and once in his. "I didn't know how to tell you, Sue," Kenny said, looking miserable. His demands for both women's fidelity in the face of his duplicity created some heated confrontations. One night, on the outs with Donna, he came to her apartment and she refused to open the door to him. He shouted at her in the hallway, then went outside to peer at her through a window. He demanded that she open the window and speak to him, and when she turned her back, he smashed the glass and started to climb into the apartment. Donna fled out the front door and called the police. But she dropped the charges when, at the police station, Kenny seemed so contrite, so pitiful and polite, assuring everyone that he had not meant to break the window, only to open it, referring to the incident, tenderly, as a lover's quarrel. "The window just fell into the apartment," he said. "I thought, my God, how can this be happening?" He announced his intention of becoming a policeman as a start, he said, toward achieving some position of authority in life and to satisfy his urge to help people. To this end, he enrolled at Monroe Community College, taking courses in police science and psychology. The first subject fit his vocational goals. The psychology courses fed his one consuming interest, himself. Psychology also attracted him as an attitude to life more appealing than the harsh insistence of Roman Catholicism on personal responsibility for one's actions. He found in modern psychology an agreeable tendency to see a man as victim of impersonal forces which could be explained but not really controlled, man as acted on rather than acting. But he attended classes only sporadically, and, true to form, took advantage of the school's medical facilities, complaining of migraine headaches and other afflictions. When he did apply for a job with the sheriff's department, he was rejected, but he regarded this as a momentary setback, blaming the nature of the test. Undiscouraged, he landed a job as the next best thing to a policeman, a security guard, a position that had the advantage of requiring no rigorous course of study. Another advantage of being a security guard was the excellent opportunity it afforded him to take what he felt belonged to him, the merchandise. Kenny was naturally light-fingered. He stole clothing and jewelry, showering girlfriends with looted trinkets. But his larceny, never proved but often suspected, forced him to change jobs often, an imposition he resented. His selective readings in psychology helped him to cope with dismissal, however, providing him with explanations, excuses, for his acts and failures. He had his needs. The urge to steal he compared to the urge to urinate, a buildup of forces which required release. If his employers fired him for theft, they had suffered a failure to understand his needs. For a time, he also worked as an ambulance attendant, gaining early experience with dead bodies, saying that the job met his need to help people, but the hours proved inconvenient. He was going nowhere, and by 1973, the idea of California had begun to lure him. At that time, he was working as a security guard at J.B. Hunter's department store and was pursuing Susan Moore, who also worked at Hunter's. She saw that he stole. When he would present her with costume jewelry, she would remonstrate with him and tell him that she even knew which counter in the store it had come from. Yet she felt for him. She could see how bright and animated by dreams he was. Someone like Kenny should not waste away his talents in an inferior position. He proposed marriage to her, but she resisted, telling him that he had to find himself, show that he was on track toward a steady life, demonstrate the reliability of a family man. Only then would she consider succumbing to his romantic rush. Kenny's mother objected to Susan, who, in ways not specified, was somehow not good enough for her son. Kenny knew that he was in a rut. His thoughts radiated elsewhere, away from Rochester, away from his mother. He imagined other worlds, New York City, Hollywood. Finally, at the start of the new year in 1976, he made his move. He would go to California in search of a new start, a better life. Through his mother and Aunt Jenny, he made contact with cousin Angelo, who agreed to take him in temporarily. Like millions before him, Kenneth Bianchi moved to California because of the appealing images he harbored of the place. He would leave winter behind. A one-way plane ticket would buy him June and January, the good vibrations of the Beach Boys, surfers and healthy, inarticulate women, Acapulco Gold and Gallo Hardy Burgundy, orange blossom-scented naked rap sessions. Linking these sunny images in his mind was an idea of freedom no different in its vagueness from a child's vision of wonders waiting beyond any fence. Out there in the sleepy salt beach towns, he would stake out his umbrella and feel renewed, happy, himself. He would achieve California by dispensing charm, of which he had oodles. To be exact, it was Bianchi's second trip to California. In 1957, when he was barely 6 and Angelo was just married to Candy, Kenny's parents had brought him to Los Angeles for a month or two to visit relatives. All Angelo remembered of him was that he had been a restless nuisance who kept wetting his pants, but he figured Kenny had learned to control himself by now. He gave him the spare bedroom on the stipulation that he would get a place of his own as soon as he landed a job. Immediately, Kenny found cousin Angelo's way with women impressive. The house in Glendale may not have been a Malibu mansion, was a good hour's drive from the beach of Kenny's dreams, but he could not imagine a movie star's getting more attention from the ladies than Angelo did. Tanya, Twyla, Melinda, Antoinette, and all the others seemed drawn to Angelo like kittens to milk. And yet he showed them none of the chivalry Kenny compulsively bestowed on girlfriends. So awestruck was Bianchi by Angelo's success with women that he decided Angelo must know something. Kenny determined to learn as much as he could from an obvious master. Within a week of his arrival, Kenny had his first California date, a broad-beamed blonde he had encountered near the Orange Julius stand at the Eagle Rock Plaza. Chatting her up in his usual smarmy way, he talked her into visiting his cousin Angelo. Kenny wanted the Buono imprimatur on Cheryl. He and Cheryl found Angelo in his shop unreeling a length of cord from a big wooden spool. "Angelo, I'd like you to meet Cheryl Kellison. Cheryl, this is my cousin Angelo." Angelo looked Cheryl over from tip to top, like a breeder at a broodmare auction. "Okay," Angelo said. Cheryl had passed muster. Cheryl and Kenny went out for hamburgers, which she paid for, and then returned to Angelo's house to watch TV. Thus was Kenny's life as a pursuer of California women launched. But his encounters were not always so formally initiated. During the first weeks of Kenny's stay, which was to last, much to Angelo's annoyance, until July, Angelo Anthony Buono III, the eldest son by Candy, was also living at the house, paying his father rent for the privilege of sleeping in the den. Soon Angelo would raise the rent, driving his son, called Anthony, out. But for a time a certain conviviality, a familiar camaraderie, vigorously primitive, reigned. Other sons would drop by with their girlfriends, who presented opportunities for both Angelo and Kenny. Sometimes everyone would watch pornographic movies together. "There's one thing about the Buonos," as Candy was fond of saying, "they share everything." Peter Buono, who was hooked on angel dust, brought his girlfriend April Ritter over, and in Peter's absence Kenny managed to coax April into bed, saying that he was a much better stud than Angelo. Peter, who was smoking 5 Shermans, dark cigarettes soaked in a PCP solution, a day, never caught on. But he had his drugs, and now that he was out of the Marines, a developing career as a thief on his mind. Son Danny would drop by too, and daughter Grace would occasionally stop in after cheerleading practice and spend the night on her father's waterbed. Angelo had a special devotion to Grace. He monitored her dating, objecting to a boy she wanted to marry as being not good enough for her, and occasionally he took her to dinner at Henry's. Once he drove her out to Palm Springs to visit, so he told her, Frank Sinatra, but Sinatra was out of town, unaware of the courtesy call, so Angelo left a box of firecrackers as a present on the doorstep. One Sunday evening, the 1st of February of that year, Angelo, Anthony, and Kenny were sitting around with nothing to do. It had been a dull weekend. On Saturday night, Kenny and Anthony had driven over to Hollywood to look at the girls and rip off a bottle or two from a liquor store. But other than that, nothing had gone down. "Got an idea," Angelo said. "We get a girl over here." "A prostitute?" Kenny asked. "We just call one up?" "Great. A call girl. Super." They scanned the LA Free Press, a journal that had begun in political radicalism and progressed toward the more profitable fringes of pornography, for an outcall advertisement, and selected one among a dozen. Kenny telephoned asking for someone who could handle 3 guys. You could order a girl that way as easy as a pizza. When the girl arrived, Angelo, as paterfamilias, claimed first dibs on the waterbed. Anthony took seconds, and then, while Kenny completed his turn in the spare bedroom, Angelo looked through the girl's purse, which she had left on the dining room table. $5, Angelo said, stuffing the bill into his pocket. "Tell you what, this is one dumb cunt. She didn't take no money up front. That is the first rule they teach you. You know what? She's so dumb she ain't worth paying. She ain't that good neither." "We don't pay her?" "That's what I said. Just watch." Kenny came out of the bedroom with the girl, smiling at her as though he were going to ask her to the senior prom. "You ain't worth shit," Angelo said to her. "Here, take your purse and get the hell out of here." The girl protested. She said that they had made a legitimate deal. They owed her for 3 lays and 2 blowjobs. They couldn't get away with this. Fair was fair. Yeah? Angelo said. You'd be lucky giving it away. Tell you what. He pulled out his wallet and showed her his police badge. You don't get out of here fast, you're under arrest. What's it gonna be? The girl left. That badge really works wonders, Kenny said. Very useful item, Angelo said, grinning. They sat around congratulating themselves. Bianchi told his cousin how much he admired what he had done. It had taken real balls. You can't let a cunt get the upper hand, Angelo said. Put them in their place. She wasn't worth shit. It was now 11 at night. Angelo switched on the news. The phone rang and Anthony answered it. He heard this. You all got a real nice house. Real nice. Tell you all what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna mess you all's house up. I'm gonna mess it up real good. I'm gonna blow up that nice house of y'all's. You're gonna be flying high because I'm gonna send you to the sky and you're gonna die, motherfucker. You don't pay for your play, man, you ain't gonna see another day. I tell you what, son, recreation can be real expensive. The caller hung up. Who was that? Angelo asked. Jesus, Anthony said. Some nigger saying he's gonna blow up the house. He what? Says we got a real nice house and says he's gonna blow it up. Some nigger. Must be her pimp, Angelo said. Fuck it, he's bluffing. Where's he gonna find dynamite at this time of night? He's jiving. You sure? Bianchi asked. Calm down, Angelo said. It's just a little excitement. Passes the time. What if he's serious? Be cool, man, you'll shit your pants. Ain't nothing but some jive-ass pimp. Watch TV. Shut up. Sitting in the den, they caught sight of headlights as a car pulled into the driveway and honked its horn. I'll see who it is, Angelo said. He opened the front door onto a yellow cab. Call for a taxi? We didn't call for no taxi, Angelo shouted. Must be a mistake. He shut the door and set the deadbolt. The telephone rang again. Angelo answered it, and this time the voice said that the house would blow up at midnight. It was 11:45. The asshole's trying to bother us, Angelo said. You think he's serious now? Bianchi asked. Angelo did not reply. He strode over to the gun case in the den, removed 3 rifles and handed one each to Kenny and Anthony. I'll tell you what, Angelo said. If that nigger gets within 10 yards of this place, he's going to be one dead nigger. Angelo distributed ammunition. He was showing some agitation now. He told Bianchi to watch the side door. He and Anthony would watch the front. There was no way anyone would come from the back. They took up their posts. Headlights appeared again in the driveway. Angelo and Anthony crouched down and readied their rifles. Who is it? Bianchi called from the back of the house. Shut up, Angelo said. Jesus Christ, it's the cops. No, it ain't. Shit. From out of a white van with red lights spinning atop it stepped a white-coated ambulance attendant. Angelo unbolted the door and opened it. The attendant approached. We didn't call you, Angelo said, hiding his rifle behind the door. Must be a mistake. Ain't nobody sick here. Angelo closed and bolted the door again. God damn it, he said. That motherfucking nigger is at it again. Who's he gonna call next? He might call a hearse, Bianchi said. Shut up. The phone rang again. Angelo grabbed it. Your house will blow up at midnight, the caller said and hung up. It was now only a couple of minutes before 12. Angelo could no longer conceal his fright with tough talk. He did what any alarmed citizen would do and dialed the police. Somebody was making bomb threats against him. No, he had no idea who the caller was. He had no enemies that he knew of. It might be some customer at his shop who figured it was easier to throw a bomb than pay his bill. The police arrived. They told everyone to keep calm and put away the guns. "I'm a businessman," Angelo said. "I don't want no trouble." He signed a complaint on which he was listed as the victim of a bomb threat. The police watched the house that night and kept an eye on it for the next few days. Nothing happened. Such swift police action inspired Kenneth Bianchi to apply for a job with the Glendale Police Department. He had done nothing about job hunting since moving to California, and Angelo was starting to get after him. "I don't want no lazy bums around here. Move your ass." Bianchi's application required him to be fingerprinted, and he was asked to write a brief essay describing his reasons for choosing police work as a career. His creative writing skills took over. "My reasons for wanting to be a police officer," he wrote, "are simple and varied." He listed 5. He wanted to be able to help people, and he thought people needed help in today's troubled world. He enjoyed working with people, certainly something that would be important for a policeman. He preferred working out of doors because he was not the sort of person who could see himself being cooped up in an office all day, and he liked the idea of being active in various parts of the city. He felt that the job of police officer offered both a challenge and a chance to assert his individuality, 2 things which were very important to him because a man never knew what he could accomplish until he was challenged, and too many people permitted themselves to be just faces in a crowd. And finally, most important, he wanted to contribute to the task of making America safe for people who believe in law and order. In spite of this eloquence, he did not do well on further examinations, and the Glendale PD turned him down. Undaunted, he tried to join the Los Angeles Police Department Reserves. He managed to get himself invited to participate in a citizens' ride-along, joining officers on patrol in a squad car, and on his application this time he reached new heights of earnestness. "The main concern," he wrote, "is to be exemplary in conduct off-duty as well as on. A police officer must remember that no matter where he is, whether wearing his uniform or not, whether at work or engaged in recreational activities, he is always representing the department." He was turned down again, partly on the basis of suspicions about some of the references he listed from Rochester. But Kenny had other irons in the fire. He got Cheryl Kellison, to whom he was now hinting of marriage, to drive him over to Forest Lawn one day, saying that he had heard of a job opening there, but when they arrived he refused to get out of the car. The atmosphere was too depressing. He began to talk of setting up shop as a psychologist. He would have brochures printed up and call himself the La Brea Counseling Services. And he began checking psychology books out of the Glendale Public Library to hone his skills in the discipline. The books included Teaching Young Adolescents to Think and several of Freud's works. There were people on the radio in Los Angeles who advised distressed callers on every sort of problem: divorce, homosexuality, whether to have an abortion, how to deal with death and terminal disease, toilet training, impotence caused by unemployment, mothers-in-law. And he figured he could do as well as these disembodied gurus. He had discovered that Southern California was both enamored of psychology and blessed with dozens of diploma manufacturing establishments, where you could buy a ready-made college degree without bothering with the time-consuming irritations of study. And he purchased a couple of these with some of the spending money his devoted mother was sending him. But Angelo was not impressed. He had already gotten rid of Anthony, and it was time for Kenny to get out. Angelo could tell that Kenny would stay forever if allowed. Angelo enjoyed the way Kenny deferred to him, and so obviously admired him. It was like having a woman around the house. But that was just the trouble. Like a woman, Kenny needed to be put in his place. And like a woman, if you didn't watch out, he could wheedle his way into taking over your life. He was like a woman or a dog. It was all the same. Angelo knew that if he let Sparky into the house, which he never did, Sparky would be all over the place, sniveling and cringing and licking his master's feet. If you kept him outside and used him for what he was worth, a deterrent to burglars, he was just fine. It was the same with Kenny. He could be of use, but Angelo was certainly not going to support him. Let the jerk find his own house. Facing eviction, Kenny submitted to an actual job with the California Land Title Company. He was assigned to pursue research in property ownership at the Hall of Records in downtown Los Angeles, and soon he was promoted to title officer at the company's main office near Universal City in the San Fernando Valley. Without a car, he at first managed to get rides to work with a fellow employee, Mary Forsberg, who shared his interest in marijuana. But soon his mother, pleased at his progress, sent him enough money for the down payment on a car, the 1972 Cadillac four-door sedan, that would prove so useful in the months ahead. Things were looking up. In July, Bianchi found his own apartment at 809 East Garfield Avenue in Glendale, a convenient 6 blocks from Angelo's, in a one-story U-shaped building resembling the California auto courts of days gone by, complete with palm trees. Not only the rent and the location, but the other occupants suited him, for they included young single women. His next-door neighbor, Christina Weckler, who was an art student in Pasadena, shunned him, telling a friend that Bianchi reminded her of an incompetent used car salesman. But a girl across the courtyard, Angie Holt, proved more appreciative. His range had now expanded to include the ever-cooperative Cheryl Kellison, the Garfield residents, the flood tide of girls at Angelo's, and the girls at work. He tried as best he could to cover all this ground. If he was as yet no Angelo, still he had advanced. California was beginning to live up to his expectations. Yet he pined for Susan Moore, or so he told her in letters and telephone calls back to Rochester. He had never formally withdrawn his proposal of marriage to her, and he renewed it several times over in passionate entreaties for her to visit him. He had done what she had asked of him, established himself with a steady job. He had proved his independence by pulling up roots and putting down new ones, and only now, he told her, in this strange place so far from home, had he come fully to appreciate her. The girls out here in California were not for him. This entire society was corrupt, not what he was used to, nor what he longed for. The girls, he said, were loose. They thought no more of making love than of eating a hamburger. Even their clothes he found disgusting, cheap, sluttish. They had no sense of personal modesty and were as ready to surrender their virtue as a dog or a cat. He needed her. He wanted her to come to him and marry him. His prospects were good, better than they had ever been in Rochester, but he needed her, Susan, for his own, forever. Susan agreed to come visit him, but said that she would reserve judgment on marriage. Kenny sent her a one-way ticket and met her at the Los Angeles airport in his Cadillac. Susan was impressed. But trouble between them started as soon as she entered his Garfield apartment and noticed the fake degrees on the wall. He tried to explain them away as novelties, but when he admitted that he was thinking of starting a sideline as a psychologist and was preparing a brochure offering his counseling services at cut rates, she told him that, much to her disappointment, he had not changed at all and was just as impractical as ever. When she asked him whom he was dating and he replied no one, she did not believe him. And when she told him frankly about her romantic life in Rochester, he lapsed into the same old jealousies and resentments, telling her that she was no better than the California sluts. When she reminded him that they had always fought over his absurd possessiveness, that he had become angry when she so much as danced with someone else at a party, his anger increased. They argued through the night, and by morning, Susan announced that she was leaving. Kenny burst into tears. She wasn't giving him a chance. She did not understand the depth of his love for her. He was lost without her and might kill himself if she left. They were perfect for each other, and no man could love her as he could. She telephoned for a reservation on the next plane out. On the way to the airport, Kenny pretended to get lost, saying he was bewildered by the freeway system. But Susan persisted and found another flight, leaving a couple of hours later. She managed to talk him into writing a check for the ticket. He sulked as they sat in the departure lounge, and as the time for her flight approached, he began to cry, then sob, forcing his head into her lap like a son forsaken, ignoring her protests that people were watching. She made her flight this time. She had spent less than 24 hours with him, but something had told her to get out. Chapfallen, Kenny took solace in other women. Cheryl was distressed to discover that he was also involved with Angie Holt, but helped him to distribute his psychologist flyers in the neighborhood, and for several months saw him 3 or 4 nights a week. Angie, finding him refreshingly polite at first, a real gentleman, soon tired of his possessiveness, and when she brought in another young man to share her apartment with her, she told Kenny not to bother her any longer. He expressed shock that she could treat him so cavalierly. They had, after all, been intimate. He grew incensed at her rejection and hounded her, knocking on her door at all hours, following her around the building, confronting her in the laundry room and berating her as she tried to wash her dirty linen. She told him to grow up and lay off. Stung, he broke into her apartment, found her diaphragm, punched a hole in it, threw it on the floor, and urinated on it. For good measure, he stole her boyfriend's television set and sold it immediately to avoid being caught with it. As a final gesture symbolic of his peak, he slipped over her doorknob a semen-filled condom. 8. But for Kenneth Bianchi in California, all was not defeat. He kept his job at Cal Land into the new year, 1977. There was nothing there for him to steal. At a New Year's Eve party, he met Kelly Boyd, a plump, hazel-eyed blonde from the state of Washington, who was also working at Cal Land. After weeks of movies and dinners out, a Dodgers game, TV at Angelo's, an evening shooting pool with Angelo and one of his girls, and the occasional night spent with Kenny at his apartment, she agreed to move in with him on Garfield. By May, she was pregnant. Kenny wondered about fatherhood. It might be just what he needed to settle down, and it might be cause for escape. As was so often his habit, he proposed marriage, and given Kelly's condition, he had every reason to expect that she would accept him, but she declined the offer, saying she needed time to think it over. She was sure she wanted to have the baby, but she was unsure about Kenny. He was thoughtful, kind, gentle, attentive. He wrote her cute little poems and brought her flowers. But sometimes he would not come home until very late. He said that he needed his freedom and that he liked to take long drives and walks by himself. She understood, but that was not what she wanted in a husband. He was also inordinately jealous of her friends, even of her brother Gerald and his 2 best buddies, all 3 of them men without women. He was neither punctual nor regular in his attendance at work because he told Kelly he was suffering from cancer. To prove his illness, he sometimes would have her drive him to the hospital and tell her to wait in the parking lot while he pretended to go in for chemotherapy. Kelly reasoned that it would not make sense to have a husband who might drop dead before the honeymoon was over. Kenny managed flings with some of the other girls who worked at Cal Land, never letting on to Kelly. He took special delight in coaxing one girl into Angelo's waterbed when he was out. Angelo had strictly forbidden either his sons or Kenny to desecrate the waterbed. Kenny was to use the spare bedroom for his trysts. Through another of the girls, Mary Forsberg, Kenny had access to plenty of marijuana, smoking some of it and selling the rest at a profit. And there were additional small pleasures in his work. In the files at Cal Land, he found intriguing tax assessment information which he enjoyed sharing with Kelly, bringing home the addresses and assessments of Sonny and Cher, Groucho Marx, Telly Savalas, Jerry Lewis, George Peppard, Lee Marvin, Dean Martin, James Caan, and other celebrities. Sometimes material about unknown people amused him. The name Frank Horney, for instance, tickled his funny bone. He laughed to think how irritated all these people would be if they knew what Kenny Bianchi had found out about them. Why, if he wanted, he could drive right up to their doors and say hello, maybe pretend he was the tax assessor. If he were not an honest man, he told Kelly, he could use the information to pull off burglaries. You would think that after what Charles Manson and his gang had accomplished in Bel Air, this kind of stuff would be kept private. People could not be too careful. When his supervisor found marijuana in Bianchi's desk drawer at work, Kenny was asked to resign. He protested that someone must have planted the pot, but he found another similar job at Stewart West Coast Title in downtown Los Angeles. He and Kelly then decided to move to an apartment at 1950 Tamarind Avenue in Hollywood, so they could live halfway between his work and hers in the valley. His schemes for getting extra money now included the psychologist's office he rented from Dr. Weingarten, where he often sat at night waiting for the phone to ring. It seldom did. One evening, a man called in saying he was about to commit suicide, and Bianchi thoughtfully referred him to a hotline that specialized in such cases. He administered Rorschach inkblot tests on Kelly, guided by a book on the subject, and he advised one of Kelly's friends about her weight problem. Bianchi was anxious to find other ways of picking up extra money. When Angelo suggested that they find some girls to work for them as prostitutes, Kenny thought it a great idea. Kenny could use his gift of gab, Angelo said, to recruit the girls. Angelo would find the customers. They could clean up. 90% of the whores in Los Angeles were controlled by black pimps. Why shouldn't a couple of good white American boys like them rake off a little of the action? Kenny should keep his eye out for possible recruits. It did not take Kenny long to find the right girl. At a party at Mary Forsberg's, which Kelly did not attend, he met Sabra Hannon, a 16-year-old from Phoenix who had come out to Los Angeles looking for modeling work. She told Kenny that she had done one picture session for Evinrude Outboard Motors, but that nothing had turned up since. "You're a beautiful girl," Bianchi said. In this he was sincere. Sabra Hannon was blonde with large, round eyes and a full lower lip that gave a little pout to her smile. And from what Kenny could tell, she would look even better with her clothes off. "You ought to be making plenty of money modeling. You just haven't met the right people. I've got a lot of contacts in that business. Matter of fact, I can guarantee you $500 a week, easy." Sabra said that she would think it over. She was going away to visit friends in Lubbock, Texas, and then on to Phoenix for a couple of weeks. If he would give her his number, she would call him from there if she decided to accept his offer. When Sabra Hannon did call Bianchi from Phoenix in June, she said that she had run out of money. She remembered what he had said about $500 a week. If he would pay her fare back to Los Angeles, she could reimburse him out of her first check. "No problem," Bianchi said. "I'll have my secretary arrange for a plane ticket. Just pick it up at the airport. By the way, you need a place to stay?" "As a matter of fact, I do, for a few days." "I'll take care of everything. I'll meet you at the airport. Gosh, you know, I have a feeling about these things. I have a feeling you're really going places, Sabra." Kenny told Angelo the good news. Sabra Hannon was coming back to L.A., and she was broke. Wait till Angelo saw her. She was prime. She was first class. About 5'4", blonde, and he would bet natural. Great face, kind of pert and real slender, but terrific tits. He hadn't actually seen her tits, but he could tell. They stood right up and winked at you. But Kenny wondered, how were they going to talk her into whoring? She thought she was getting some modeling deal. She didn't look whorish at all, real clean cut. He hadn't even said anything to her about posing nude. Just watch, Angelo said. We're paying her plane fare, and that's the first thing. She's already in hock to us, see? We already own her. Leave it to me. We'll be getting gold out of her ass in no time. Kenny was to bring Sabra straight to Angelo's. When he picked Sabra up in the Cadillac, she remarked on what a nice car it was. Sometimes you need to impress people in this business, Bianchi said. You know, you drive a cheap car and they think you're a nobody. You must be thirsty after your flight. Have some of this. He handed her a paper cup of what appeared to be orange juice. By the time they arrived at Angelo's, Sabra was asleep. Bianchi had spiked the juice with a sedative. He left her in the car and went in to see Angelo, who told him he had decided Sabra should be left for the night at one of the motels down the street. That would soften her up, gain her confidence for the time being. Bianchi got her a room under his own name at the Sands Motel, signing the register, Kenneth A. Bianchi, Ph.D. He managed to wake her up and helped her to the room. Inside, he showed her 3 diamonds and told her that if she worked for him and his partner, his cousin Angelo Buono, for 6 months, she would get one of the diamonds as a bonus. I can't believe my luck, Sabra said. Yesterday I was broke. We believe in taking good care of our employees, Bianchi said. It's better for morale. Here, try one of these on. He handed her 2 frilly nightgowns. Sabra changed in the bathroom and climbed into bed. She said she would see him in the morning. She didn't know why, but she was so tired. But Bianchi climbed onto the bed with her and started pulling down the covers and unbuckling his pants. Sabra rolled away from him. No, she said. I don't really know you. Not now. Come on, you're acting like a virgin. You can't fool me. He wished he had given her a stronger dose of the sedative. He had been thinking about making it with her for 2 days. He had thought about her with Kelly, and it had been better than usual. No, please, let me sleep. Bianchi decided not to press the point. He would behave like a gentleman for now. There would be plenty of opportunities later. The next morning, Bianchi took Sabra to meet Angelo at the trim shop. Angelo sat behind his desk in the little office he had constructed inside the garage. Behind him, the wall was covered with photographs of the classic cars he had worked on. He looked Sabra over without rising from his chair and smiled. He reached into his pocket, pulled out the fat roll of bills he always carried, and peeled off a $100 note and handed it to her. This'll get you some clothes. You working for us now? Thank you. I guess I am. Okay. What that means is your word is your bond to us for 1 year. Get it? Sure. Your word is your bond, Angelo said. Remember that. Don't forget it. Okay. Angelo told her that she would move into his spare bedroom for the time being until she got on her feet. Kenny would be telling her more about what kinds of modeling jobs she would be doing. In the meantime, she was not to go anywhere without telling them. If a job came through, they would need to know where she was. Sabra said she understood. She wouldn't want to miss any opportunities. Over the next few days, they softened Sabra up. At first, Kenny told her that the modeling business was slow that month. It was July, and a lot of people were on vacation. Then he told her that he had found her a job, but that it would involve some nude poses. Sabra said she had never done that kind of modeling before, but when Kenny told her it was high-class stuff, artwork, nothing pornographic, she agreed. He told her they would need some shots of her in the nude right away to show the customer what he was getting. Otherwise, it would be like buying a pig in a poke. Sabra took off her clothes and posed on the waterbed while Angelo snapped some Polaroids. You don't mind this, Angelo said. Give us a smile. But Kenny was sorry to tell her 2 days later that the job had fallen through. He asked her if she had ever considered prostitution. She said that she had not and that she had no intention of becoming a prostitute. "Think about it," Angelo said. "Meantime, don't go nowheres without telling me. You got that?" But Sabra did not yet take Angelo's warnings seriously. She still figured a modeling job would turn up. They had promised her $500 a week, hadn't they? One afternoon, she decided to go over to the Eagle Rock Plaza to buy some clothes. She still had not spent any of the $100. They had been taking her out for meals at Henry's. She left Angelo's house without telling him and started walking east on Colorado Street. After a couple of blocks, a car pulled over and a young man gave her a ride to the plaza. She spent most of the $100 and walked back to Angelo's. He was waiting for her, as was Kenny, who had taken yet another day off from work. "You left without telling me," Angelo said. "I just went to get some clothes. Look, do you like this skirt?" "You walked down Colorado," Angelo said. "Then you got a ride with some guy. You know him?" "No, I could see he was nice." "When you was at the plaza, you talked to a guy. You know him?" "No." "Lying cunt whore. Kenny, get the towel. Take your clothes off, bitch. Do like I said." The look in Angelo's eyes and the knowledge that he had been following her, or had had her followed, terrified Sabra. She undressed. Kenny appeared with a bath towel that had been soaked in water. Angelo told Sabra to get her ass into the spare bedroom. He had already explained to Kenny the virtues of a wet towel. It left no bruise marks. Bianchi swung the towel hard against her back and buttocks and breasts while Angelo watched, smiling, telling Bianchi to see if he could hit a bullseye on her sex. This was a first for Kenny. He had never beaten a woman before. He found that he enjoyed it a lot. "Now," Angelo told her as she lay on the bed whimpering, "you're gonna suck my dick." When he was finished, Bianchi demanded the same. He complimented Sabra afterward, saying that he had never enjoyed it more. They now told Sabra that she was working for them as a prostitute. She had no choice. She owed them money for the plane fare and for the clothes she had just bought, and she would have to pay it back out of what she earned as a whore. If she behaved, everything would work out fine, but she must remember that she had given her word as bond for 1 year. Angelo explained to her some inside procedures of the trade. She would always have a nail file with her in case a trick got too weird or violent. She was to stick the nail file in his eye and get out of there. If the trick was not paying Angelo or Kenny directly, she should always take the money first and then hide it. Sticking it on chewing gum under a sink was a good idea. And she was to cut all the labels out of her clothes. That way, if the trick happened to be an undercover cop, she could not be traced to a neighborhood. This if she was working out call, which they would arrange in time. "You try to run away," Buono told her, "you're a dead pussy, understand? You can't escape. I got friends in the mafia will find you. You know what we do to girls who try to run off? I'll tell you. We cut off their arms and legs and put them in a box and ship them out to the desert. You want that to happen to you, cunt?" At first, Sabra worked in Angelo's house. Angelo would show a trim shop customer her nude pictures, ask the man if he wanted some of that, take his money, and lead him into Sabra. Not only was he getting money as a pimp, which he split with Bianchi, he noticed that his upholstery business picked up when word got around about the extras you had available when you took your car to Angelo's. Men from the glass shop and the car wash next door started making use of Sabra, too. Angelo did not give Sabra any of the take, nor did Kenny. And to complete the circle of servitude, sometimes when they took her out for a meal, they would not permit her to eat anything. Angelo would order a plate of his favorite stew at Henry's and then grin at Sabra, saying he bet she was real hungry. The techniques of intimidation worked splendidly. Every day, either Angelo or Kenny reminded Sabra what would happen to her if she tried to escape. Both Angelo and Kenny had sex with Sabra. Angelo every day, even if he had other girls around. Sometimes Sabra would be awakened in the middle of the night by Angelo's harsh shout from his room, "Get in here and give me a head job." She would obey. She was as enslaved as any harem girl. The one thing she had managed to resist was anal intercourse. He was too big and she was too small. She had never done that and did not want to do it. But Angelo was determined to break Sabra into sodomy. One evening with Kenny present, as Kelly's pregnancy advanced, Kenny was spending more and more time with Angelo. He handed her a big dildo and commanded her to force it up her anus. If she refused, she would be beaten. Naked and afraid, she tried to comply. She sat on the floor of the spare bedroom, Buono and Bianchi looming over her, directing her, spitting obscenities at her and playing with themselves. But she failed to accomplish the act. She wept, but Bianchi beat her anyway, thrashing her with the wet towel as Angelo looked on, grinning. Angelo told her to keep the dildo with her and to practice with it. Among the many girls still seeing Angelo while Sabra lived in the house was the devoted Antoinette Lombardo, now a senior in high school, none the wiser for an abortion and a miscarriage, still hopeful that one day Angelo would be her groom. Angelo, beginning to tire of her matrimonial obsession and anxious to teach her a lesson, told her that he could not possibly marry her unless he could be sure that she would not screw around when she became his wife. There was only one way to be sure of her devotion. She had never been with anyone but him. What if she went for another guy? What if she liked it with someone else? Maybe she was just like other women, hot to trot, indifferent to loyalty, randy, ready, and willing. "You gotta screw somebody else," Angelo said. "Tell me if you like it. You don't like it, we get married. Got it?" Antoinette said that she did not want anyone else. Angelo was her true love, and he could always trust her. But Angelo pressed his argument. Antoinette gave in, saying that she would do anything for him. He was the man she had always dreamed of, strong, alone, defiant. "I'll arrange it," Angelo said. "But Ange, I don't see nobody else. Who would I go with?" "That's okay, I'll arrange something." Angelo had something in mind. Through contacts in his upholstery business, he had agreed to supply girls for an afternoon's orgy at the AAA paper company Box Factory in Cudahy, a municipality in southeast Los Angeles County, the industrial heartland of Southern California, a treeless wasteland distinguished by the post-Assyrian architecture of the gigantic and abandoned Uniroyal rubber tire factory. There would be about half a dozen men present. Sabra was good, but there was room for an extra cunt, Angelo calculated. When Angelo and Kenny arrived at the box factory with Sabra and Antoinette, 7 men awaited them, swarthy fellows congruous with the odor of cardboard. They included the box moguls and assorted civic dignitaries. Pete Werleen, revered city councilman from the city of Bell, Red Fertig, the police chief of Huntington Park, and Warren Schmooky, chief aide to a member of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Angelo and Kenny ordered the girls into separate offices and directed traffic. As the more experienced and proficient whore, Sabra dealt with 5 customers according to their wants. Sabra was also much prettier than Antoinette, so a majority of the men requested her. The orgy went well. Sabra was rewarded with an unprecedented cash payment, $60. Antoinette got nothing for her display of fealty except accusations from Angelo that she had shown signs of enjoying her work and might not be a good candidate for wifehood after all. In the parking lot afterward, the men talked of their satisfaction and the desire for another orgy at the earliest possible opportunity. Kenny noticed a decal, the seal of the County of Los Angeles, on Warren Schmooky's windshield, and Schmooky said proudly that it entitled him to free parking in county lots. he promised to send one to Bianchi. Sabra was working out so well for Angelo and Kenny that they decided they should expand their operations. They told her that if she could recruit another girl, she could go free. Otherwise, she had another 10 months to go on her contract. When Sabra said that she had a friend in Phoenix who might be interested, they gave her permission to fly there on condition that she stay no more than a week and return with the new girl. Could she attend the Led Zeppelin concert in Phoenix? Sabra wanted to know. It was her favorite group. Yes, Angelo said, but she would be watched. The boys were strong in Phoenix and would find her and kill her if she tried to run off. And she could forget about going to the police. He had friends in law enforcement who owed him favors. He showed Sabra his badge to assure her of his connections. Meanwhile, in Phoenix, she should keep practicing with the dildo. Sabra returned with Rebecca Gay Spears, a 15-year-old biker's daughter who was eager to leave home for a new life in California. Angelo and Kenny had refused to send the girls airfare, so they turned a trick at an airport hotel for the money. Becky was a tiny girl with a large, sad mouth, mousy but frail and defenseless looking in a way that appealed to Angelo. He was also gratified that Becky, once threatened with death, acquiesced readily to anal intercourse. He installed Sabra in a nearby apartment and moved Becky into his house so that she would be available to him daily and nightly when she was not earning money for him. So brutally and frequently did he attack Becky's rear that he tore her sphincter muscles, and she resorted to wearing a tampon in her rectum to control her bowels. Angelo made use of Becky's compliance, but sometimes she was too passive for him. He would hit her and shake her, trying to get her angry, saying, "What's the matter with you? Ain't you alive? Fight me. Tits is better than you." Tits was his nickname for Sabra. When Becky did dare complain, he would tell her about shipping disobedient girls into the desert, de-limbed, and ask her if she wanted to be beaten as Tits had been. As for Sabra, he reneged on his promise to free her, saying that she had to earn more money for him and Kenny before she would be let go. The pimping now became more sophisticated. Angelo arranged through J.J. Fenway, owner of the Foxy Ladies Outcall service, to have Becky and Sabra visit clients at home. Foxy Ladies would take a 15% cut of any call. Angelo and Kenny would get 60%, with 25% left over for the girl, in theory, although she rarely received anything but sneers and a little food. Becky and Sabra continued to work in Angelo's house for neighborhood clients and the trim shop customers, but on most evenings the Foxy Ladies driver would deliver them to men all over the city, and they played a return engagement at the box factory, Antoinette absent this time, after which Angelo and Kenny beat Becky on grounds of her failure of enthusiasm. The girls were proving a healthy source of extra income for Buono and Bianchi, and Kenny found owning women more gratifying than he could have imagined, although he continued to press Kelly to marry him and told her how much he looked forward to becoming a father. As her pregnancy progressed, Kelly grew irritable, but Kenny did not really mind. Her bad moods gave him ready excuses for staying out late, and when he wanted sex, Sabra and Becky were his to do with as he wished. Yet his prosperity and happiness proved short. It happened one August night that David Wood, a lawyer, lonely and libidinous in his loneliness, locked up within the electronically guarded splendor of his Bel Air house, telephoned the Foxy Ladies, and asked that a girl be sent to him. Within an hour, Becky Spears had been driven westward from the bungalow land of Glendale on to Hollywood and the rich hush of Beverly Hills, along Sunset Boulevard, past UCLA and through the Rococo Gateway of Bel Air. This is a district that surpasses even Beverly Hills in the illusion of remoteness from the ordinary city. It is dark with trees, bright with meticulous flower beds, all hills and winding streets with names like Copa de Oro and Bellagio, and houses forbiddingly huge and apparently impregnable, though the Manson gang had found otherwise. One of their victims, Sharon Tate, had lived on the cusp of Bel Air and Beverly Hills, high up in secluded Benedict Canyon, just a stone's throw from a street called Angelo, a cul-de-sac. When Becky arrived at David Wood's house on Roscommare Drive, she was overcome by a serenity and security that tapped her emotions and loosened her tongue. David Wood was not in the habit of summoning women in this way, but that night he thought he would try something effortless and anonymous. The evening turned out to be neither. The small girl with a downturned mouth emanated such sadness and dejection that in spite of his worldliness, Wood started asking her variations on the most threadbare of all questions addressed to whores. How did a nice girl like you? Becky did not offer him any of the usual responses, such as, I only do this in my spare time, or I perform a special service, or how else would I earn $400 or $500 a night? Becky let go. She told him she was the prisoner of two men. She told him about the beatings, the relentless sodomy, the threats of delimbing and death. She said that she believed it was only a matter of time before Angelo Buono and Kenny Bianchi would kill her. She knew Angelo wanted to kill her. The way he forced himself down her throat until she vomited or almost passed out told her that. The way Bianchi laughed when he beat her told her that he wanted to kill her too. Through his law practice, David Wood knew the criminal class. He was not naive. But Becky's tale shocked him, and her frail, sexually unattractive desperation made him want to help her. That this visitor from the moral sewers of the city had intruded on the order and expensive serenity of his home disgusted him, and he wanted to throw her out and go take a long, hot bath. But pity for her overcame disgust. Not for a second did he doubt that she was telling the truth. He knew that the Foxy Lady's driver would be coming back soon, so he drove Becky to his office and telephoned for a plane reservation to Phoenix. It was not that Becky's family, from what she told him of it, offered decent refuge, but at least she knew Phoenix and had friends there. She had nowhere else to go. The plane was not leaving until early in the morning, so David Wood talked through the night with Becky at his office. The more she told him, the better he felt about what he was doing. He tried to reassure her that she would be safe once out of the city. No two-bit auto upholsterer and his perverted cousin would have the resources to track her down. He did not believe in Bono's boasts about the mafia or the boys or whatever he called them. The mafia would not bother with such a small-time operation. In the morning, he drove her to the airport and waited to put her on the plane. As they said goodbye, he took her father's telephone number and gave her his, telling her to call him if she felt she was in danger. And he told her never to come back to Los Angeles unless she heard that Buono and Bianchi were dead or safely locked up. When the Foxy Lady's driver telephoned Angelo to tell him that Becky and her trick had left Wood's house and gone somewhere, Angelo was annoyed, but not alarmed. The trick was probably one of those guys who liked to talk to whores and had taken her out. Becky should have telephoned, those were the rules, and he would have Kenny beat her. But Angelo figured she would return in the morning, and she had better have plenty of money to show for the full night. But when Becky did not appear, Angelo had the Foxy Lady's driver take him and Kenny to David Wood's house for a confrontation. Wood was not home. Angelo telephoned his office. When Angelo told him he had better tell where the girl was or suffer the consequences, Wood hung up. Once Angelo and Kenny realized that Becky was not coming back, they became enraged. Just so Sabra would not get any ideas, they stuffed Becky's abandoned clothes into a box with a dead cat and showed the box to Sabra. Did she get the message? Dead pussy. That's what Becky was going to be, and that's what Sabra would be if she tried to leave. Then Angelo set about trying to ruin David Wood. He called Wood and told him that he was going to bring charges against him for having sex with a 15-year-old girl. Again, Wood hung up. Angelo then had flowers sent to Wood's employees, with a note saying that David Wood was leaving the profession of law and that his employees were being terminated. David Wood was angry, but he was not intimidated. He called one of his clients, a 300-pound bouncer named Tiny, and said he needed a favor. He told Tiny what Buono was up to and told him about Becky. Tiny said he would take care of it. Angelo was working inside a car when Tiny walked into the trim shop, accompanied by 4 friends almost as big as himself. "You Angelo Buono?" Tiny said. Angelo continued working and gave no response. So Tiny reached one arm through the open car window, grabbed Angelo by the shoulder, and started dragging him out of the car window. "Now do I have your attention, Mr. Buono?" Angelo crawled out and struggled to his feet. Tiny picked him up under both arms, gave him a vicious shaking, and said, "David Wood's a friend of mine. You messing with him, you're messing with me. Tiny. Get it? I don't like people messing with my friends. You don't want to see an instant replay of me." Angelo said he understood. Tiny threw him down and left. Angelo did not bother David Wood again. Angelo and Kenny were still angry, and they were worried. They figured Becky had made fools of them. It was bad for morale. Somebody was going to have to pay one way or another. "Some girls don't deserve to live," Angelo said. They had no concrete plans as yet, but in the next 6 weeks they suffered further blows to their professional pride, and their rage doubled. In September, Sabra escaped. Wisely, she left the state, disappeared one day without telling anyone. Now, with his extra income gone, Bianchi started missing payments on his Cadillac, and fights with Kelly became more frequent. He stole the letterhead stationery from Universal and talked of the talent scout scam. He and Angelo told each other over and over that they could not let the girls get away with this. And for the first time, they began talking about killing a prostitute to set an example. They would rape her and do her in. "I'm gonna get my hands around some cunt's throat," Angelo said. "Some cunt that don't deserve to live." "Me too," Kenny said, anxious to let Angelo know that Kenny was really one tough guy. Angelo's rage fueled Kenny's, and Kenny made sure Angelo noticed, the cousins igniting one another. "Let's go get some whore and get it over with," Angelo said one night late in September. They cruised over to Hollywood and picked up 2 teenage girls. It was easy. The girls got into the car and everyone agreed on a price. They drove up Curson Street into the Hollywood Hills and parked. And then Angelo showed his badge. If the girls did not cooperate, they would be busted. But after having sex with them in the car, they pushed the girls out, naked, and let them go. "You chickened out," Angelo told Kenny later. "No, I didn't. Honest, Tony, I would have done it. I thought you didn't want to. I thought, with 2 of them." "Yeah? Bullshit. Okay, let's see what you're made of tomorrow night." The next night they drove down Highland and spotted 2 girls walking. It was not clear whether they were prostitutes or just out for a stroll. At the corner of Hawthorne and Highland, Angelo swung the Cadillac around in front of the girls as they were crossing the street. One of them took off, but the others stopped when Angelo flashed his badge. Bianchi, standing in the street with the girl, who was barely 5 feet tall and wearing glasses, began interrogating her. "Vice Squad, let's see some identification." "My wallet's been stolen," she said. "Here, I have my citizenship papers." When Bianchi looked over the papers, he saw that the girl's name was Catherine Laurie. She had been born in Germany, and her father was listed as Peter Laurie, film actor. the daughter of a man who 44 years earlier in Germany had achieved international fame and Hollywood offers for his role as a rapist and murderer of little girls in M, was now being sized up as a potential victim on a Hollywood street corner. "Hey," Bianchi called to Buono. "Look who we've got here. It's Peter Lorre's daughter." A couple of photographs fell out of Catherine Lorre's purse onto the street. Bianchi picked them up. They showed Catherine at 9 years, with her father at Christmas time. In one, Peter Lorre, looking like a small Papa Bear, was tickling his daughter, who laughed wildly. Wrapped and beribboned presents were strewn at their feet. In the other, father and daughter posed happily before the Christmas tree. "What do you know?" Kenny said. "It really is Peter Lorre's daughter." He handed the snapshots to Angelo, who gave a big grin. "Where are you going?" Kenny asked her. "Home? Home from school. I have a ride, there." She pointed to a car parked down the street. Kenny checked with Angelo, who shook his head, signaling that they should let her go. "Okay," Kenny said. "Take care of yourself. Be careful now. You shouldn't be out walking like this at night. Be good." Catherine Lorre walked briskly off, glad that she had had the presence of mind to lie about having a ride nearby, when in truth she was headed down to Sunset to wait for a bus. She wondered whether those men were really police officers. In October, Angelo and Kenny suffered further setbacks. Angelo's mother was operated on for vaginal cancer, and the prognosis was glum. That the woman he had always called a cunt would end up dying from a disease in that region was a coincidence that did not occur to Angelo, but when he visited her in the hospital, sometimes accompanied by his old buddy Artie Ford, he found himself torn between love and hate, or emotions for which no strong enough words exist. He calmed himself, or tried to, by indulging in the satisfactions of stealing objects from the hospital, syringes, hypodermic needles, a stethoscope. But the thought of his mother's having pieces of malignant tissue cut out of her vagina intensified his already primordial emotions and impulses. He arranged with his sister Cecilia to visit Jenny on alternate nights. He and Kenny found another girl, Jennifer Snyder, to work for them, and installed her in the spare bedroom. Sabra had given them Jennifer's number before escaping. And from Deborah Noble, an experienced prostitute, Angelo purchased a list of men known to frequent whores, a trick list, as it was called, of 175 men at $1 a name. Deborah Noble delivered the trick list to the trim shop, accompanied by 3 other prostitutes. One, a tall, expensively dressed black girl named Yolanda Washington. Angelo asked Deborah Noble whether she was certain that this was an out-call list. He did not want hundreds of strange tricks showing up at his house at all hours. Deborah Noble assured him that it was an out-call list. Angelo made his usual cocky, joshing conversation with the girls, and in the course of it, Yolanda Washington mentioned that she worked the north side of Sunset, near Highland. That was her turf. She could be found there practically every night. On the night of October 17th, Jennifer Snyder lay in her bed in the spare bedroom. She could hear Angelo and Kenny talking in the living room. They sounded angry. She had been living in Angelo's house for 3 days, spending most of her time calling, as she had been told to do, the men on the trick list. But something was wrong. All the men on the list wanted to come to her, not have her go to them. Deborah Noble's out-call list had turned out to be an in-call list. Angelo and Kenny had been cheated, and they were furious. Kenny came into the spare bedroom, took off his clothes, and, without saying a word, began to have sex with Jennifer. He had an ugly look on his face, and he started to get rough, pinching her and slapping her breasts. Jennifer asked him to ease up, but instead, he grabbed her by the hips, turned her over violently, and tried to sodomize her. "No," Jennifer said. "I won't do that. No, stop it." When he persisted, she managed to turn herself over and throw him off onto the floor. He looked at her as though he was going to kill her, but she leapt out of bed and showed her nails to him, indicating that she was ready to fight. Kenny grabbed his clothes and left the room. In the living room, he told Angelo what had happened and suggested killing Jennifer Snyder right then and there. First, Becky and Sabra had run off, then the bad trick list, and now this, a bitch who wouldn't cooperate. It was time to teach everybody a lesson. "I've been thinking," Angelo said. "We can't kill Snyder, you dumb shit. She could be traced here easy. Ain't you got a brain? I thought you was so smart. Listen, remember that nigger whore was with Noble? We can't find Noble, but we'll get a friend. She told me where she works. We'll use my badge and handcuffs, pretend we're arresting her, right? Then we snuff her. Noble will get the message." "Let's go," Bianchi said. "I'm ready for it. Kill the bitches." "Me knew me," Angelo said, looking Bianchi in the eye. Kenny felt that Angelo approved of him, and it made him feel good. Now he would show Angelo that Kenny Bianchi had guts. In the spare bedroom, Jennifer Snyder lay shaking, terrified that both of them would come in and beat her. But she heard the door open and shut, and a car start in the driveway and back out. She let a few minutes pass, then checked to see that they were gone. She tried going to sleep, but her anxiety mounted. She was asthmatic, and she began to feel an attack coming on. She took her pills, but the attack became worse, choking her. She could not remember ever having felt such anxiety. She went into the living room and by the light of the fish tank telephoned a boyfriend and then her mother. The sound of her mother's voice calmed her down. She told her mother that she was staying at a friend's temporarily but was leaving tomorrow. The atmosphere here did not agree with her. While Jennifer Snyder was talking to her mother, Kenny Bianchi was strangling Yolanda Washington to death in the back seat as Angelo drove north on the Hollywood freeway. Bianchi had already stripped the girl and raped her on the freeway. Now he was showing Angelo that he was no chicken. He tried pulling back on her throat with his forearm first, then used a rag Angelo handed him. She was handcuffed, but she managed to kick Angelo in the head, so he held down her legs, draped over the back of the front seat with his free hand until Kenny had finished the job. When she was limp, Kenny surreptitiously removed a large turquoise ring from her left hand and slipped it into his pocket. He thought it would make a nice present for Kelly. Then Angelo drove to a spot on Forest Lawn Drive below the Oakwood apartments he had once lived in. They dumped Yolanda Washington's body beside the road, near a rock pile and the entrance to the graveyard, across the way from a Warner Brothers set depicting a peaceful New England village. So it began. 9. Thanksgiving weekend 1977 will be remembered as the time of the greatest horror and panic in the history of Los Angeles. No one except Frank Salerno and a couple of other officers had paid attention to similarities between the Judy Miller and Lisa Kasten murders. And as for Yolanda Washington, she had been dead for more than a month and might soon have been written off as just another murdered prostitute. But now, in a mere 9 days, 5 more bodies, all of them nude young women or girls, turned up on hillsides in the Glendale Highland Park area. And connections among them were obvious to everyone. Buono and Bianchi's acts, though not their identities, had finally penetrated the consciousness of the city. Not a morning or an evening passed for the citizens without their being confronted in the newspapers and on radio and television with news of the killings and the fear, even the certainty that the Hillside Strangler, as Buono and Bianchi came quickly to collectively be called, would strike soon again. The term Hillside Strangler seemed to spring up spontaneously once police began referring to the Hillside murders, with no one able to claim sole authorship. Nor did police object to the use of the singular, though they were convinced that there had to be more than one strangler. The less the killers thought was known about them, the better. As a phrase, Hillside Strangler captured and even intensified the spreading terror in Los Angeles, and soon drew recognition across the nation. In the city, women became afraid to drive their cars alone at night. Parents feared for their daughters. Self-defense classes for women multiplied. City parks were deserted. Sales of mace, tear gas, and guns took off. The usual conversation mundanities gave way to, "I look over my shoulder and around corners," and "Everyone I talk to is petrified," and "I run into the house when I leave my car," and "I sleep with a hammer under my pillow and carry a steak knife," and "That's all anybody's talking about at school." Women debated what they would do if confronted by the strangler. Was it better to try to run away, to fight, to scream, or to cooperate so as not to make him angry? Some people thought that the stranglings were a message from God, vengeance on a valueless city. The Times soon ran a feature story carrying the headline, "The Southland's New Neighbor, Fear." Such headlines and stories proliferated in all the media. They increased, of course, the fear they reported, but they reflected reality. No phrase could better describe the mood of the city then, and for months to come, than the title of the 1950 Richard Widmark film, Panic in the Streets. Hollywood had caught up with Hollywood. On Sunday, November 20th, Sergeant Bob Grogan had planned an outing on his boat, but for him there was no possibility of deep-sea fishing that day. He mildly cursed when reading the Sunday paper while his wife was off at Mass. He got the call to go immediately to the corner of Rannan's Way and Wawona Avenue, in the hills that separate Glendale from Eagle Rock. Had he known that he was embarking on what would become an obsession that would consume 6 years of his life, he would have cursed more vigorously. Bob Grogan could find any address in Los Angeles as quickly as anyone, and he drove everywhere, even when going for a loaf of bread, as though he were chasing or being chased, a Mario Andretti of the freeways, trying to break the sound barrier in his beige, unmarked Plymouth, or off-duty in his baby blue Coupe de Ville. But he had some trouble locating this body site. Enough to make him think that whoever would dump a body there must know the area very well. It was all twisty little streets among low hills, not the sort of place a killer could get away from quickly, unless he knew it as well as his own neighborhood. The dead girl lay on her side under a small tree. Opposite was a vacant lot, but elsewhere modest houses lined the streets. Had it not been a Sunday, the body would have been discovered earlier. Grogan arrived just after noon. Approaching the body, Grogan thought immediately of his own teenage daughter and tried to banish the thought. He noticed the ligature marks at the neck, wrists, and ankles. When a coroner's assistant turned her over, blood trickled from her rectum, and Grogan had no trouble making deductions from that. It was his belief, based on his investigations of scores of rape-murder cases, that the victims were very often sodomized, and often so after the murder itself. Necrophilia, Grogan felt sure, was a far more common human activity than generally believed. Because almost anyone would sooner admit to murder than enjoying sex with dead bodies, it was a difficult crime to prove. Neither the public nor most people who wrote about crime would want to believe it anyway. Small bruises showed around her breasts, and then, examining her more closely, Grogan noticed something that made him think at first that he was looking at the body of a drug addict. Puncture marks on the inner arm. For a second he was relieved. He would always rather deal with the murder of a drug addict. Addicts died young anyway. But there were only 2 puncture marks, none of the usual scars and needle tracks of the addict. The rectal bleeding and the absence on the body of any obvious signs of a dissipated, druggy existence suggested to Grogan that she might have been tortured before, during, or after the killing. Maybe all 3. He stepped back and looked about. He noticed no footprints or disturbances of any kind on the ground around her, and the body showed no signs of having been dragged. He concluded that she had been placed where she lay, probably by more than one man, removed from a car that had then sped off. But the driver must have known the neighborhood. While Grogan was writing up his preliminary report and speaking to the coroner's office that afternoon, learning that no drugs had been found in the body, a small boy was making another discovery. At about 4 o'clock on the other western side of the Elysian Valley, Armando Guerrero, 9 years old, was playing in a trash heap on a shady slope about 50 feet below the obscure little street called Landa. Armando liked playing there because it was a secret place. Hardly anyone ever drove on Landa Street, although it emptied onto Stadium Way, the route to the eastern side of Dodger Stadium. Landa was dark and damp and a little scary, a great place for a kid to sift through trash for treasures. That afternoon, as the November light began to fail, Armando thought he spotted something unusual in the trash pile along with the old mattresses and bottles and cans. Armando saw 2 department store mannequins lying head to foot together amid the junk. Great things to take home. He approached one, reached down to tug at its foot, but then he noticed a dark circle around the ankle, with ants feeding on it. Armando was frightened. He uttered a prayer to the Blessed Virgin and ran home to tell his brother. When the brother, Alonzo, 17, touched the mannequins, he telephoned the police, saying that the mannequins were very stiff, but that he was afraid they were real. He thought he had seen blood on them. At first, the policeman also thought they were mannequins, but when he touched them, he recognized rigor mortis. These were 2 little girls, so fragile, helpless, dead, rot working away at their faces. Through the greenish slime on one mouth, he saw blood-clotted braces on the teeth. He summoned LAPD homicide. It was Bob Grogan's partner, Dudley Varney, who examined the bodies. Sergeant Varney estimated at once that the girls had been dead for a week. He noticed the ligature marks, the absence of any clothes or jewelry, the smears of dried blood, the armies of ants. Los Angeles was having a November heat wave, and the stench in Angelo's cow patch was higher than usual. Sergeant Varney retreated around a hump on the slope and threw up. Looking up toward Landa Street, Varney speculated that the girls' bodies had been tossed from there and had rolled down onto the trash heap. One man could have done the job. The girls were so small, but that seemed unlikely. Varney asked the boys whether they recognized the girls. They said no, but the older brother said that he had heard that 2 girls were missing from St. Ignatius School. A poster had been distributed offering a reward for information about them. Varney checked and learned that a priest from St. Ignatius had distributed the poster, offering an unspecified reward for information about them, showing their school pictures and giving descriptions of them. They were Dolores Cepeda, 12, weighing 96 pounds, and Sonia Johnson, 14, 4 feet 11 inches tall, weighing 80 pounds and wearing braces on her teeth. Varney glumly contemplated the contrast between their school pictures, which showed happy, smiling faces on the brink of life, and the sight of their stiff, bruised bodies and ravaged faces in the trash heap. Images that, in spite of his experience of homicides, haunted his sleep for months. His investigation failed to discover a murder scene. The girls had boarded a bus at the Eagle Rock Plaza. They had disembarked, Varney learned, at a stop on York, not far from their homes. A boy who had been a passenger on the bus said that he had watched the girls through the right side rearview mirror as the bus boarded new passengers, and he had seen them go up to a car and speak to someone on the passenger side of a car. Under hypnosis, the boy recalled the car was a large sedan, either light on top and dark on the bottom, or the reverse. Varney also learned that the girls' parents had searched frantically for them in the neighborhood that night and the following day, and that the priest from St. Ignatius had turned the school into a search headquarters all that week. Varney and Grogan compared notes on the 3 bodies and were in no doubt that the same killer or killers had been involved, probably 2 men. Certainly, if Dolores and Sonia had approached a car on the passenger side, there had been a passenger. One of the girls was said to have been frightened of strangers but very trustful and admiring of policemen. That might be significant. The girl Grogan had examined was identified the following afternoon. She was Christina Weckler, 20, an honors student at the Pasadena Art Center of Design, a highly respected school. A friend and fellow student of hers, alarmed at Christina's absence from classes on Monday, had gone to her apartment. The 2 girls had promised each other always to check up on each other, for safety's sake, and Christina's friend persuaded the manager of Christina's apartment building at 809 East Garfield Avenue in Glendale to let her into the apartment. Christina had lived there for over a year. Her parents, who lived in Sausalito, had helped her choose it, and it had seemed to them just right for her, an older, U-shaped, tree-shaded building in a peaceful neighborhood. Christina's friend had found the apartment empty and Christina's old Volkswagen parked in its usual place. She then called the police. When Bob Grogan visited the apartment on Garfield that evening, he questioned the manager and all the other residents. No one mentioned, of course, that Kenneth Bianchi had lived in the same building until that past August, in an apartment not 15 feet from Christina's. All Grogan learned was that Christina was a quiet, studious girl who was often alone at night, working on her drawings, which had put her at the top of her class at the Pasadena Art Center. Her friend told Grogan that Christina had been disappointed not to have been invited to a party on Saturday, the night of her disappearance. It was to be a pot party, and Christina did not approve of marijuana smoking, her friends knew, so she was left out. Inside Christina's apartment, Bob Grogan's rage began to grow. It did not take much to ignite Grogan's furious indignation, and the sight of Christina's apartment made him want to explode. He knew that he would not be able to relieve these feelings until he had found Christina's killer and had gotten him sentenced to death, if that was still possible in California. Here was Christina's drafting board, paints, inks, brushes, and pens arrayed beside it. A light adjusted above it for long hours of work. There in the bathroom were her nightclothes, neatly laid out, bath oils and lotions lined up on shelves. The bed was turned down tidily, ready to receive a young woman who obviously cared about keeping her life in harmonious order. On a table he found a paperback book on astrology, predictions for lives in the coming year, 1978, which Christina would not see. She had been a girl who thought about the future. And next to this, Grogan found Christina's notebook, a kind of diary, filled with colorful little drawings and paragraphs about herself and the things she cared about: books, friends, favorite artists, family. How glad she was to know that her parents loved her. Grogan, alone, waiting for the fingerprint men and police photographers to arrive, sat down at Christina's drafting board and read the notebook through. He could feel the girl's presence and hear her voice. He thought of her alive in this room, planning her days, her future. And he thought of his own daughter, another idealistic, loving, and admirable young woman. With a twinge of fear and conscience, Grogan thought of his daughter walking and waiting alone for buses at night in Los Angeles. These killers and others running loose. He resolved to buy her a car the next day. The notebook made Grogan swallow hard. When he had finished reading it, he put it in his pocket. He was required, of course, to turn in all evidence. He knew that he could get himself into deep trouble for doing what he was about to do, suppressing evidence. But Grogan cared more for justice than for legal niceties. The notebook was too private and painful, and it would have no bearing on a conviction, except perhaps to sway a jury's emotions. It said nothing of boyfriends, lovers, potential killers. It was testimony simply of Christina's love of her work and her family, Her parents should have it. Grogan felt he already knew them, and he already trusted and admired them. The notebook might help them to survive Christina's death. Nothing would help them get over it. Bob Grogan, huge and brash, was a man of fierce sentiments and loyalties, and more than most detectives, he tended to allow himself to get personally involved in his cases. All homicide detectives did this to an extent if they were any good. You could not be wholly detached and succeed in this work. But Grogan let himself go more than others for fear of cracking up, dared. When he told Frank Salerno that a homicide cop had to have some means of getting away from his work, of cleansing his mind of blood and of what the frequency of murder said about human nature, he meant it. Only two kinds of people, Grogan was fond of saying, understood human nature: homicide detectives and whores. To escape, Grogan now had his boat, which he took out from Long Beach every weekend he could, and he had his large collection of jazz records and his electric organ. Late at night, his head filled with corpses and the indifference of killers, he would pour himself a shot of Jameson's, put a Duke Ellington record on the machine, and sit down at his organ to play along with the music. The driving rhythms and romantic melodies made sleep possible. He also played golf regularly at the California Country Club, enjoying the green peace of fairways and chit-chat that had no more violence in it than a solid tee shot. At home with his wife, daughter, and son, it had long been an agreement that he would keep the details of his job to himself. Murder was not discussed. This was his wife's wish, and he was happy to accommodate it, sure that she knew better than he what made for a tranquil domestic scene. Grogan and his wife shared a common background. They had been together since Boston, but in personality they were unalike. She quiet and religious. Around her, Grogan not only did not speak of murder, but tried, to the extent that he was able, to banish strong words and phrases from his vocabulary. He did not mind splitting his life in two for her sake. On the contrary, he felt it gave him something to believe in. But once he was on the trail of Buono and Bianchi, he began to find the daily switch from war to peace more difficult. The next day, Charles Weckler flew down from San Francisco to identify his daughter's body. Grogan was immediately drawn to this shattered father, identifying with him. He asked Mr. Weckler whether he would like to go someplace for a drink. Mr. Weckler said he would after he telephoned his wife. Grogan took him to the Night Watch, a bar in Pasadena. It was early afternoon and the place was not yet crowded. The two fathers, one twice the size of the other, sat in a corner booth and ordered doubles. Mr. Weckler told Grogan to call him Charlie. "Charlie," Grogan said, "we're going to get this bastard, I promise you. I know that doesn't help much for me to say that, but I want you to know that I am going to nail the fucking animal who killed your daughter. I don't suppose you would have seen the LA Times this morning?" Charlie Weckler said he had not. Grogan told him that the Times had carried a story about how the police were teaming up on this case. Grogan himself had been talking to Frank Salerno of Sheriff's Homicide that morning. Christina had been the victim of a multiple murderer. There were several other cases that were tied in. The Times had listed 8, including 2 little girls who had been found the same day as Christina. Grogan himself put the count at 5, but there was one detective with the LAPD, Bill Williams, who wanted to include a 6th, Yolanda Washington, a black girl who had been found back on October 18th. The location checked out. Williams was probably right. And another thing. Grogan was certain, as were Salerno and others, that there were 2 killers. But Grogan would appreciate it if Charlie wouldn't say anything to the press about that, or anything else Grogan told him about the investigation. "I don't want to talk to the press," Mr. Weckler said. "I don't intend to ever talk to the press." "I know about the press. We will never talk to them." "Very wise idea," Grogan said. Mr. Weckler was a professional photographer, successful in his work. He had done features for National Geographic and other large circulation publications. He knew all about publicity and knew that it would only add to his family's tragedy. But he was happy to tell Grogan anything. His daughter had been such a quiet, serious girl. He could not imagine what had led her into the killer's path, what had led her outside her apartment without her car on a Saturday night. She had not been with any of her friends. "We'll find out," Grogan said. "The only thing we can think now is that somehow these guys are getting women to trust them. We think they might be posing as cops, but we don't want the media to know that yet. If they tell everybody that, then nobody will trust the cop. But we may have to tell them." Grogan ordered more drinks. Then he brought out Christina's notebook from his suit pocket and handed it to Mr. Weckler. Grogan said he thought that Christina's family should have the notebook, and he was not going to turn it in as evidence unless he had to. But one of Christina's friends might mention it, and Grogan might then be forced to discover it, so he would hang on to it for now until he was sure it was safe to give it to the Wecklers. Mr. Weckler thumbed through the notebook, straining to read his daughter's handwriting in the dim light of the bar. He drained his drink. He broke down. Grogan ordered more drinks. Then Mr. Weckler, acting from some deep paternal urge, took out his pen and wrote, slowly and carefully, at the top of each page of the notebook, "Copyright 1977 by Christina Weckler." "That way," Mr. Weckler choked out, "nobody can steal Christina's work. At least her work can be safe." Jesus Christ, Grogan thought. If I could find those murdering bastards right now, I'd kill them with my own bare hands. "I wish I were a more religious man," Mr. Weckler said. "Well," Grogan said, "I never had much luck with the church myself." He decided he had to try cheering Charlie up a bit. Futile though the effort would be, maybe he needed to try to cheer himself up. He went on. "I remember when I was in the 6th grade back in Boston, about 1946 it was. I had to serve a high mass for Cardinal Cushing. Remember that bastard? In nomine Domini." He imitated Cardinal Cushing's Boston accent, even more nasal and flat than his own. Anyway, it was this high mass for Rose Kennedy, you know? That's right, the president's mother, for Christ's sake. Of course, the Kennedys were a big deal in Boston even then. Old Joe. Anyway, it's a fucking historical event there, and here I am, serving for the Cardinal. And I did pretty good. Got the Latin right, didn't spill the wine, didn't fall down genuflecting with the big book or anything. So afterwards, what do you know? The old bastard, the Cardinal, reaches into his scarlet robes and pulls out a $20 bill and gives it to me. Listen, that was a lot of money in those days. So what I did was I ran right out and bought myself the best baseball glove I could find, a real thoroughbred mitt, and a ball, too. So I ran right home and showed the ball and glove to my father. I was so proud. So you know what my father did? I'll tell you what, he beat the living shit out of me, that's what he did. He said, "Don't lie to me, Bobby. I know you stole that ball and glove. You expect me to believe Cardinal Cushing gave you $20? How stupid do you think I am? That son of a bitch never gave nothing to nobody." Grogan laughed. "So you see, Charlie, I never had much luck myself with the church at all." Mr. Weckler managed a smile and a small laugh. He reached across the table and took Grogan's hand, squeezed it, and looked into his big red face. Then he handed Grogan back Christina's notebook. The next day, Jane King's body turned up, looking like a doll lost in April and found again in November. She had been discovered by a highway worker who was clearing brush on the Los Feliz off-ramp of the Golden State Freeway. Dudley Varney was assigned to be the primary investigator on Jane King. From the size of the maggots which completely covered her face, the coroner determined that she had been dead for about 2 weeks. Her pubic hair had grown out to about 1/8 of an inch. The LAPD announced that a special task force had been formed, which the media quickly termed the Hillside Strangler task force, headed by Lieutenant Ed Henderson of the LAPD, but consisting of officers from the Sheriff's Department and the Glendale Police Department as well. On Thanksgiving Day, November 24th, the Times reported that Jane King's murder might be linked to as many as 10 others, saying that the police would not reveal the common method of strangulation. But on the following day, the paper suggested that the strongest links seemed to exist among 4 victims: Yolanda Washington, Judy Miller, Lisa Caston, and Christina Weckler. Their age, where they were found, their nudity, and that they had been sexually molested seemed to connect them. Jane King had been older, and it was not clear whether she had been raped. Each day, the newspapers and television offered varying reports, adding and subtracting victims from the Hillside list, increasing the public's confusion and alarm, but it must be said, accurately reflecting the confused state of the investigation. 30 officers were now making up the task force. Grogan, Salerno, Varney, and Williams had most of the responsibility, and would have preferred to have had all of it, sensing that the greater the manpower, the greater the chances for foul-ups. But the task force was soon flooded with phone calls and clues, almost all of which turned out to be worthless, and dozens of officers were needed to handle them. Eventually, the task force grew to 100 officers, and they would put together over 12,000 clue packages, labeled envelopes containing all the information on a given lead. When the task force added a computer called Patrick for pattern recognition and information correlation, Grogan said, "Holy God, that's all we need. I'll tell you what that goddamn computer is. It's nothing but a $50,000 filing cabinet." The killers took the Thanksgiving holiday off. But early Tuesday morning, November 29th, Grogan was called again to examine a body in the hills of Glendale, this time in the Mount Washington area. Again, the location, a steep, twisting little street called Cliff Drive, was difficult to find. But the body itself could not have been missed by anyone driving down to work that morning. She was on her back. The upper part of the body was lying in some brush, but the legs stuck out onto the pavement. Grogan noticed first her long red hair and the paleness of her redhead skin. The 5-point ligature marks told him immediately that Christina Weckler's killers had murdered again. And there was another link to Christina, along with the nudity and the approximate nature of the location. This girl's hands, which appeared to have been wrapped in some sort of tape, adhesive still sticking to her skin, bore strange lesions on their palms, dark, bluish-green double lines. Grogan looked closely at her palms and could not figure out the lesions. They looked somewhat like burns, but it was impossible to tell how they had been made. What did seem likely was that the lines, which were about 1.5 inches long, and the tape tracings on her hands indicated that the girl had been tortured, in some way as yet mysterious. The lines, like the puncture marks on Christina Weckler's inner arm, suggested that the killers were refining and elaborating their methods. Grogan figured that they were getting bored with simple rape and strangulation. He was certain that when the killers were ready to act again, they would entertain themselves with a new twist of some kind, a torture, a method of abduction or execution, something. Grogan noticed nothing else on the body except a shiny, sticky substance through which a column of ants marched on one of her breasts. It could be saliva or possibly semen, what the police called peeker tracks. But tests on semen found on or in the other bodies had revealed nothing except the blood type of the victims. Ordinarily, an antigen was secreted along with semen, as with saliva and other bodily fluids. The substance could be analyzed to determine the blood type of a rapist. But 20% of males were non-secretors of the antigen, so that sort of identification, always chancy because of the quick deterioration of bodily secretions when exposed to air, was often useless. The laboratory would also try to analyze the marks on the palms and the adhesive on the hands. There was nothing else to go on. Later that day, the girl's parents identified her. She was Lauren Ray Wagner, 18, a student at a business college in the San Fernando Valley where she had lived in a house on Limona Street near Sepulveda Boulevard with her parents, 2 sisters, and a brother. Grogan spared Joe and Judy Wagner the direct sight of their daughter's body, permitting them to view it on closed-circuit television at the morgue. That night, Grogan went to visit the Wagners at their house. Grogan sensed immediately that this family would never recover from the murder. Their closeness would help them endure it, perhaps, but that very closeness made the loss all the more intolerable. When he arrived, he found their house lit up outside by swarming television crews, Joe Wagner on the front steps trying to answer reporters' questions. "Mr. Wagner, why do you think your daughter was abducted?" A reporter asked. "I don't know," he replied, his voice wavering. "I guess because she was a girl." Grogan urged Mr. Wagner inside, telling him he did not have to talk to these people. He told the reporters to go home. Couldn't they leave the family in peace? But they hovered around for hours. Joe Wagner did most of the talking for the family. He said that the night before, Lauren had said she would be home by 9 o'clock. She was not the sort of girl you had to set a curfew for. She was always home when she said she would be, and never after midnight. The family had gone to bed, and he had not noticed her missing until the morning. Then he had looked out the window and seen her car parked across the street. And when he looked in the car, he had found the door on the driver's side ajar and the interior light burning. He immediately started questioning neighbors, and Beulah Stouffer, who lived across the street in the house in front of which Lauren's car was parked, told him that last night, at about 9 o'clock, she had seen Lauren's car pull over, followed by another car, driven by 2 men. The other car had drawn up beside her. The men had gotten out, and there had been some sort of an argument. Then Beulah Stouffer had said Lauren had gotten into the other car and driven off with the men. "Why didn't this woman contact you or the police?" Grogan asked. "She said she wasn't sure it was Lauren. I don't know." Grogan questioned the Wagners about their daughter. She had been a wonderful girl, they said. She was so loving and giving. She had cooked the family Thanksgiving dinner last week. She made clothes for her sisters. She was already working on Christmas presents, dresses for her sisters, and a pantsuit for her mother. She was so helpful, but she liked to be independent. She had worked at a Taco Bell at night, but a robbery there made her quit. She worked 2 nights a week at a dime store. She always wanted to help out if she could. "I used to take her car out and fill it up with gas," Joe Wagner said. "She tried not to take money from me." "I told her to be careful about this Strangler business," Mrs. Wagner said. "The night before she left us, in the kitchen she was all dressed up, and I looked at her and she looked so bright and so trusting and vulnerable, and I put my hand on her face and I touched her." "I'm sure Lauren was a great person," Grogan said. "From everything you say, Lauren was wonderful." "That's good of you, Sergeant," Mrs. Wagner said, "calling her Lauren like that." "What else would I call her?" "Oh, everybody else seems to call her the victim. You calling her Lauren, that shows you know she's still alive for us. Always will be. Our family has to have our Lauren." Grogan told the Wagners that he would be in constant touch with them and reminded them that they did not have to talk to reporters. If the media refused to let up on them, they should call him, and he would see what he could do. As Grogan walked across the street to talk to Beulah Stouffer, he was prepared to despise her as yet another example of the sort of person who, witnessing a crime, fails to report it for fear of getting involved. To Grogan, such behavior was itself criminal, but he did not expect most people to act otherwise. He approached Mrs. Stouffer's house. A Doberman in the front yard barked at him. Mrs. Stouffer opened the door and told the dog to be quiet, when Grogan identified himself. One close look at Beulah Stouffer softened Grogan's judgment of her. A sickly-looking woman in her late 50s, she was breathing heavily and appeared near collapse, her eyes watering and rolling nervously behind glasses. Her hands trembled. She managed to gasp that she was having an asthma attack. Her husband was in the back, not feeling well. Could Sergeant Grogan have some coffee and cookies while she recovered herself? She was sorry to receive him like this. Grogan sat down and ate a cookie. "Gee," he said when she returned. "These are great cookies. You make them yourself?" "Yes. Have some more." Grogan asked several irrelevant questions to try to calm her down. He told her to call him Bob. She said to call her Beulah. "I had a terrifying phone call just now," she said. "I thought I should tell the police." "Yeah? A phone call?" Mrs. Stouffer said that a voice on the phone, a very rough male voice with some kind of accent, maybe New York, had said to her, "You the lady with the dog?" When she had said yes, that she did have a dog, the voice had told her that she had better keep her mouth shut about what she had seen last night. If she talked to anyone about it, she was as good as dead. Grogan told her not to worry. He would see that she was protected. What was it that she had seen last night? She repeated what she had told Joe Wagner. "Did you know it was Lauren being abducted?" "I didn't know it was an abduction. How could I have known that? I thought it might have been a quarrel, with a boyfriend." "With two boyfriends?" "Sergeant Grogan, I am from the South. I believe in—" She started coughing, straining for breath again. "It's okay, Beulah. Just tell me, what about the dog? What does the dog have to do with it? You tell me this voice asked if you were the lady with the dog." Mrs. Stouffer said that her Doberman, Caesar, had started barking. Caesar was her protection when her husband was out, but her husband had been home. He was in the back taking a bath. He had not seen anything. So when Caesar had started barking, she had gone to the window to look out. As Grogan probed, Mrs. Stouffer got more specific. The other car had been a big, dark car with a white top. The two men had argued with Lauren, and one of them had dragged her from her car into theirs, and she had heard Lauren cry out, "You won't get away with this." "But why didn't you call the police or tell the Wagners?" Grogan asked quietly, not wanting to upset Mrs. Stouffer by accusing her. She was his best and only witness so far. She struggled for breath. She wept. Then Grogan would later testify she told him that she had been raped when she was young. What she had seen last night had brought back all the terror of that. She had been paralyzed with fear. She had sat up all night. She had not even been able to tell her husband. Grogan comforted her. He asked her whether she thought she would be able to identify the men. "One of them had bushy hair," she said. "One of them was taller and younger than the one with bushy hair. He had acne scars on his neck." "But do you think you could identify them if you saw them again?" "Yes," Mrs. Stouffer said. "Definitely." Grogan ate more cookies. He drank some coffee. Mr. Stouffer appeared briefly and confirmed that he had been taking a bath and had neither seen nor heard anything. Grogan stayed for nearly 2 hours, chatting with Mrs. Stouffer. He commented on what a nice house Beulah had, how being from the South she must find it difficult living in Los Angeles, how his wife made cookies too, but to tell the truth, Beulah's were superior cookies. And he got her to go over her story several more times. She stuck to it, adding that the shorter man was Latin-looking, and repeated the threatening telephone conversation exactly as before. He believed her, or almost. Outside, Grogan paused to look around the front of the Stouffer house. Like all the houses on the street, it was set back from the curb by a strip of grass, a sidewalk, and a front lawn. In this case, a fenced yard for Caesar. The window through which she said she had seen Lauren Wagner's abduction was a good 30 feet or more from the street, which was not brightly lit. Mrs. Stouffer obviously had poor eyesight, yet she said that she could be certain of identifying these men, even though she also said that she had not been sure she recognized Lauren Wagner, her neighbor. And how, inside her house with her dog barking outside, could she have heard Lauren tell the men, "You won't get away with this"? Gauging again the distance from the window to the street, Grogan concluded that Mrs. Stouffer, out of shame and fear, was not telling everything. What actually had happened, he felt certain, was that Caesar had barked and Beulah had gone outside to see what was the matter. She had witnessed the struggle and had probably snuck up to her fence behind some shrubbery to get a closer look. She had been within 10 feet of what was happening, had recognized Lauren, had gotten a very good look at the men and heard Lauren's futile warning to them. Then, terrified and, as she had said, paralyzed, she had retreated into her house and sat there all night. Probably Lauren's killers had seen Beulah. Why else would they have called to threaten her? This was further evidence, Grogan concluded, that Beulah had been outside. The killers had traced her telephone number somehow, and when she had answered, had asked whether she was the woman with the dog. Grogan hoped that they would be stupid enough to come back to try to harm her, but he doubted it. He would have her house watched for the time being. He would not tell Beulah what he had figured out. He did not want to frighten her more. She looked near enough to collapse already. He needed her. He would talk to her again. He hoped that she would agree to be hypnotized. Grogan did not sleep that night. He did not even try to play his jazz records, and he sensed that he would not be playing golf or going fishing for some time to come. He sat up with images of the bodies and of Charlie Weckler and of the Wagners, huddled bewildered in their house before him. Lauren's and Christina's faces merged in his mind with his daughter's face. He imagined Lauren at home on Thanksgiving, cooking. The first thing he had noticed, he admitted to himself, when he had seen her body, was how beautiful she was. The pale, long legs, the waist dramatically small, the brilliant hair. She had gotten the red hair from her father. Grogan had not told the family about the strange marks on her palms, or about the evidence of sodomy the coroner had quickly noted. Nor had he told the family that he had already found out what Lauren had been up to from late that afternoon until she had driven home, or almost home, at 9. A word from her sister had led Grogan to Lauren's boyfriend, an older man, married but going through divorce, he said. Lauren had spent those hours in bed with the boyfriend. There was no need to tell the family that. She had driven home, probably, to judge from the conservative atmosphere at the Wagners' house, feeling good but a little guilty about what she had been up to, had gotten within yards of her front door, and had been carried off, raped, strangled to death, and dumped way off in another part of the city. Her mother had warned her about the Strangler. Lauren had sensed who they were the minute they approached her. That was why she had said, "You won't get away with this." What a ride she must have had to wherever they had taken her. She would have known her fate all that time. Had anyone ever felt greater terror? That Lauren had been abducted from the valley, so far away from any of the other girls, worried Grogan more than anything else. At least up till now, the killers had confined themselves to Hollywood and the Glendale area. Now they might find a victim anywhere. Probably they knew the heat was on in Hollywood. The whores would be wary of them, too. They might try anywhere next. That would heighten the city's panic. And soon enough, the panic would turn to anger at the police if something didn't break quickly. It gave Grogan some solace to think that he had found time in the frenzy of the past week to buy his daughter a car. But Lauren had had a car. He told his daughter to keep the doors locked, to park in well-lighted places, and to drive off if strange men approached her. At least she was not living alone like Christina Weckler. He could not imagine what had caused Christina to leave her apartment that night. She had been worried by an obscene phone call she had received earlier in the week, Grogan had learned from Christina's friend. A dark, big car, white on top, Beulah had said. That might tie in with their posing as policemen. The press should know that now. Women should be warned. At least Grogan knew that there were two of them. Latin, Beulah said. Mexican? A pair of Juan Coronas? Mexican Mansons? Grogan tried to picture them and could not. A psychiatrist would say they hated women. So what else was new? Nobody would ever explain acts such as this. They were out for kicks. They had gotten away with it once, twice, again. By now they felt invulnerable. Grogan thought on, his emotions fluctuating wildly between rage and pity for Lauren and Christina and their families. By dawn, he was ready to get back into the hunt. He left his house before his wife and children were up, taking the morning paper with him. The front page carried a map of where bodies had been found, beginning with Yolanda, Washington, and Grogan noticed that the sites formed almost a circle. What he could not notice was that at the center of that circle was 703 East Colorado Street. But when, later that morning at his desk in the glass house, as Parker Center, the LAPD headquarters on Los Angeles Street, was called, Grogan saw the headline on the front page of the late final edition. Father of slain girl admits kidnap story hoax. He wanted to lob a grenade into the men's room of the Times. The headline was to Grogan infuriatingly misleading and insulting to Joe Wagner, who of all men on the face of the earth deserved better at this moment. When he had noticed Lauren missing and had talked to Beulah Stouffer Tuesday morning, he had tried to file a missing person report with the police. But when the police informed him that a 24-hour waiting period was standard before they acted in such cases, he had told them that he was sure his daughter had been abducted by two men from in front of his house the previous evening. This was hardly a hoax. By that time, Lauren's body had been discovered. Before Grogan was able to tell a friend of his on the Times what he could do with that headline, Joe Wagner telephoned. Late last night, Mr. Wagner said, a reporter from the Times had telephoned to ask about rumors that there had been witnesses to the abduction. The police would not reveal the names of the witnesses. Would Mr. Wagner, the reporter had wanted to know, reveal the names to help with the story? That prick, Grogan screamed. Jesus Christ, Joe, Grogan said. You didn't tell him, did you? If they start bugging Beulah Stouffer, she'll drop dead, if the killers don't get her first. Mr. Wagner had declined to talk to the reporter. What's the asshole's name? Mr. Wagner gave it. Grogan dialed the Times. Hey, how's it going? Listen, you working on the Lauren Wagner story? Right. I think I got something for you. Can't give it to you over the phone. It's real hot. Come on over here to Robbery Homicide, room 321, and bring your editor. On the double, I'll be here. Sergeant Grogan. When the reporter arrived with his editor, Grogan, all cordiality, ushered them into an interviewing room and closed the door. Then he began. You want some coffee? No? Good. Because let me tell you something. You're not getting anything but shit from me. He began shouting. You are the most unethical son of a bitch I ever saw. What the fuck do you mean asking Joe Wagner about witnesses, you rotten prick? You want to fuck up the investigation? You want to get them killed? Don't you think the Wagners have suffered enough? And so on. When the reporter said that he was only doing his job, getting a story, Grogan threw a chair against the wall and screamed that as far as he was concerned, this reporter would never get anything out of the Los Angeles Police Department except traffic tickets. 2 days later, at Lauren Wagner's funeral, the priest deplored in the course of his eulogy that Lauren had been killed because, in the new culture that had corrupted the city and the country, everything is justified if it fulfills one's own desire. 10. If happiness is doing as one likes, Thanksgiving was a joyful season for Buono and Bianchi. Not only did they accomplish 2 fresh murders, they at last received the recognition they felt due them, publicity beyond a flack merchant's dreams, the entertainment capital of the world enthralled by their acts. As they watched the news together, they took particular pleasure in learning that the media, and presumably the police, were crediting them with 2 or 3 murders they had not even committed, including a girl way out in Pomona. "They'll have us in Nevada soon," Angelo said. Bianchi paid more attention to the publicity than Buono, who had always been indifferent to fame. Kenny subscribed to the Times and read all of it every day. A man who understood the value of information, he reveled in the spotlight. It was better than having a hit movie, and as nothing much else was going on in the world except the Egyptian-Israeli peace negotiations, Kenny could rightly feel that he was the center of everyone's universe. At work, he would hear the office girls chattering nervously about the sex-mad murderer who was loose in the city. Coyly, impishly, ever the tease, he would wink and say to them, "You never know. It could be anyone. Why, I could be the Hillside Strangler." That would get a rise out of the ladies every time. For nearly 2 weeks after Lauren Wagner, publicity and the still warm memories of their most recent killings were enough to buoy the cousins. They had accomplished so much. Even the virgin they had decided should follow Jane King. That Sunday at the Eagle Rock Plaza, they had noticed Dolores Cepeda and Sonia Johnson boarding a bus and had decided to follow them. A double play. The possibility of capturing both girls multiplied pleasurable anticipations. An orgy, then a twin killing. When the girls got off the bus on York Boulevard, Angelo and Kenny motioned them over to the car, flashing their badges. Kenny told the girls that a burglar was loose in the neighborhood. He was armed and dangerous. The girls had better accept a ride from the police. Dolores and Sonia, who had just stolen about $100 worth of costume jewelry from a shop at the plaza, were anxious to cooperate, for fear that their crime would be discovered. And at first, when they were told to strip down at Angelo's satellite police station, they thought that they were being searched. Angelo and Kenny, after getting their sexual fill of the girls, each of them raping and sodomizing both, murdered Sonia first in the spare bedroom. When they came into the living room to get Dolores, she asked plaintively, "Where's Sonia?" "Don't worry," Angelo said. "You'll be seeing her soon." The jewelry the girls had stolen was a great temptation to Kenny, but Angelo was watching too closely and made sure that it went into the dumpster along with their clothing and the jewelry they had been wearing. Ceramic pins of unicorns, cloudbursts, rainbows, a thin gold-plated necklace with charms, a floating heart, a teddy bear. Kenny happened to be driving Kelly's Mazda station wagon this time, and it proved convenient transport. With the 2 bodies laid out in the back under a blanket, Angelo directed Kenny to the cow patch. It gave Angelo particular pleasure to dump the bodies there, an arbor alive for him with bittersweet romantic memories, trysts, courtships, and later family picnics. Then came Christina Weckler. They had driven over to Hollywood and observed the heavy concentration of police, and they knew that there were others under cover. They required something nearer to hand. Kenny, remembering Christina as a girl who had spurned him at 809 East Garfield, checked to see whether she still lived there by making an anonymous phone call to her, telling her that he would like to eat her underwear, while Angelo stood by the phone grinning. A few days later, on that Saturday night, with Angelo waiting in the Cadillac, Kenny knocked on Christina's door and, showing her his badge, said, "Hi, remember me? It's Kenny Bianchi. I used to live next door. How's it going? Listen, I'm a member of the police reserve now, see?" He chuckled shaking his head self-deprecatingly, emanating a gee whiz sincerity. They even give you a badge. I was just patrolling the neighborhood and I noticed your car, the VW, right? Well, wouldn't you know it, looks like somebody crashed into it, right there in the parking lot. If you'll come out and help me write up a report, it might help you collect on your insurance. That was all it took. But having done everything sexually they could think of to Christina, finding themselves at the moment for murder, they agreed that they ought to try something different, for the sake of experiment and to confuse the cops. Angelo said he had just the thing. He fetched from his cigar box a hypodermic syringe that he had stolen from the hospital during a visit to his mother, filled it with Windex, and injected the fluid into both of Christina's arms and into her neck. The Windex produced convulsions, but Christina failed to die. So Angelo came up with another idea. He had recently bought a flexible gas pipe for a stove from Antoinette Lombardo at her parents' hardware store. The stove itself he had not yet purchased, so there was no difficulty in dragging the bound and gagged Christina up to the gas outlet in the kitchen, placing the pipe against her neck, slipping a vegetable bag over her head, and sealing the bag with cord. While Angelo turned the gas on and off and on, Kenny pulled on the cord. They managed to kill Christina by two methods at once. With the holiday approaching, Angelo and Kenny paused for the traditional celebration. Kenny, however, suffered a blow to his pride that week. He and Kelly had not been getting on at all well as her pregnancy advanced. Sex between them had come to a standstill, and to Kenny, Kelly seemed intolerably cranky, even allowing for the discomforts of her condition. On the night before Thanksgiving Day, they got into a shouting match, and Kenny, losing his control, took a swing at Kelly and knocked her to the floor. He was instantly awash with tears and apologies, but Kelly said that he had gone too far this time. Violence was one thing she would not tolerate. Something was definitely wrong between them. He was always out at night. He cared more for playing pool or whatever he did with Angelo than for her. What kind of a father would he be for her child? She packed her bags, her eye blackening, and went to stay with her brother. So despite the killings and the notoriety they brought, the holiday did have its melancholy side for the abandoned Kenny. But at least he had the comfort of sympathetic relatives to see him through. He telephoned his mother in Rochester. She had married again, and Kenny got a good pep talk from her and his stepfather. He celebrated Thanksgiving itself at Angelo's mother's place. Jenny, temporarily released from the hospital, cooked the turkey. She was now married to George White, the Indian. Nobody said grace, but all in all, the dinner went well, an Italo-Native American ritual that provided the cousins a breather between murders. With all the news in the paper and on television about the Hillside Strangler, there was plenty of material for conversation. Angelo professed concern for his daughter Grace. He did not like the creep she was going with, and he hoped she had the sense not to hitchhike or walk the streets alone at night. He had warned her to watch out for this Strangler guy. Angelo said he figured the killer was probably some weirdo escaped from an institution. By Monday, the joys and depressions of the holiday worn off, Angelo and Kenny were ready to roll again. They agreed that branching into new territory would be the smart thing to do, a way of avoiding and confounding the police. Angelo suggested Malibu, then decided that would be too long a drive. He said he knew the valley well, and they settled on it. Only a reconnaissance trip, perhaps, but they would see what turned up. There were plenty of girls in the valley, that was for sure. They were cruising Sepulveda when Angelo spotted Lauren Wagner getting out of her Mustang at a donut shop. Angelo liked red hair. They waited for her to drive off again and then followed her. They had their badges and handcuffs, and this time, Angelo had stuffed a .45 automatic into his belt. Kenny was driving the Cadillac. When Lauren turned onto her own street, Lamona, things happened just as Beulah Stouffer described them to Bob Grogan. Bianchi brought the Cadillac alongside Lauren's Mustang. Angelo held his badge up to the window and pointed forcefully for her to pull over. Kenny got out and told Lauren they were going to have to take her in. When Lauren said that they would have to talk to her father, who was in the house just over there, Kenny dragged her out of her car and into his, and she shouted that they would not get away with this. By then, Caesar was barking, and as they drove off, Angelo spotted what he thought was a woman crouching near the dog. It was a 35-minute drive back to Colorado Street. Lauren had plenty of time to meditate on her situation, and somehow in her terror, she decided that her only hope lay in cooperation with these men, who she had no doubt were the Hillside Stranglers. Angelo won the coin flip, and in the spare bedroom with him, Lauren told him that he had nothing to worry about. She liked sex, she said. She had spent hours in bed with her boyfriend that evening and was ready for more. When Angelo passed her over to Kenny, Angelo said this was the best one so far. She knew what she was doing. She enjoyed it. Kenny would have a great time. Then, as with Christina Weckler, Angelo suggested that they try something new. He brought in an electrical cord from his shop, pared away the insulation on one end, separated the wires, taped them to Lauren's hands, and plugged in the cord. She trembled and moaned behind her gag, but the shock did not kill her. Angelo rewrapped her hands and tried again, repeatedly putting the plug in the socket and pulling it out, but again she refused to die. "We might have to go back to the old method," Angelo said. In the next 2 days, enough information reached the media to put a little scare into Buono and Bianchi. It had been reckless, they admitted to each other, to take the girl from almost directly in front of her parents' house. Their car, the Times reported, was said to have been a black and white sedan, leading police to suspect that the Strangler was posing as a policeman. Remembering the barking dog and the crouching woman, Angelo drove over to the valley in one of his customers' cars and sped past Beulah's house, noting the address. Then, through an old girlfriend who worked for the phone company, he traced Beulah's number and made the threatening call to her. "That should shut her up," he told Kenny, who recalled that a car had come up behind them just as they had been pulling away. But they were not much concerned. The more the news reports increased, the more pleased with themselves they became. But they agreed that next time they would try an entirely new approach. The abduction should be made from a completely safe place. Kenny spent a lot of time during the next 2 weeks trying to coax Kelly into coming back to live with him at 1950 Tamarind. He missed her, and he could not afford to rent there all by himself. On several nights he slept over at her brother's place, but on the couch, not with her, and she remained adamant, saying that at least a trial separation was in order. She needed peace and quiet during the last couple of months of her pregnancy. Meanwhile, Kenny Buono returned to the hospital. Angelo visited her there nearly every other night, and he was also occupied with getting his Christmas tree lot open for the season. But by Tuesday, December 13th, he and Kenny had a new scam ready. Kenny had noticed an apartment vacant on the ground floor at 1950 Tamarind, number 114. He had gotten the manager to show him the place, saying that he was thinking of moving down from his third-floor spot. On one of his inspections of 114, he was careful to leave the sliding glass door unlocked, and he brought Angelo over to case the location. The idea was to get a call girl to come to the vacant apartment. An ad in the Hollywood Press of December 9th, a sexual freedom publication, had given Kenny his inspiration. Sexy young nude model. Climax. We offer for your discreet pleasure young, lovely, sexy girls who have your desires in mind. One will come to your home, office, or motel to fulfill your most erotic fantasy and wildest expectations. She is very anxious to please you. Describe your dream girl and she'll be on her way to you immediately. 213-467-2932, 7 days, 24 hours, L.A. and Orange County. The ad carried a photograph of a baby-faced, pouting blonde. Kenny suggested that they call the Climax outcall service from a payphone, ordering a girl to apartment 114 at 1950 Tamarind. Then they would tell her she was under arrest and take her back over to Angelo's. The police would trace the call to 1950 Tamarind. That would pull the whole investigation back to Hollywood and the prostitution scene there, and help mess them up even more. Angelo added that since apparently the Cadillac had been spotted last time, they would use a different car. He had a white Mustang that a woman had left with him to sell. It would do just fine. That evening, Kenny made the phone call to the Climax service from a phone booth in the lobby of the Hollywood Public Library on Ivar Street, across from the Ivar Theater, which had once been legitimate but now offered live sex shows. Bianchi gave the name Mike Ryan. He remembered the name, he thought, as that of a police officer he had met during his attempts to join the force, and the Tamarind address, asking for a blonde with black underwear, agreeing to pay $150 in cash. The whore dispatcher at Climax asked for his phone number. She would contact the girl, and then the girl would call back to verify the time of her arrival. Bianchi looked at the number on the payphone and read it off. 462-9794. Is that a payphone? No, Bianchi said. This is my home number. Numbers with 9s in them are usually payphones. Gee, Kenny said. I'm not that hard up. In a few minutes, a girl calling herself Donna telephoned, saying that she would arrive within half an hour. While Kenny was telephoning, Angelo was lurking in the stacks, menacing a woman he had spotted in there, just for the fun of it. He peered at her around corners and through the shelves of books. He was excited, thinking about the new scam that would go down later. Just when the woman would think he had disappeared, he would maneuver up behind her in her blind spot. Then she would notice him, give a start, and he would glare at her like a predator stalking its prey in a forest. The woman cut short her visit to the library, but Angelo saw her again in the parking lot and pointed her out to Kenny, telling him gleefully about the game inside. Bianchi, wanting in on the thrills, walked over to her car and stared at her through the window. As she drove off, Kenny and Angelo climbed into the Mustang and laughed about the woman. It would probably be a while before she felt like doing more research at that library. At 1950 Tamarind, Angelo, as they had discussed beforehand, parked the Mustang in the basement garage and went out front to await the girl's arrival. Kenny slipped in through the sliding glass door of apartment 114 and lit a candle he had left there. The apartment was furnished, but the electricity had been shut off. He waited there in the candlelight, rehearsing his part, until he heard a knock at the door. She was a blonde, but rather larger than Kenny had expected, about 5'8" and stocky. She gave her name as Donna. He ushered her into the apartment, apologizing for the lack of lights, saying he had forgotten to pay his bill. Within seconds, Angelo appeared. They showed their badges and told Donna that she would have to come with them. "This is a bust," Angelo said, taking her hands and quickly slipping on the cuffs, grabbing her purse and then shoving the purse into her cuffed hands behind her. They started to lead her out the door. But in the hallway, Donna suddenly tried to wrench free and screamed, "Help! Help! Help!" Angelo quickly took hold of her, one long arm around her waist and the other up between her legs, and hurled her back into the apartment. Her purse flew down the hallway. Her body crashed against the apartment wall and her head hit the floor as she fell. Angelo crawled frantically back into the hall and gathered up her purse and its scattered contents, while Kenny held her down inside, covering her mouth with his hand and telling her that if she uttered one more sound, she would be dead. Just as Angelo got the door shut again, they heard noises in the hallway, doors opening, voices. He joined Kenny on the floor with Donna. He took out his keys and pushed one into her back. "Feel this? It's a knife. One sound and you've had it." Donna, her head bleeding, said no more. They waited, panting, not moving, until they heard the voices cease and the doors shut again. Again threatening Donna with death, they led her out of the sliding glass door and down to the basement parking garage, and they were off to Glendale. "I'm sorry I screamed," Donna said in the car. "I was just scared. I'll do anything you want. Please don't hurt me. I have a little boy. He's at home waiting for me." "Just shut up," Angelo said, glaring at her through the rearview mirror as he drove. Beside her in the cramped back seat, Kenny advised, "It's probably best that you just sit there and don't say anything." Angelo won the coin toss again. "Lousy fuck, just lousy," he said when he was done. After Kenny had finished, Donna asked if she could go to the bathroom. Angelo, figuring it was the simplest way to guard against soiling his carpet, led her into the bathroom, unhandcuffing her so that she could use the toilet paper. Meanwhile, Kenny was in the living room, rummaging through her belongings. He snuck her gold ram's horn necklace into his pocket, figuring he would present it to Kelly, telling her it was an Italian good luck charm. That might win her back. No experiments this time. They dumped her on a steeply inclined vacant lot along a less traveled extension of Alvarado Street, not far from Landa, on a hill within sight of City Hall. It had been a close call, and they knew it. They took pleasure from the front-page photograph of Kimberly Diane Martin, Donna's real name, lying spread-eagled on her back halfway down the slope in the morning light. It was said that the body seemed to be pointed right at City Hall. Was the Strangler getting bolder? Was he mocking the authorities, the city itself? All this pleased them, but they knew that her screams at Tamarin could have been fatal for them. Angelo blamed Kenny for a scheme that had almost betrayed them, and he said that this would be the last scam, at least for the time being. When the police came to interview everyone at 1950 Tamarind, it had been easy for them to get the address from Climax, and, as the paper reported, they were also trying to talk to everyone who had been at the Hollywood Library that night, where Climax's records told them that the phone call summoning Kimberly Martin had been made. Bianchi had to agree with Angelo that at least a break in the killings would be a good idea. Kenny told the police officer who talked to him at his third-floor apartment that, yes, he had heard something going on the previous evening. He had heard screams, but it was nothing unusual. Wife-beating was not all that uncommon, sad to say. When the screams had stopped, he had gone to sleep. Of course, he would contact the police if he learned anything more or heard any rumors. His story jibed with that of many of the other residents, although he was the only person on the third floor who reported hearing screams. A week later, Kenny moved out of his apartment. He had been fired from his job at Stewart West Coast Title for missing work too often. His employer had finally checked out Kenny's chemotherapy excuses, found Kenny a healthy liar, and dismissed him. It was a tough Christmas for Kenny. It would have been worse for him but that Kelly took pity and invited him to accompany her up to her hometown, Bellingham, Washington, to visit her parents. The excursion raised his spirits a little, made him feel somewhat wanted. But when they returned to Los Angeles, Kelly still refused to live with him. He hoped his luck would change soon. If it did not, he might even lose his Cadillac. He got to feeling pretty sorry for himself. He moved in with Kelly's brother's two close male friends on Corona Street in the Glendale Hills. He did not, he told Angelo, like the idea of living with men who he was sure were homosexuals. But with no money and no job, what other choice did he have? Angelo just laughed at him and ignored the hint that he should take his cousin in again. If he did, he might never get rid of him. Kenny had begun to get on Angelo's nerves more than usual. If the near disaster of the Kimberly Martin scheme was any indication, Kenny was not as clever as all his faked degrees and fast talk might indicate. They had almost been caught, and then the police had interviewed Kenny. To tell the truth, Angelo thought, the guy was a little nuts. He had no home. He couldn't hold a job. He let the broads run him around. He sometimes got a wild look in his eyes. He was beginning to wear thin. Lately, he had begun pursuing his two-bit movie talent scout scam again, telling Marlene Katz, the daughter of the deli owner across the street and a friend of hers, that he was going to get them parts in the Star Wars sequel and in commercials for General Motors and Dial Soap. He had sent the girls Christmas poinsettia plants like some Hollywood big shot. They would catch on to him. He and Kenny had carried out some great shit together, but the way Angelo was beginning to feel, if the guy weren't a relative, he would tell him to kiss off. Kenny took too much pleasure in all the Strangler publicity, Angelo thought. What did he think he was, a fucking starlet? He could sit all day at Angelo's reading the papers and waiting for more Strangler news on the TV. Both of them got a kick out of all the reward money that was being posted by the city council, the county board of supervisors, station KTTV, and a Glendale lawyer, more than $100,000 all told, and they enjoyed Police Lieutenant Ed Henderson's description of Los Angeles as a city of concern. But Kenny, in Angelo's sober view, was getting off on all this stuff too much. He was acting as though he would like to start making public appearances, maybe get himself a shot on the Johnny Carson show. Angelo was particularly incensed when Kenny told him that 3 days after they had murdered Kimberly Martin, he had gone on an LAPD ride-along, still trying to join a police force, and had asked the officers to show him the Hillside Strangler sights. Fortunately, neither officer knew them, or Kenny might have spilled something. Angelo told Kenny not to do anything that stupid again. Meanwhile, like a sap, he was making a fuss about this kid of his that fat bitch Kelly Boyd was about to deliver. Kenny was sounding like one fucked-up bimbo. Angelo told Julie Villaseñor, son Danny's girlfriend, who would sometimes spend the night with Angelo, leaving her kid in the spare bedroom while she shared the waterbed, to stay away from Kenny. He's nutty, Angelo said. Nor were the holidays any picnic for Angelo. His mother died after the new year, done in at last by the disease that had begun in her vagina. Angelo mourned. Jenny might have been a cunt, but she was his mother. He had been so close to her, had visited her faithfully, had never in his life lived more than a couple of miles from her, had relied on her, he knew, for comfort during the traumas of his divorces. No matter what, trouble with cops or women, Jenny had been there. Now, of the immediate family, only Cecilia was left. But Angelo was not a guy to let life's inevitable changes, of course, get him down. He had plenty of upholstering to do. He had his house to tidy, the fish to feed, the rabbits to stroke, and he had the faithful Sparky, who was always there to greet him and roll at his feet. Of course, there was plenty of female company, too. Peaches moved in just after Christmas and stayed for most of January. Other girls came by for quickies, and in the evenings Angelo would scout the waitresses at the Robin Hood Inn or the Red Vest. Henry's, his favorite, had closed, but there were always new hunting grounds. And he comforted himself by finishing work on a new Excalibur car he had built for himself from a kit. Cream-colored with a tan canvas top, a long hood, running boards and gleaming chrome reminiscent of the glory days of motoring, the Excalibur bucked Angelo up. It was probably the only Excalibur in Glendale, the sort of car only a millionaire would normally drive, and here he had put it together with his own deft hands. He was so pleased with it that he rented a separate garage for it. Angelo was blessed with what a psychologist would call a healthy mechanism for accepting and adjusting to grief. Weeks passed. Heavy rains came to Southern California, ending a 3-year drought. Even had Angelo and Kenny been inclined to another murder, the wet weather would have put a crimp in their scam. Kenny found a menial job at Alma Lodge, a nursing home. Kelly returned to Los Angeles, quitting her job so that she could collect government assistance to care for the expected baby, still refusing to live with Kenny. But she was pleased that he seemed so excited about the little person, as he affectionately termed the fetus, which was due in the middle of February. He even attended natural childbirth classes with her, proving to her that he really cared and showing evidence that he was willing to assume the role of a truly contemporary father, involved above stereotypical role models, announcing that when the time came, he would be happy to change a diaper. They discussed names for the little person. They decided that if it turned out a boy, they would call him Ryan, after the title of their favorite soap opera, Ryan's Hope. Kenny also got a kick out of the idea of calling his son by the same name he had used to ensnare Kimberly Martin, but he kept that little joke to himself. He kept quiet to Kelly about his other women, too, content to appear to her the downcast, faithful lover, waiting for the word that she had forgiven him for his aberrant act of violence toward her, promising that his only interest now lay in his new family, trumpeting his belief in traditional family values. "I want nothing but the best for you and the little person. That gives me something to strive for." But away from Kelly, he fended off celibacy by getting in touch with Cheryl Kellison, his first California girlfriend, who, so he told her, still occupied a special place in his heart. Cheryl was delighted to resume their relationship. Kenny was the most interesting man she had ever met, so sensitive, and it was no trouble at all to forgive wandering in a man who was deeply engaged in finding himself. When Kenny was with neither Kelly nor Cheryl, he followed Angelo's example and made inroads into the Glendale high school scene. He brought high school girls over to the Corona house to smoke pot and watch pornographic movies. He took girls into a deserted house he had discovered on Vista Superba, a dark, big place ideal for a clandestine rendezvous, sex, and the inhaling of rush, a bottled stimulant then popular with teenagers. One night, Kenny enjoyed a memorable double date with Liz Ward, a 14-year-old, and a teenage couple. The rain had paused. It was a starry night. The kids suggested a drive to a secluded place. They loved riding in Kenny's Cadillac, and they gave him directions up into the mountains on the Angeles Crest Highway north of Glendale, passing around a bottle of sloe gin. About 4 miles up, they told him to park the car at a turnout. Pine forests, rough granite boulders, chaparral and manzanita bushes, and fragrant sage. The city a blanket of light below. The sky an astronomer's dream. California offering its everything above the crowded city. In the chill, dark January air, in a hollow on a hiker's path just off the road, young Liz Ward warmed Kenny up with oral sex. So remote and desolate and dark, Kenny thought what a great place it would be to dump a body. But then the Cadillac days ended. At the beginning of February, the car was repossessed. Since Sabra Hannon and Becky Spears had deprived him of extra income by their disobedient departures months before, Kenny had been unable to make the payments, and only his moving around had enabled him to keep the car as long as he had. He did not have the heart to tell his mother that he had lost it. A man without a car in Los Angeles is a man without dignity. On the morning of Thursday, February 16th, skipping work as usual, Kenny dropped by Angelo's, walking down from Corona, and complained about the way things were going for him. His car repoed, his crummy and depressing job at the nursing home, Kelly's insufferable independence. How was all this happening to him, to a man of his inherent talents? There were people in Beverly Hills with half his smarts driving a Mercedes. He knew he had made some mistakes, but surely he deserved better than this. Surely one day his ship would come in. Angelo told him he was a lazy shit, but suggested that maybe a spin in the Excalibur would cheer him up. He would even permit Kenny to drive. The sun was out, the rain had let up. Who knows? They might come on to something. Kenny turned on the radio and headed the Excalibur over toward the valley, nipping in and out of traffic, feeling like a million, or at least as though he had borrowed a million. Someday he would have a car like this. It made him feel a man again. He'd bet you could pick up any kind of girl with wheels like this. He was Prince Valiant, rolling along in a car named after King Arthur's magical sword. Angelo, indifferent to mythologies, said that he was hungry for pussy. They were driving along Riverside Drive in Burbank at about noon when they caught sight of a girl sitting alone at a bus stop. A blonde, young. "She needs company," Angelo said. Kenny pulled over. Angelo asked the girl whether she'd like to go to a party in Hollywood. The girl said no. Angelo persisted, and when she still shook her head, he leaped out, grabbed her by the wrists, and started pulling her into the car. At that moment, another car drove up behind the Excalibur and stopped. Angelo now had the girl by the upper arms, wrestling with her. A woman in late middle age got out of the other car and rushed up, waggling an index finger at Angelo. "You leave her alone. What are you doing? You come with me, dear. Don't let these men bother you. Let her go. I'll get the police." Her tone and manner suggested a schoolteacher breaking up some roughhousing on a playground. Angelo, startled, released the girl. Glaring at the woman, fixing her with his most vengeful stare, he said to her, "God will get you for this." In the rearview mirror, driving off, Kenny saw the woman comforting the girl and cursed. He and Angelo were not pleased to have had their sport ruined by a busybody. They drove home in a snit. Angelo said that it was lucky for that old lady she wasn't worth a rape. Angelo returned to work. Kenny walked back up to Corona Street, borrowed one of his host's cars without permission, and drove over to the firm near downtown that had repossessed the Cadillac. He wanted to claim some books and clothes that had been taken with the car. He was angry. He felt his pride had been towed away with the Cadillac. He blew up at the manager of the tow yard, insisting that his scuba gear was missing. He would file a stolen property report with the police. He would sue their ass. The manager told Kenny to go to hell. In fact, Kenny had never owned any scuba equipment, though he would have liked to own some. Scuba diving was the sort of thing he thought he ought to be doing. It fit his image of himself, or the image he imagined for himself. Not a careless nursing home attendant down on his luck, but a muscled stud emerging from the Pacific with a tank on his back and girls at his feet. A man out of a Winston cigarette ad. But that he owned no scuba equipment was not the point. His protest was his way of standing up for his rights. He believed in consumer advocacy. You could not lie down and let these people run over you. At least that manager would know that he had not been dealing with a nobody. Kenny thought he probably would go ahead and file a claim with the police. He might just get some money out of it. His two hosts were angry with him for borrowing their car. But what was a guy supposed to do? Take a bus? Hitchhike? Kenny stalked out, down toward Angelo's again. More and more, Angelo was the only person he felt truly comfortable with. Angelo gave him a lot of shit, but there was a bond there. They had secrets. Together they had the city at their mercy if only they chose to use their power. And that made up for any number of insolent managers at repossession lots. It was after 5 o'clock. Kenny was out of sorts, resentful of life's iniquities. Maybe Angelo would buy him some dinner. Kenny did not like hanging around the Corona house anyway. To each his own, but he did not approve of that style of life. Fags. Nobody could call Kenny Bianchi a fag. He hoped he might be able to talk Angelo into going cruising that night. Kenny was in the mood, and Angelo seemed to be, judging from the Excalibur escapade that day. It had been a long time, nearly 2 months. Obviously, nobody was on their trail. All that had happened for weeks was that the police had arrested some demented actor and let him go. Kenny figured that he and Angelo had proved themselves invincible. On the chance that Angelo would be willing to try again, Kenny had stuffed into his pocket a false beard he had bought at a Hollywood novelty shop. Wearing a disguise on the prowl sounded like super fun. When he arrived at Angelo's, he saw a bright new orange Datsun parked in the driveway behind the white Mustang. Next door at the glass shop and on the other side of the house at the car wash, the workers were starting to go home for the day. In the trim shop, he found Angelo seated behind his desk, talking to a girl, smoking a cool, the buzzard in his roost. The girl looked good to Kenny. Shiny, long, strawberry blonde hair, scrubbed face. Her figure looked great in black slacks, her stomach flat. "Shirley," Angelo said, "this is my cousin, Kenny Bianchi." "Not Shirley," she said, smiling pleasantly. "It's Cindy Hudspeth." "I ain't so good with names." "I want Mr. Buono to make me some floor mats for my new Datsun." "Call me Angelo, or Tony, or Ange. Everybody does. Why not be friendly?" "Sharp car you've got," Kenny said. "Cindy used to work over at the Robin Hood," Angelo said. "I seen her in there. She waited on me, so I gives her my card. See? Advertising pays off." He grinned. "Say, Kenny, I need to talk to you for a second. Wait here, Cindy. Be right back." Angelo led Kenny into the house. "Can you believe this?" Angelo said. "Can you believe this luck? What a cunt. One gorgeous cunt. So she walks right in at closing time. Listen, how about we pull a scam?" "Okay with me." "I've been talking to her. She's working nights over at the college. She's on her way to work now. She wants another job, she says, wants more money to go to college. Says she's giving dancing lessons. Can you beat that? Want to dance?" "I've got it, Tony. Listen, tell her, you've got a list. That's it. You've got a list of people with jobs, but it's in the house. Get her into the house. We've got her." Angelo looked out a side window. Everybody had gone home from the glass shop. "Okay," Angelo said. "That'll work." "But wait. What if somebody knows she came here? She might have told somebody." "No, she says she's just driving by and sees the shop and remembers the card. She just come in here by chance on the way to work." "Perfect." Angelo returned to his office and told Cindy Hudspeth that it was time to close up his shop now, but that he could give her some job openings if she would come into the house. She was grateful for his help. Once she sat down in the brown vinyl easy chair, her hours were numbered. Kenny kept her occupied with small talk while Angelo fetched the gag, tape, and cord. When she said that she lived in an apartment at 800 East Garfield Avenue, Kenny said that that was quite a coincidence. He had lived right across the street last year. "It's a small world," Kenny said. Kenny won the coin toss this time, but before raping her, he agreed to Angelo's suggestion that they tie her arms and legs to the legs of the bed. The spread eagle sacrifice appealed to both of them. They used her for nearly 2 hours. At Angelo's urging, Kenny did the actual strangling. They agreed that her car was a problem. They would have to get rid of it. Angelo went outside to look it over and found his business card on the floor on the driver's side. He tore it up and threw it in the dumpster. Meanwhile, Kenny contemplated stealing her jewelry, but Angelo returned too quickly for that. "I know a super place to dump her," Kenny said. "Hey, let me pick the place this time. I know a great one, way up on Angela's crest. We can push the Datsun off a cliff." "Okay, Minumi. It better be good." "Promise." They put Cindy Hudspeth's body into the trunk of her car, folding in her arms and legs. Kenny remarked how much better the Cadillac had been for this purpose. Kenny would drive the Datsun and Angelo would follow him in the Mustang. To guard against fingerprints, Angelo, always prepared, presented Kenny with a pair of rubber surgeon's gloves he had stolen from the hospital. Kenny attached his false beard, and they headed up toward Angela's crest in tandem. Kenny found the turnout where, a month before, he had enjoyed his tryst with Liz Ward, and he pointed out the hiker's path to Angelo, bragging about what had been done to him. "I don't care about your fucking head job," Angelo said. "Let's get this thing over with." They pushed the Datsun front first over the side of the road, the body still in the trunk. The car turned over once, spun around, and came to rest against some logs partway down the cliff. On the way home, Angelo stopped for cigarettes at a mom-and-pop store on Glendale Avenue, where Kenny dropped the rubber gloves into a trash basket outside. Exactly 1 week later, Kelly gave birth to a boy. Complications with the delivery prevented Kenny being present at the blessed event. He felt it was a shame that he had wasted all that time at the Lamaze classes. He would have been there had he been allowed. He was not killing anyone at the time. But he was delighted, as he said, that the little person had emerged a little man, Ryan. And he was gratified that Kelly bestowed on the child the surname Bianchi, making it officially an Irish-Italian crossbreed. Kenny was so proud to be a father that he arranged for a photograph to be taken of the new family, Ryan's hope in life. With Kelly looking on, Kenny posed, the beaming daddy, holding his baby. 11. The woman Angelo had cursed as the old lady not worth a rape, the busybody, the interrupter of the Excalibur episode, was Jan Sims, a teacher at the Heritage School in Glendale, just off Colorado Street. After she had frightened Buono and Bianchi into taking off, she shepherded the girl into her car, comforted her for half an hour, and put her safely onto a bus, learning neither her name nor her destination. But seeing the girl safe and away was not an end to it for Mrs. Sims. She then went straight to the North Hollywood police station and told her story, describing the Excalibur and Angelo and Kenny, right down to Kenny's leather coat and acne scars, and Angelo's warning that God would punish her. With all of this talk about the Hillside Strangler in the city, Mrs. Sims expostulated, surely this incident ought to be investigated. Unfortunately, the officer in charge took it upon himself to classify her as a fantasizing schoolmarm. "Oh, lady," he said to her. Did she really expect him to believe that two guys would try to abduct a girl in broad daylight from a crowded Burbank street in a fancy sports car? Did she realize how many calls they were getting about the Hillside Strangler? Everybody's brother was the Hillside Strangler. She should go home and sleep on it. A few hours later, Cindy Hudspeth was dead. During the next week, Mrs. Sims telephoned the North Hollywood station. She was sure, she said, that she had seen the car in question parked on Colorado Street in Glendale. She had spotted it as she was on her way to work at the Heritage School. "Oh, lady," the officer said. He would file a report to go along with her original statement. His tone of voice told Mrs. Sims not to bother the police again. So it was that as she brooded on the incident, she did not try to tell the police about what else she had concluded. She was sure that she had seen the driver of the Excalibur before, the younger one, the one with the leather coat and the acne scars on his neck. Some weeks earlier, she had been waiting for her daughter in the parking lot of a building on Lankershim in the valley. As she thought about it, she was certain that the same young man, this time dressed in a dark three-piece suit and carrying an attaché case, had approached her car, leaned on the window, and asked her what she was doing there. When she had explained that she was waiting for her daughter to get off work, the young man had said that he was just checking. He was in charge of security for the building, he had said. Something about the young man's manner, his bravado, the look in his eyes, had unnerved Mrs. Sims then, and now she was sure that he had been driving the Excalibur. Aware that yet another girl had been killed by the Strangler on that day, she wanted to call the police again. But what was the use? They obviously were paying no attention to her. She was too embarrassed to call them again. Mrs. Sims had encountered Kenny in the parking lot of the building where he rented his psychologist office from Dr. Weingarten. Had she been able to convince the police of the truth of that, and of her other eyewitness accounts, the chances of finding Bianchi and of solving the entire case at that point would appear to have been excellent, because Bianchi's fingerprints were already on file along with dozens of others taken from the telephone booth at the Hollywood Public Library and at apartment 114, 1950 Tamarind, following the Kimberly Martin murder. Back in December, another woman had experienced similar frustration with the police, then in connection with Kimberly Martin. She was Dr. Lois Lee, a sociologist and the founder of CAT, California Association of Trollops, a kind of guild for whores that lobbied for the legislation of prostitution and offered legal services and counseling for prostitutes. Near 11 o'clock on the night of December 13th, the Climax Outcall Service telephoned Dr. Lee to inform her that Kimberly Martin had not returned from a 9 o'clock call at 114 Tamarind and gave her the number Bianchi had given them. Dr. Lee traced the call to the library, rushed over to 1950 Tamarind to find the apartment empty, and located Kimberly's abandoned Oldsmobile down the street. She telephoned the West Hollywood Sheriff's Office, only to be told that a missing person report could not be acted on for 24 hours, and that since the person was just another prostitute, nobody really cared anyway. The remark was callous, but also betrayed ignorance of and indifference to the Hillside Strangler investigation, since 2 of the known victims had been prostitutes. Dr. Lee went directly to the sheriff's office herself and demanded action. The deputies telephoned the LAPD task force headquarters, but an investigator failed to arrive until 1:30 in the morning. By that time, Kimberly Martin's body was already splayed on the hillside, and immediate police action would not have prevented her death. But when most of this information, not including the initial response of the deputy on the phone, reached the media, it did little to encourage public confidence in the police. Dr. Lee did not hide her anger. These and other police errors resulted from several causes: the poor judgment of individual lower-level officers, the public's panic, which sparked thousands of false leads, some of them no doubt inspired, as County Supervisor Ed Edelman had predicted, by the huge amount of posted reward money, and the size of the task force, which by February 1978 had grown to 93 officers. While Grogan, Salerno, and the other primary investigators could not have handled by themselves the mass of information coming in, at the same time 93 officers could not be expected to communicate effectively with one another, and a majority of these officers lacked extensive homicide experience. Other senior homicide detectives had to be assigned to other murder cases. Patrick, the computer, proved inept at cross-referencing, validating Grogan's opinion of it as an overpriced filing cabinet. Grogan and Salerno, who were now meeting often to compare notes and theories, circumventing the traditional Sheriff's Department LAPD rivalry, agreed that they could be working more effectively if left alone. They especially dreaded and resented what they regarded as the useless and too frequent general meetings of the task force at the Glass House, and they kept some important information to themselves, including the identity of their few and precious key witnesses, lest that leaked to the media, tipping off the killers and endangering additional lives. There were many times when Grogan complained, and not quietly, that the press and television cared far more about selling papers and drawing ratings than whether the killers were caught or more women were murdered. He considered the task force largely a capitulation to media pressure and hysteria, and sometimes the press and television fouled up the investigation directly, and, Grogan thought, unethically. After Kimberly Martin, for instance, the police had flooded the Hollywood area with undercover cops, male and female, and were able to get the cooperation of prostitutes and pimps who were suddenly more concerned than usual about personal safety. But some media asshole, as Grogan phrased it, broke the LAPD code, and the undercover operation was thwarted by the presence of reporters, including TV cameras and lights. Grogan, called Walrus after his mustache and immensity, had to get a new code name. It was Grogan's idea to equip a young policewoman with a radio transmitter, called a Fargo, so that she could work undercover trying to tempt the Stranglers into abducting her and yet remain protected. On her first night out, she was approached by a man on Hollywood Boulevard. He asked her to come to his motel. When she refused, though not too vigorously, got into her car and drove off to an apartment the police had rented, he followed her and tried to go into the apartment with her. The police, waiting inside, jumped him, threw him to the ground, landed a few good punches, and handcuffed him. He turned out to be a Marine on leave from Camp Pendleton, carried away by the policewoman's beauty and what he had taken as at least a half-hearted come-on. He was good-natured about being beaten up, however, saying that it served him right for trying to pick up a girl off the street. As a Marine, he was glad to have had the shit kicked out of him if it helped catch that strangler. In early February, before Cindy Hudspeth, Grogan was asked to take down the confession of one of the several men who had phoned the police or written the mayor claiming to be the killer. Most were dismissed out of hand as nutcases, but this one was so insistent that the police obliged him by booking him, the first man booked in the case. He was an actor named Ned York, who had played minor roles in such television dramas as Starsky and Hutch, a cop show, and The Courtship of Eddie's Father. In Murder Ward, Ned York had played an orderly in a lunatic asylum who dealt in drugs. In Nightmare, a cop. He claimed to have known Christina Weckler before murdering her, and to have had an intimate friendship with a male student at the Pasadena Art Center of Design. He was a born-again Christian, separated from his wife, and his personalized automobile license read RE 320, a reference to Revelations chapter 3, verse 20, which advises, "Behold, I stand at the door and knock. If anyone hears my voice and opens the door, I will come to him and dine with him, and he with me." "You know," Grogan said, "that's the right biblical reference for an actor. I bet that license plate gets him a lot of free grub between roles." Was York confessing for publicity? Grogan ushered Ned York, whose arm was in a sling from a dog bite, and whose frantic manner meant cocaine to Grogan, into an interview room on the third floor of the glass house. Grogan's partner for the interview was Sergeant Sherman Oakes. Within minutes, Grogan knew that Ned York was making up his confession out of what he had learned from the media and from his own grotesque fantasies. "This is one crazy motherfucker," Grogan thought. Another tribute to Hollywood's favorite pastime, cocaine. Nothing, he said, squared with inside information, notably not the method of strangulation. Ned was accomplishing it all with his bare hands. He asked for a hamburger and a Coke. Grogan thought, sure enough, I will dine with him and he with me, and beginning to feel sorry for him, brought him the hamburger and Cokes for all three men. Ned York rambled on, mixing his sorrow at being separated from his wife with his regret for the lives of his victims. He said his little friend at the art center had been Christina's boyfriend. Well, Grogan thought, he'll really have something to be sorry for after this, the poor bastard. He's probably never hurt anybody, but I don't see him getting any more TV roles. He gave Ned York a cigarette. Suddenly, Sergeant Sherman Oakes, whom Grogan knew to have a quick temper, stood up and splashed his Coke and ice right into Ned York's crotch. Grogan was surprised and confused. What in hell had this pathetic creature said that could have pissed Oakes off like that? What could make a guy angry at Ned York? Then Grogan smelled burned cloth and saw little wisps of smoke rising from between Ned York's legs. York had tried to set fire to his own crotch with his cigarette. "Jesus Christ!" Grogan shouted. "Let the poor son of a bitch out of here. He hates his dick so much he wants to burn it off." There were not many such light moments. Cindy Hudspeth's murder brought the count to 10, although the press still counted 12 or 13, unaware of the distinctive ligature marks. And her murder brought few fresh clues, heightening, if possible, the public's fear and police frustration. Relations between the police and the media hit bottom. Grogan complained to anyone who would listen that reporters were not constrained by the rules of evidence and were free to print hearsay. They were interviewing witnesses, sometimes before the police could get to them, coloring witnesses' perceptions, endangering them, sometimes misrepresenting themselves as policemen just to get interviews, using composite drawings not developed by the police. Station KABC-TV had broadcast a drawing of the fugitive that bore no resemblance to anything then known, based on some very dubious reports. And when the Valley Daily News quoted Glendale Police Chief Dwayne Baker as saying that the victims had been sodomized, Grogan was equally furious with the paper and the chief and hoped neither the Wagners nor the Wecklers saw the story. On the afternoon of February 17th, Frank Salerno had received the call to go up to Angeles Crest, just beyond the Glendale-Pasadena city line. The pilot of a Forest Service helicopter, who scanned the area regularly to check for fires and cars that had plunged off the road, had spotted the Datsun. Then a rescue worker noticed the nude body through an aperture on the side of the trunk, where a reflector had been torn away in the plunge. By the time Salerno arrived at 3 o'clock, the rescue team had already hauled the car up onto the highway, and the body lay in the coroner's van. One look at the ligature marks told him that this was another Hillside victim, although the lines on the wrists, being unbroken, did not look to Salerno as though they had come from handcuffs this time. As for other kinds of evidence, there were none. The tire tracks and footprints on and around the turnout were too numerous to be significant. At the morgue, Salerno watched as the body was taken out of a plastic bag, blood oozing from a laceration on the scalp as attendants laid her out on a gurney. The blood dripped onto her shoulder and down her back as she was being moved. Salerno figured that the wound and some others might likely have come from the bodies being knocked around in the trunk as the Datsun went over the cliff. There was a puncture wound on the bridge of her nose. Markings ran down her cheeks from the corners of her mouth, and her lipstick was smeared, indicating a gag. There were 4 long abrasions, ranging from 10 to 4 inches on the outside of her right breast and along her stomach, and numerous small marks on the back of her right arm and on her shoulder. At the autopsy, Salerno watched as bits of chaparral were removed from her vagina. These might have lodged, it was agreed, during the difficult negotiation of the body up 40 feet of steep cliff. Cindy Hudspeth's roommate on Garfield identified the body. She had reported Cindy missing the morning of the 17th. Salerno did his best to comfort Cindy's mother, who lived alone in Echo Park and had long been divorced from Cindy's father. She and everyone else Salerno could find described Cindy as a sweet, hard-working, ambitious girl. She had hoped to go to college in Northern California at Humboldt State or at Sonoma State, away from the frenzied congestion of Los Angeles. Bartenders and other waitresses at the Robin Hood Inn and the Red Vest in Glendale, where Cindy had worked part-time, said that she had been friendly, efficient, and rather naive for a 20-year-old Californian. She had been much liked by the customers, many of whom would request that she wait on them. Her boss at Glendale Community College, where she worked nights answering the phone in the adult education section, said that she was just the kind of girl you would always want around. She had loved disco dancing, had won several dance contests, and was planning to give dancing lessons. She had had business cards printed up. But she had not been able to decide where to give the lessons. She was afraid to bring strangers to her apartment. She had been, like everyone else, worried about the Strangler, but had felt safer now that she had a new car. She had been planning a holiday in Mexico with friends. No one had any idea how Cindy, a cautious, conservative young woman, had met up with the Strangler. She had left her apartment between 4:30 and 5 after paying her rent, and would normally have turned west on Colorado Street on the way to the college on Glendale Avenue. Somewhere between her apartment and the college, she had been abducted. One possible witness did contact the police. Janice Akers said that on Thursday night she had driven off the westbound Foothill Freeway onto the Angeles Crest Highway, northbound into the mountains. At first, there had been no cars behind her, but then through her mirror she had noticed a car coming up behind her very fast, with a second car following it. As she stopped to make a left turn, the first car, a small reddish-orange sedan, sped past her on her right, and the driver had stared at her through his window. He had a wild, strange look in his eyes, Mrs. Akers said, and he had a full beard. Then the second car passed about 8 car lengths behind. She watched the 2 cars speed up the hill, the second car gaining on the first. She did not notice anything about the second driver or about his car. The incident had occurred at about 9 o'clock. If Mrs. Akers could be believed, and she appeared rational, this was yet another confirmation of what Salerno had deduced from the moment he had seen the position of Judy Miller's body, that 2 men were involved. The time and location and the color of the lead car checked out. But the information did not fill Salerno with a rush of optimism. From talking to Bob Grogan, he knew that Beulah Stouffer had not seen a beard on either man. It had been nearly 3 months since Lauren Wagner's death, long enough to grow a beard, but Salerno was conscious of how little, really, he had learned since his own involvement had begun with Judy Miller. He and Grogan met often at the Code 7 bar, or at more out-of-the-way places, to exchange information and, after sufficient drink, to commiserate. They felt as did the new chief of the LAPD, Daryl Gates, who had been reduced to giving press conferences apologizing for the lack of progress, saying that he hated to look at himself in the mirror when he shaved. "I come to you with empty hands," Gates would report to an increasingly hostile press. Grogan and Salerno agreed that the fact that Cindy Hudspeth and Christina Weckler had lived across the street from each other, although they had not known each other, meant that the killers probably lived in Glendale. This explained the remoteness of many of the dump sites. As for physical evidence, the bit of fiber on Judy Miller's eye had led nowhere. A polyester fiber, origin unclear. The marks on Lauren Wagner's palms were almost certainly electrical burns. How they had got there no one could tell, but they indicated torture, as did the puncture marks on Christina Weckler, who clearly had not been taking drugs. Some fibers had also been found sticking to the adhesive on Lauren's hands, again untraceable, along with some animal hairs that appeared to have come from cats. The Wagners had no cats. As for eyewitnesses, Salerno now had Janice Akers. He had discounted Pam Pelletier, but believed Marcus Camden, and had kept in touch with him, interviewing him again in February, finding his story consistent. Grogan had Beulah. "I must have visited her 30 times so far," Grogan said. "I never ate so many cookies in my life. But I can't get her to admit she was outside and saw everything closer up than she says." He had gotten Beulah to agree to hypnosis, but it had not worked. Every time she looked as though she was about to go under, she had been overcome by an asthma attack. Another neighbor, Evelyn Wall, also admitted seeing the abduction. She lived right next door to Beulah and had said that she had heard a man hollering that night. Evelyn Wall's recollection was at first vaguer than Beulah's, but under hypnosis, Mrs. Wall said that she had gone outside to see what the noise was about, hiding behind the corner of her house. She had seen two large figures and a small figure in a big car that had been light on the top and dark underneath, and another smaller car with no one in it. As the big car had driven off, one of the large figures had pushed down on the head of the smaller figure. Later that night, she had gone out to check on the smaller car and had found the interior light burning, but no one in it. The third witness claimed to have been driving past and to have seen two men pulling a girl into their car, but this witness would be useless. "He's the only guy I know has a certificate from the state saying he's not crazy," Grogan said. He was a convicted murderer who had been declared cured of insanity by the Atascadero State Hospital for the criminally insane. He would not make a good impression in court. Grogan and Salerno agreed that their biggest breakthrough was probably having the fingerprints from the phone booth and the apartment on Tamarind. One set matched. None had been found in Cindy Hudspeth's car except her own, other than what might be a palm print or a footprint on the outside of the trunk lid. The biggest of many missing pieces was the site of the murders themselves, or possibly the several sites. The size of the city, both in population and in geography, was working against Salerno and Grogan and the others. The task force made things worse by pulling the files on every unsolved murder of a female during the past couple of years, even from places as far away as Bakersfield. The numerous municipalities, each with its own police force, which made up the greater Los Angeles area, also fouled things up. Salerno and Grogan were sure that many multiple murders were never identified as such because a killing done in one town might never be correlated with one committed in another. And just as the freeway system had made Los Angeles the bank robbery capital of the nation, the city of the quick getaway, so it was plain that the Stranglers were taking advantage of the freeways, covering far more territory than would have been possible in, say, New York or Boston, sketching the arterial form of the city and the geographical pattern of their abductions and dumpings. "I'm going to write a goddamn novel," Grogan said. "It'll outsell Joe Wamba. I'm going to call it, 'I Hope My Mother Is Never Murdered in Los Angeles.'" When psychiatrists began offering theoretical portraits of the killer or killers, Grogan and Salerno paid attention, although their experience with psychiatrists in court had not inspired confidence in that profession. When they agreed with a psychiatric diagnosis, they invariably found that they had already arrived at the same conclusions themselves, without the obfuscations of a technical vocabulary. And in court, every psychiatrist saying one thing was contradicted by another saying the opposite, so what was the use of them except to confuse a jury? Now, in interviews with the press, psychiatrists suggested that the Strangler was white, in his late 20s or early 30s, and single, separated, or divorced, in any case not living with a woman. He was of average intelligence, unemployed or existing on odd jobs, not one to stay with a job too long. He had probably been in trouble with the law before. He was passive, cold, and manipulative all at once. He was the product of a broken family whose childhood was marked by cruelty and brutality, particularly at the hands of women. Early signs of trouble were chronic bedwetting, cruelty to animals, arson, vandalism, and poor relationships with other children. It was generally agreed that the strangling itself was the sexual kick. Murder might, however, be only foreplay with sex coming afterward. One psychiatrist asserted that sex murderers usually do not perform normal intercourse under any circumstances. Dr. Louis Jolyon West, chairman of psychiatry and behavioral sciences at UCLA and director of that university's Neuropsychiatric Institute, told the Times that this was a man living on the fringes of society whom no one would suspect. He liked danger, but believed himself invincible. It would be most unlikely, Dr. West said, to find this done by more than one person. Homosexuals murder by teams, but this type is most always the work of a single person. If not, then the relation between the two would be extremely unusual, a folie à deux, a psychiatric condition in which two persons usually related share the same delusions and act out the same psychosis. Another psychiatrist reasoned that the killer may not have had much dating experience. Dr. West suggested that a woman confronting the strangler try to blind him if you can, stick a sharp object into his eyes. But Grogan and Salerno knew that this advice was useless, since there were two stranglers. They weighed the accumulated wisdom of the psychiatric profession, thought the idea that the killers might be related a possibility worth considering, but found little enlightenment in the constantly repeated idea that such killers hated their mothers. What else was new? That was the standard explanation for every screwed-up male, as predictable as ham on rye. "Gee," Grogan said, "all we gotta do now is find a white male who hates his mother. Can't be many of those around." Psychics offered themselves to the LAPD for a fee or for the publicity. Fortunately, in Grogan's view, the LAPD had never stooped to hiring a psychic, as other police departments around the country had done. Psychics simply hung around an investigation until the evidence was in and then took credit for solving the crime. Any homicide detective who believed in psychics ought to resign and join the priesthood, or produce movies. A private detective from Berlin wrote saying that he could and would solve the case for the price of airfare to Los Angeles. Grogan could never get the German's polysyllabic name straight, but he kept writing, so Grogan began referring to him as Dr. Schickelgruber. "Anything from Dr. Schickelgruber today?" Grogan would ask when he arrived at the office. One day, Grogan was sitting at his desk talking to Charlie Weckler on the phone, trying to reassure him that the investigation was proceeding when it was not, when another officer came up and announced that Dr. Schickelgruber had arrived from Berlin. He was waiting outside. "You're shitting me," Grogan said. No, indeed, the German detective wanted to talk to the principal investigators. He would solve the case. Grogan, figuring he had better be polite to a man who had flown all that way at his own expense, ushered Dr. Schickelgruber into an interviewing room. Unfortunately, the German spoke no English, so Grogan summoned the only German-speaking officer on the force. Dr. Schickelgruber requested a blackboard. On the board, he wrote in German, "Two Italians, brothers, aged about 35. Grogan thanked Dr. Schickelgruber and saw that he was driven to the airport. His Italian family theory impressed no one. In April, Grogan was dispatched to Boston to bring to Los Angeles a prisoner, George Shamshak, who had implicated himself and another man in two Los Angeles killings still promoted by the press as Hillside Strangler cases. Grogan knew that neither of these women had been killed by the Stranglers. The M.O. did not fit. But he did not mind the trip to Boston, where he visited his mother and brother. He read the Newsweek of April 10th with rueful amusement. A break in the case? The cops are cautiously optimistic that at least 2 of the puzzling murders are solved. That would still leave 11 unsolved cases. Oh well, Grogan thought. Let them keep counting. By the summer of 1978, the investigation was having its effect on Grogan's family. He had become caught up in cases before, but nothing like this, and there was no end in sight. He stuck to the agreement not to discuss his work at home, but he had been home hardly at all for months and could think and talk of nothing else. He had practically become a member of the Wagner family, visiting them often, eating with them, trying to keep them from cracking. Lauren's sister was angry at Grogan for not telling her all the horrible details of what had been done to Lauren, but it was Joe Wagner, an earnest, rather naive man, who bothered Grogan the most. He took Joe Wagner to play golf and had long conversations about Lauren's death with him at his house. Grogan sensed that he was helping Joe, offering him faith at least in the integrity and concern of the police, but this father seemed unable to assimilate what had been done to his daughter. Such acts were beyond his comprehension, beyond what his religious faith and his belief in fellow human beings permitted him to accept. One evening, as Grogan was leaving the Wagners, Joe took him aside in the hallway and said, "Bob, I've got to ask you something. Please tell me, what is sodomy?" Grogan was astonished. He did not want to answer. "Just bad sex, Joe," he said. "You know, sex with hate." With Charlie Weckler, the conversations were freer, though equally difficult. Charlie was dealing with his despair by means of anger. He had developed a stutter since his daughter's murder and sometimes became speechless with fury, clinging to Grogan as his one hope for vengeance. He would fly down from Sausalito. Grogan would take him to play golf, and the two men would drink together at the night watch, cursing the Stranglers, modern life, the press, Los Angeles. Charlie had heard that a national television network was planning a program about murders of prostitutes, using the Hillside Strangler case as an example of such homicides, and he told Grogan that he was suing the network to stop the program because his daughter had not been a prostitute, and treating the case that way would blacken her memory. After a session at the night watch, Grogan would pour Charlie onto the plane in the morning, and then in a few days they would start talking on the phone again. "At least you care, Bob. You really care. At least someone cares." And Charlie would fly down for more golf and drinks and talk. The two men developed a friendship born in death that would not falter. Charlie Weckler knew that Bob Grogan was devoting his life to solving Christina's murder. At one point, Grogan dreamed up the idea of an exhibition of Christina's drawings and paintings at the Art Center of Design, the proceeds to go toward a scholarship in her name. He hoped that maybe the killers or one of them would show up, and he stationed undercover police all over the gallery and had photographs of everyone taken. The exhibition was a success, but it trapped no one. Everyone in the photographs could be identified as either the parent of a student, a patron of the center, or a police officer. It was strange, Grogan often thought, the way his life was being taken over. Salerno, equally conscientious but more emotionally detached, kept his family in place, Grogan could see. Went to Mass on Sundays with the wife and children. Had to Grogan an admirable and enviable perspective. No matter what happened, the Salernos would go on. Salerno would do his work, the family would be intact. But Grogan was so involved by this case that the Wagners and the Wecklers began to haunt every moment of his life. What was Charlie thinking now? Had Joe found out what sodomy is? Grogan envied Salerno the coolness, the knack of turning off the job and embracing the family, permitting the family to triumph over the rest of life. He envied Salerno because he knew that Salerno was just as good at his job as anyone could be, just as dedicated a detective, yet he was keeping his life in one piece. One afternoon at the Glass House, Grogan interviewed a woman who said she might have seen the Stranglers. She was agitated. The incident had occurred a month earlier, but she had been afraid to report it. Friends had persuaded her to go to the police. She had been drinking in a bar in Hollywood. She had gotten fairly tight. She was alone, and when she left the bar, she drove off at a pretty good clip. "My bra flying from the aerial radio," as she put it. A couple of blocks away, 2 cops pulled her over. They had a red light, but it was an unmarked car. There had been stuff in the paper about the Stranglers posing as police officers, so when one of these guys came up to her window, she really let him have it. She cursed him, let out a scream at him. He showed her his badge. She took off, gunning it. She had worried about the incident. The men had not followed her, but she had wondered ever since whether they might be the Stranglers. Grogan had her hypnotized. Under hypnosis, she said that she recalled the badge number. She gave Grogan a detailed physical description of both of the men. Grogan took the woman seriously. She seemed bright, and she was familiar with police work. She said that she had graduated from Reed College with a major in English and now ran a halfway house for men released from Chino State Prison. She knew criminals and had worked in various law enforcement agencies for years. She was in her 30s, tall and blonde with an alert, attractive face. Grogan had a bulletin sent out to all the LAPD stations, and he decided to check out the story himself. It turned out to be accurate, but so embarrassing to the police that if it got out, the press would have a field day and the public might panic. 2 officers working Vice had tried to pick the woman up. They had made what was known among the police as a pussy stop after an evening of watching prostitutes. It was a common enough occurrence, but under present circumstances it was potentially disastrous. The woman had actually remembered the badge number in reverse because it had a 9 and a 6 in it, and she had seen it upside down. Grogan reamed the officers out, told them they would be canned if their intended pickup pressed charges, and called the woman to explain what had happened. She was understanding. She agreed when Grogan told her that the pressures of working Vice were considerable. You got turned on watching whores all night. She would not press charges. She knew what the police were going through with this case. Grogan started babbling about the frustrations of the investigation. He told her about the Wagners and the Wecklers. He complained about the unethical irresponsibility of the media. He said that he could not burden his family with everything that was going on, and that he was frightened every time his daughter left the house. It was no wonder that with a job like this, cops were cracking up and dropping from heart attacks. It was like being in a war that never let up. "You can talk to me anytime," the woman said. "That's okay, thanks," Grogan said and hung up. "I talk too much," Grogan said. But he called her again, met her for a drink, and found himself unloading his emotions with a vehemence that surprised him. He could not stop talking to her, and when he told her about keeping Christina Weckler's notebook, he knew that he had crossed a certain line. The woman turned out to be an ideal listener because of her familiarity with prisons and police work, and unlike Grogan's wife, she did not recoil from grisly details and violent language. She was tough, but he did not think her coarse. He let himself go. He would see her again. He began an affair with her. He disliked himself for doing it, but he allowed himself to go ahead, and he worried that he might be falling in love with her. She lived 50 miles from downtown, so he did not see her except on weekends, but he began taking her out on his boat. The intensity of the case made it easy to contrive excuses. Every few days he would resolve to break off the affair, but he did not. At home he was silent and guilty. His wife did not know anything yet, but sometimes the sight of her sad face on the pillow made Grogan go lock himself into the bathroom, despise his own face in the mirror, and feel like crying. He would have to end the affair soon, he said to himself. His children would hate him too. October 17th, 1978. 1 year to the day after the murder of Yolanda Washington. Her death had started it all. The investigation was in the doldrums. Nothing new had turned up for 8 months except hundreds and hundreds of false leads. The media had become bored with the case, and in a way this made life a little easier for the officers, but they could feel the public pressure on them, unresolved anger gathering, spreading blame in the air. The parents evolved from grief toward a craving for retribution, so they could make sense of their lives again, or try to. Sonia Johnson's father attempted suicide. Over at the glass house, Grogan, Dudley Varney, and Bill Williams, the officer who had convinced everyone else that Yolanda Washington must have been the first Hillside victim, decided that somehow they ought to commemorate the occasion. They ought to get drunk at least. They had to find some way to expiate their frustration for this one night. It was too late to go home. They had talked about the case all day and into the evening. Yolanda had been dead for a year this night. Grogan, with his inclination to ritual, born of the mass-serving days in Boston, memories of Cardinal Cushing, the bread and the wine, suggested that they get a bottle and drink it where Yolanda Washington's body had been found, Forest Lawn Drive, across from the movie set. It was only right, he said. They had to do something. It was the anniversary, for Christ's sake. They picked up the bottle and a pizza along the way. Williams brought a sheet from the morgue. He had taken it off a body in a moment of levity. There, at the very spot on Forest Lawn Drive, they stopped, spread the coroner's white sheet on the hood of Grogan's car, opened the pizza, and drank, toasting Yolanda, cursing the Stranglers, and wishing on stars for clues. They invoked the names of the dead: Yolanda, Judy, Lisa, Jane, Dolores, Sonia, Christina, Lauren, Kimberly, Cindy. You know, Dudley Varney said, some people would think we're nuts doing this. Grogan gathered up the pieces of pepperoni, little Italian Eucharists, on the pizza and laid them down again, spelling out her name. Y-O-L-I. Pass the bottle, Grogan said. Here's to you, Yoli. Part 2. Disloyalties. What is possible is persuasive, so what has not happened we are not yet ready to believe is possible, while what has happened is, we feel, obviously possible, for it would not have happened if it were impossible. Aristotle, Poetics. 12. February 1978 was an uneven month for Kenneth Bianchi, socially speaking. Although he achieved murder again and fatherhood, he was forced to change residence for the 5th time in the mere 25 months of his life in California when the men on Corona Street kicked him out. They were fed up with his irregular habits, his borrowing their cars without permission, his bringing high school students over to smoke dope and watch pornographic movies. They had invited him only as a favor to Kelly Boyd's brother, who was their friend, but they had expected Kenny to stay 3 or 4 days. It had now been over 2 months and no rent paid. When they discovered a California Highway Patrol badge among their guests' belongings, they decided he must go. They did not really suspect him, but the television and newspaper reports that the Hillside Strangler was probably posing as a police officer made them nervous. They had already concluded that Kenny must be lying about his degrees in psychology. This was not the kind of person they wanted as a non-paying tenant. After Kenny left, they told a neighbor who was a Glendale policeman about the CHP badge. Kenny found an apartment for himself on Verdugo Road in Glendale. He was alone again. Kelly brought the baby over for Kenny to play with. He seemed to enjoy changing diapers on his little man, but refused to live with him. She was thinking, she said, of moving up to Bellingham to be closer to her parents and to raise Ryan in a healthier environment than Los Angeles. When Kenny asked her whether she wanted him to accompany her and the baby, she was non-committal. Yes, she agreed that the boy needed a father. She was less sure that she wanted the father to be Kenny. He bore these rebuffs to his love and paternal sense of responsibility with good grace. Surely Kelly would feel different once he began to prove himself. In the meanwhile, he secured himself a new job, cleaning, sterilizing, and delivering surgical instruments at Verdugo Hills Hospital. On his application, he listed studies at Columbia in psychology and work at Strong Memorial Hospital in New York. As a character reference, he named Angelo Buono, reupholsterer. His application so impressed the hospital that although he had asked merely for an orderly's job, he was given greater responsibilities at higher wages. With money borrowed from Cheryl Kellison, he bought a car for $400 from a fellow employee. Things were looking up again. The true test of character, Kenny told himself, was whether you could endure setbacks and keep striving. Nor did he worry much when the police came to interview him twice more. First, a Glendale officer arrived at his apartment to ask him whether he owned a police badge. Kenny said he did not. That was that. The Glendale officer took his word. Then 2 LAPD officers, neither one a principal investigator on the Hillside Strangler case, came to call. Mrs. Wanda Kellison, Cheryl's mother, had telephoned the task force about Kenny. Her daughter was going out with this strange man, Mrs. Kellison said. She had argued about this man with her daughter, telling Cheryl that a man who borrowed money from a girl was no good to begin with. But Cheryl would not listen. Cheryl seemed to feel sorry for this Kenny Bianchi. Mrs. Kellison was worried. Bianchi had a strange look in his eyes. The task force should check him out. She could not say exactly why, but for some reason Mrs. Kellison thought that Bianchi might be the Hillside Strangler. For one thing, her daughter said that Bianchi talked about the Strangler all the time. Mrs. Kellison was far from the only mother calling the task force to complain about a daughter's boyfriend. It had become a popular way for a parent to express disapproval of a prospective son-in-law. Grogan suggested that the task force set up a dating service. At least the computer could be put to good use that way. But the rule was to check everything out, so 2 junior officers were dispatched to investigate Bianchi. From the Department of Motor Vehicles, they traced the address listed on his driver's license. One would think that 809 East Garfield would have inspired in these officers' minds an immediate connection to Christina Weckler and Cindy Hudspeth. It did not. Nor, when they punched Bianchi's name into Patrick, the computer, did his previous police interview at 1950 Tamarind show up. So off they went to trace Bianchi, figuring that this was another of the thousands of false leads that were multiplying daily. At 809 East Garfield, the landlord remembered Kenny Bianchi well. He had been an ideal tenant, quiet, so gentlemanly. You did not find many such young men these days. There had been this other tenant, Angie Holt, who had complained about him, but she was a troublemaker. Kenny was such a nice young man. He had kept in touch, had let it be known that he had become a father. He was so proud. If only all the tenants were like Kenny. He was living over on Verdugo Road now. They could find him there. At the Verdugo apartment, the officers told Kenny right away that his name had come up in connection with the Hillside Strangler investigation. "Okay, fine," Kenny said, opening his door wide. "Won't you come in?" The officers asked him whether he had been in town from October 1977 through the previous time. Kenny said yes, he had been in Los Angeles since early in 1976. He had not been in jail? No, Kenny said, smiling as though the question were embarrassing, as though the very idea of jail were entirely alien to him. Had he ever been, or was he now connected to any law enforcement agency? No, but he admired the police, the job they did, what they went through. In fact, he had an application in to join the LAPD reserves. He supposed he had not heard from them because of his changing addresses. The officers thanked Bianchi and left. They did not ask him whether he had been interviewed before by the task force. The interview had taken less than 10 minutes. Back at the glass house, the officers wrote up their report and filed it along with their photostat of Bianchi's driver's license. They did not bother to check on his LAPD reserves application. His fingerprints were on that, and they could have compared them with the fingerprints from the phone booth and the Tamarind apartment. But these officers were not even aware of the phone booth and apartment prints. It cannot be said to have been tough, but Kenny had handled the interview well. He knew Angelo would have been proud of him, and he hurried over to tell him about it. He found Angelo in the back stroking the rabbits, making Sparky jealous. "Can you imagine?" Kenny said. "I fooled the cops again." "Keep your mouth shut," Angelo said. He told Kenny to go inside. They sat down together in the den. "Could you beat that?" Kenny said. 3 times now the cops had questioned him, and they had not even come close. They never would, not a chance. "I was so cool. No sweat. Those idiots, they didn't even look at my driver's license." He took it out and showed it to Angelo. On the front, the Garfield address. He flipped it over and showed Angelo how he had written out in his own hand, duly accordant with the motor vehicle code, his subsequent address, 1950 Tamarind. Angelo stared. "They didn't see this?" "Are you kidding? They didn't see anything. I'm clean, Tony, clean and clear. They can't touch me." Angelo slumped down, pulling on his earlobe. This was just great. 3 times now the cops had been to see Kenny. They might really be onto something. They probably weren't telling all they knew. All of Angelo's misgivings about Kenny came back. The fuck-up with Kimberly Martin, his telling the cops on the ride-along that he wanted to see the Strangler sites, his unhealthy lust for publicity. And now the cops were closing in on him. What else had Kenny said to people? What might he have said to Kelly or to the dudes on Corona? Angelo knew that he must act. He must get rid of Kenny. "What's the matter, Angelo? You got something on your mind?" "I know you. The buzzard's thinking something. The buzzard's got a new scam. What's it going to be, Ange? What's going to happen?" "Hey, Angelo, say something. You're making me nervous." Angelo said nothing. He walked over to the gun case, took out the .45 automatic, and shoved in a clip. Then he turned and pointed the gun at Kenny's head. "I ought to off you right now," Angelo said. "Hey, Angelo, hey, put that down. What's happening to you? Tony, why me? This is Kenny. This is your cousin Kenny. I thought we were partners. I thought we were in this together." "I ain't in nothing, fuckhead. You stupid big-mouth fuckhead. How come the cops been to see you 3 times? They ain't been to see me once, huh? How come the cops know who the fuck you are, huh? You don't see no cops fucking around with Angelo Buono, right? What's the matter with you? You want to blow this deal? You talk too much." Kenny hung his head in contrition. He apologized to Angelo, begged his indulgence, promised he would be cool from now on. Angelo calmed himself, put the gun away, went into the living room to stare at the fish. Kenny followed him, whining. Angelo told Kenny to leave him alone. All through March and April, Angelo brooded, keeping to himself, fending off Kenny's regular phone calls, rejecting Kenny's suggestions to play pool or go cruising. He was relieved that the police did not visit Kenny again, but he was uneasy. He had broken, he knew, his cardinal rule, never to confide in anyone. He thought about Kenny, and the more he thought, the more his hatred for his cousin grew. Kenny was ready for more scamming, it was obvious. The fool had no sense at all. No timing, no feel for the right rhythm of things, no nothing. If it hadn't been for my dead cunt of a mother, Angelo thought, I never would have got involved with that jerk. Angelo was not inclined to introspection, but he sensed that he had overvalued Kenny's usefulness, relied overmuch on his servility, been induced by his willingness to please into sharing entirely too much with him. It was over with Kenny. But how to convey the message? Killing him would be too risky. They were too much linked together. Ignoring him seemed to draw him on. He craved abuse. He was like a woman who failed to read the score. Kenny reminded Angelo a little of Antoinette Lombardo. You could knock her up, turn her into a whore, shit on her in every possible way, and she still came back for more. A faithful dog waiting for another kick to the chops. Angelo daydreamed of shooting or knifing Kenny, strangling him. Kenny, Angelo feared, was the kind of guy who would babble his way into trouble sooner or later. But Angelo, silent, watchful, clung to life with reptilian tenacity. Angelo blunt and rooted, Kenny homeless and euphemistic and absurdly hopeful. Theirs was like a conflict between the ancient and modern worlds, with little enough to choose between the two. As if to emphasize his determination to put distance between himself and his cousin, Angelo married again on March 29th, affirming his impulse to survive and to go on with his own separate life. The bride was Tay Fun Fanny Leung, 21 years old, born in Hong Kong. For her, the marriage meant that she would be able to stay in the United States, and there was a practical advantage in the union for Angelo as well. Fanny's parents were sending her money to buy a house, and Angelo figured he would find a way to get his hands on that. One afternoon in April, Kenny dropped by, the rejected suitor still hoping for attention. He announced as though it were the end of something that Kelly had abandoned him. She had gone up to Bellingham to be near her parents. It was terrible. His own son had been taken from him. How did Kelly expect the boy to grow up properly without the guidance of a father? What was wrong with women these days? Women's liberation had gone too far. Pretty soon, women would have no use for men at all. Something had to be done to wake society up. Angelo half listened. He was working on a car in the shop, music on the radio. Kenny droned on. "Why don't you go up there?" Kenny said. "What?" "Follow the bitch you love your son so much." "I couldn't do that. What would I do? Leave L.A.? I'm going to the beach on Sunday with Cheryl." "You better follow Kelly." The more Angelo thought about it, the better the idea seemed. Getting Kenny away out of state. The guy was totally unreliable. Angelo wanted to be rid of him once and for all. He began encouraging Kenny to leave. But Kenny insisted that his future lay in California. Angelo pressed. At length, he simply ordered Kenny to go. One day in May, when Kenny was prattling about his psychology practice, how he was going to make it prosper at last, Angelo laid out the options, simply and clearly. Either Kenny left the state, or Angelo would kill him. The evenness, the coolness, the directness with which Angelo delivered his ultimatum encouraged Kenny to pack his bags. Still, he dallied. He made a last stab at the psychology practice, placing an ad in the Times for an assistant. He listed his name as Dr. R. Johnson, gave the Verdugo address, and asked candidates with a degree in psychology to forward their college transcripts to him. He received several responses and selected the transcript of a Thomas Stephen Walker, who held an M.A. degree in psychology from California State University at Northridge. Kenny, deciding that he ought to have college transcripts himself, with them he might land the very sort of a job he had offered Thomas Stephen Walker, then sent a letter to the registrar at Cal State, requesting full completed diplomas except for my name. I have, at additional expense, retained a calligrapher that will print my name in a fancy script of my own choosing. He enclosed Walker's transcripts, which he had Xeroxed, substituting his own name on the copies, signed the letter with Walker's name, and included a postal money order for $90. The registrar's office, exhibiting a surprising lack of skepticism, cashed the money order. But before he could receive his new diploma, Kenny realized that Angelo would no longer tolerate his presence in Los Angeles. Maybe Angelo would mellow later, but for now Kenny understood that he had better get out. It took all of his persuasive powers to talk Kelly into the idea of his joining her. On the telephone, he told her that he had come to a crossroads in his life. The birth of Ryan had altered his consciousness. Much to his surprise, he found himself welcoming the responsibilities of fatherhood. He now had something to live for, to work for. It was not easy, but he had come to understand his way of life up to this point had been selfish. Only through love could a person fulfill himself. And sometimes a change of scene was just what the doctor ordered. He had never liked Los Angeles anyway. It was decadent. Everything he knew about her hometown, Bellingham, made it seem like the wholesome sort of place he needed. Kelly acquiesced. Anxious, forlorn, wondering what he had done to deserve Angelo's turning on him like this, hoping that one day the closeness they had known could be restored, Kenny hit the road in late May in his $400 car. His employers at Verdugo Hills Hospital wished him well when he turned in his letter of resignation. He had written that he had decided to join his family up north, asking that the letter be kept confidential. He had no reason to believe that they would keep the letter from the police, but it was worth a try. He was not as worried about the police as Angelo appeared to be. There had been nothing about the Hillside Stranglers in the papers for weeks. Soon the whole thing would be forgotten. Other murderers would grab the headlines. But he and Angelo had certainly had their moment. As he drove on up past San Francisco, past the meadows and forests and white peaks of Oregon, he felt sad and lonely, weary of wandering, dispossessed, wondering what his new life would bring. Angelo had been so insistent. What right had he to order Kenny out of the city? Now Kenny had only his clothes, his marijuana leaf necklace, his college degrees and transcripts, his attaché case, his false beard, his bag of stolen jewelry, his psychology books. He was alone. He drove straight through for 2 days, rolling northward, stopping at homey places where people praised the boysenberry pie. Bellingham would be some change. His experience of it at Christmas had made him wonder how much action a person could get from scenery. What could you do with pine trees and water? Meeting Kelly's parents, her mother and stepfather and her father, had been nice, but they were simple people. They had no conception of the kind of success that he knew would someday be his. No wonder Kelly had been tolerant for so long of all the time he spent with Angelo. She must have known he was bored with her, was lowering himself to be with her. But she and Ryan were family now. He made up a poem as he drove along, improvising out of Robert Frost as imperfectly recalled from high school. Long ago, the snow-bent birches, there is much winter sadness along a frozen lake under moonlight, for there one's memory tires of a squall of thought or a framework of white spines. Death, he thought, the death of dreams. He continued. Caught within the icy waters, we remembered what we once had. What once was mine and never will be mine once more. I have it pretty good, or so I'm told. Lord, why then this winter weeping in my soul? A frozen lake under moonlight. That's me, he murmured to himself, a lonely figure looking out over a frozen lake under moonlight. Not bad, if only the world would acknowledge his talent. And so the banished acolyte, compelled into exile from the purlieu of Buono, entered a new state, the country of the pointed firs.